There I am. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Here we are for another fun-filled day of a trial replay. I thought I had myself all put together. I didn't. I forgot to add myself to the stage. Oh my goodness, I've had quite a morning already. Forgot to clean my glasses, so I hope I'll be able to see all day with what I've got going on right now. Good morning, all of my regulars. Hello, Kelly. Oh, Bailey's is back with us today, and Ava. Oh, Kelly's being such a good human being and drinking her water and doing her chores. I am not drinking water. I'm back with my hot cocoa today in my fancy dream mug. Oops. Dream mug. It's hard to see. Let me flip it around here. Get it together here, Janet. There it is. Dream. My family got me this coffee mug many years ago as a gift. It is, of course, one of my favorites. So, yesterday we got through about almost all of the first half of day 3. I am going to try us again. Good morning, KS Granny. I'm going to try us again today to try to start it at 1.5 times speed so that we can get through more. If it seems like it's going too fast, y'all can tell me in the chat like you did before. But I know yesterday there were a couple witnesses that I was like, oh, sweet niblets. This is really slow. So we'll start at 1.5 today. We can always back it down. Since I won't be breaking at 4:00 today, I am going to take a short, my plan anyway, is to take a short little, probably half-hour lunch break so that I can get some food in me, and other than a snack. And then we'll be back at it for an afternoon session. Or if things are rolling along and I'm feeling good, we may just roll with it and we'll keep on going, you know. So please remember, if you're on Replay Crew, tell me that you're on Replay Crew in a comment. I always answer the comments that are put in any of my live streams. Like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up. If you're watching on the Twix, bounce over to the tubes of you and give me a thumbs up. It is ever so appreciated. And we're going to get going. Are y'all ready? I'm ready. Don't worry, I have snacks and my Dr. Pepper Zero on standby over here. So I'm good for a while. So we're going to do the thing, as they say. Let's do the thing. Okay. Where we left off, just to remind everyone, is Mr. Stone had just finished his testimony. He was going to be leaving the stand. I'm sorry, I am gunked up this morning. He is the individual that found Holly's remains in 2014. So he just finished his testimony. He'll be stepping down off of the witness stand, and the prosecution or the state is getting ready to call their next witness. That kind of gets you where we left off from yesterday. And I feel like there was something else I wanted to remind everyone. I don't. I'm sure it'll come to me and then I'll pause us and tell you. But here we go.
We're a couple of witnesses excused during the last testimony that might want to come back in. Did you tell me? Okay, we're all right. Okay, I was going to tell the good news.
Yeah, we finished with the ginseng hunter. What a way to end the day, right? What are we doing here? Flippity flip.
Your name and spell first and last for the court reporter.
Laura Hodge, Laurahodge.
Thank you. You can see.
Thank you. All right, you've already stated your name. Where do you work at the time?
I am a special agent forensic scientist for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I work in the Nashville Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at TBI?
It'll be 25 years, December 1st.
Are you still part of the violent crime response team?
I am in a limited capacity. This year, I was placed on an alternate list where I will assist the violent crime response team as an alternate.
Back in, take you back to September, early September 2014, around the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Okay. What was your assignment at TBI back then?
I was a team leader of a violent crime response team.
Okay. What does, you didn't already say, what does the violent crime response team do?
A violent crime response team is made up of individuals throughout the laboratory units, and we go and assist local law enforcement agencies in the processing of crime scenes. In this particular case, in 2014, we assisted the UT Anthropology Department in the search for human remains.
Do you remember when you got the call? Was it September the 7th, or do you remember specifically when it was?
I received the first call on September the 8th. Yes, sir.
When you get that call, do you kind of mobilize your team, or?
Yes, I received a notification from the Crime Lab Regional Supervisor, Mike Little, at the time, and then I began contacting my team members to inform them of what we would be doing.
What time did you get out there?
We did not go until the next day, September the 9th. Yes, sir.
Do you remember when it was you got out there?
It was approximately 8 o'clock.
What year? 2014.
14, okay.
KS Franny, it was a lot of evidence that was coming in
Couple
yesterday
photographs.
afternoon
Special agent? Hodge?
after the
That's
ex-girlfriend.
Yes, this would be the area in Decatur County that we went to search, an aerial view of it.
I put that, I think there's a pointer or link
Yes.
up there somewhere. This is, what's up here now has previously been marked as exhibit, if you could kind of give us an idea of what we're looking at here. I see a road down there. What road is that?
This is actually the interstate, and this is an access road that runs parallel with the interstate.
That's I-40?
Yes, sir.
Which way is that truck going?
He is going west.
All right. Can you point to us generally where the scene was that you're called to?
Actually, I don't think you can see in this photograph because this is the cell tower where the staging area was. And where we actually were processing the area was farther back this way, probably 200 to 250 yards.
100 yards. Okay. Now, those other two photographs, you recognize those also as aerial photographs of the same scene?
Yes, sir. I can see the cell tower and then the sawmills on either side of the cell tower.
Okay. You know, if you have those marked as the next exhibits, 79
Right, come in.
and 82. Well, they're marking. What's going on as far as your team arriving? What's happening?
As we begin to arrive, we were taken back to the area where when we got there, there was an area that was initially had already been marked off with some crime scene tape. And this was an area that we were told that skull and other bones had been recovered. Those items had been removed prior to our arrival. And then as the UT Anthropology individuals got there, they briefed us on what we were looking for and how we would go about it.
Would you put number 79 up there? This is just to give us a little bit more perspective of the area we're looking at. Do you recognize that? It's a little further up and farther away, I think.
Yes, I do. Again, there's the cell tower. This is partially one of the sawmills that you can see. The other one is back over in this area.
I think if we put the number 80 up, that may give us we can zoom.
It just looks like a bunch of trees to me, y'all. I don't know what they're trying to signify, but it just looks like a bunch of trees.
You almost see the other sawmill. Can you push it? So the other sawmills would be down where that post is, probably. Is that?
Yes, down in this area. The area where the cell tower is was in between the two sawmills.
You indicated that you're out there with the Tennessee Forensic Anthropology Group. There's other TBI agents out there.
Yes.
What kind of searches are you doing?
We're doing what is called a line search, where individuals, we would stand shoulder to shoulder in a line, and we would move one step at a time in unison and check an area in front of us, moving leaves and twigs and rocks and anything. And then we would continue that process, moving one step at a time in unison, doing that line search.
Were there people out there with metal detectors?
Yes, sir.
Dogs?
The second day, dog handlers were out there on September the 10th, 2014.
Did you, when you initially got there, you got there, I guess, a little later. Were there already other agents out there finding things?
Yes, sir. There were already other TBI agents in the area.
They had done some taping off, laid some placards and things like that.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you I've already shown these to the defense. I'm going to hand you 12, mostly photos and one document on the top. If you could just take a look at those in order and let us know if you recognize those and if they depict the scene the way it was that day.
Yes, sir.
The way it was that day.
Yes, sir.
I forget those back and also that top. You know, if we could have these marked as the next 12 numbered exhibits. We're 81.
81 through 92, I think, but the math always gets me because don't put the count first. There you go. mark and then
Is math hard for you, Your Honor? I get it. Oh my. Taking much longer than I had anticipated. We're going to flippity flip on past this.
is it 81 through?
We're gonna put first number 81.
What is it, 81 through?
92.
Okay.
We're gonna put 92. This one's kind of tough to get all on there, but tell us what we're looking at here.
This would be a rough sketch drawing that I did after we returned from the
Uh-oh.
2 days out in the woods, and just laying
A
out
map?
kind of aerial view of the marker
Shut
numbers
up.
and what each of those marker numbers depicted.
Shut up. It's a map, y'all. It's a handwritten map, but it's a map.
I'll go for it. This
Who knew?
area, the area with the two lines that kind of go out, what is that?
This area here.
The entire area?
Okay. This area that is lined off is a ditch where two hills came together. This was a hill that came down, and this was a hill that came down, and the ditch met in the middle of those two hills. And the ditch is running, you can see downward from, this is the top of the ditch. This is the bottom part of the ditch. And then this is a flattened out area that at the bottom of the ditch.
Is this typically a dry ditch, or is this a heavy water runoff type of a ditch when it rains heavily?
It appears that water would run heavily through that ditch because of how the two hills come together.
Now the items on what I would call, well, what's the significance of the colors and the numbers?
I have color coded these with pink being human remains, yellow being personal effects, and the blue would be cartridge cases.
Now to the left
Cartridge
of what you
cases?
described as the ditch, what direction is that? I'm sorry, to the left of the ditch right there?
This area,
The 5 yellow numbers
Okay.
there, right there. Yeah.
I was calling that a southwesterly direction. North is in this direction.
Is this sort of a bank of the ditch, a way of describing that?
This area here, yes, it is.
And I see you have out like six items there.
Yes,
They're all in yellow,
yes, sir.
which would indicate that they are personal effects of some kind that you found on that ditch.
That is
Okay.
correct. Yes, sir, on the bank.
I'm going to put first number 82 up on the screen.
I'm anxious to see the suspect names that were listed on there.
Marker 1 and 2. That,
I don't know if
can
y'all
clearly
saw
be seen
that.
in this photograph is marking what is an inhaler and a cloth strap.
Now this flag, who puts the flag there? Is that part of the team when something's found?
Yes, in a wooded area like this, it's easy, or in a large area also, it's easy to place flags so that they can be easily seen, so that we can place markers next to the item in order for us to identify them.
So one person might see something they think is relevant and they'll put a flag there.
That's correct.
Then you come back later to actually get an idea of what it is.
That's correct.
All right. You have the next number, exhibit, which is 82, I think. 83. This is 83, Agent Hodgson. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is a close-up of marker 1, which is the inhaler.
I'm gonna pass forward. Bag. Pull the photographs up there. Take a look at the bag and let us know if that's the inhaler we're looking at on the photograph.
Yes, sir, it is.
If we have that marked as the
Is
next
it
number.
93?
93.
Oh my word, she was sticking her hand in there. She doesn't have any gloves on. What are we doing? Already. Stop it, people. This is your job. I don't even do this as my job, and I know that that's not what you're supposed to do. Stop it.
Remember to publish that.
It is too early on a Sunday. Mm-mm-mm. She is flippity flipping. Oh, there, finally. Thank you, ma'am. You must have heard me. Oh, and then we display it to everybody. Oh, my goodness. This is like show and tell in this
Thank you.
court.
Now we're going to put,
I can't say I've seen this before, and I've watched a lot of trials.
take a look at that. Agent Hodgson, tell us what we're looking at there.
What is that?
This is item marker number 2, which is the cloth strap.
Okay, is that, you know what that strap might go to?
I believe it belonged to the purse that was found.
I'm going to hand you a bag. Take a look at that bag. Let's see
All
what that
hope
is.
diminished, Ellie. Whoop,
Do you want me to open it?
zapped away. Oh my goodness. Stop it. Stop it. You don't have any gloves on. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
And inside is the
Hold on a
cloth
second,
strap.
we'll get it up. Is that the,
Oh, she has one glove on,
Yes,
one
sir, it is.
off.
we have that,
Oh my gosh, I have anxiety already. I don't get anxiety easily, y'all. This is insanity. Fondle, 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 fondle.
yeah, we published this item. Well, the photograph is still on the screen. You show that to Jerry and let us know what we're
This is marker number 2, the cloth strap.
More show and tell. I can't with the show and tell. What are we doing?
Let us know what we're looking at here.
That would be a small purse.
And we're still on what we're calling sort of the west bank of this ditch
Yes, sir.
where all these items are found. So all these items are still personal items.
Yes, sir. They were in that area on the.
Yeah, she
side.
doesn't change gloves
Of the
either
ditch.
through the whole thing. She has one on, one off. I don't even know why she has one off. Put both on.
Go ahead and open that bag and let us know if you recognize that. Got some scissors for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Be careful.
Thank you.
What are they doing in Tennessee? Mm.
Yes, this is the item in we see in the picture, marker number 3.
Okay. We have that marked as,
Now I've touched the scissors that somebody else touched with the glove on.
We have pictures of the contents. I believe mostly it was markers and ink pens.
But this was personal.
This was a small purse. I believe was inside the larger purse. Yes, sir. Small purse.
All right,
Yeah.
these are 95.
Called a pencil pocket or pencil bag.
Publish that to Jerry, too.
Yes.
Oh my word. Who knew I would get so outraged by a forensic analyst? Oh, here we go. Gonna see it again. All right. I can't watch it, guys. It just, this is a level of ridiculousness that,
Is that school items and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. They appear to be.
We're going to the next number exhibit on photo. This is 86. And this, what are we looking at? Okay.
These are the items that were inside this small purse. So in addition to ink pens, markers, and pencils, there was a thumb drive.
And generally, when you're on the scene and you find something like this, a purse or something that may contain other items, did you open them up and photograph them right there on the scene?
We did just a general photograph like this. But yes, we will open things that we discover, such as this purse, small purse, and just see what's inside the contents. We may not pull everything out. And
I
lay it
hope
out to
you wore
photograph it, but
gloves
we
when
just
you
get a
did
general
it.
idea of what's in there and photograph it.
Remember the next number exhibit is 87 on photo base. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the purse.
Look like the strap we looked at earlier may go to this purse.
Yes, sir. I believe it does.
I'm going to show you what I previously marked as exhibit 31.
Oh, that's already been found.
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure I got the right exhibit or the right 31. I'll just go ahead and hold on. You can go ahead and do it.
Everyone saying you can through witness here, but
what is he
is that
doing?
The item you're holding in your hand, what we see on
So,
the photograph here, and you found on the west.
Bad Jennifer,
Yes, sir. This
and
is
this
what is in the
dude have
photograph marked
both
as marker
touched
number 4.
this particular purse of Holly's, taking it out of the bag. Now she's gonna show and tell it. We're passing this. Everybody has touched. I don't know, ma'am. I don't know why you have a glove on for this thing because everybody in the courtroom has fondled it.
What is that?
That's another picture of item marker number 4, the purse, as we were beginning to open it up and examine the contents.
Does that appear to be an item that has
Hey, they have
been
gloves
sitting
on.
dirt near a ditch for some time?
Yes, sir. Actually, it was covered with leaves. There was only a small portion of the purse sticking out of the ground, so we had to remove leaves and twigs in order to pull this purse up to the surface.
Were there contents in that purse or around that purse as well?
Yes, sir, there were.
Okay. I'm gonna put exhibit 89 on the overhead, and is that the contents?
Yes, sir.
A couple of things that have already been marked as exhibits. I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as exhibit 33. Can you take that out and take a look at it? Does that look like that? And I'm looking into it's a little blurry, the photograph. A little bit there. There's a set of keys over there on the right side.
Yes, sir. Here's the keys.
Is this exhibit 33, the keys that we're seeing there?
Yes, sir, it is.
You can hold those for just a second. I'm going to hand you another item that has already been marked. This is exhibit number 32. Take a look at that for us and let us know what that is.
This item is also in this picture, and it is the camera
The camera. Okay.
right here.
if you could show those to the jury, I don't know that they got a good look at them when they're initially looking at the evidence.
Oh, show and tell.
Anything?
Yes, sir, there is.
What letter is that?
It's an H.
Oh, she's got another glove on now.
You can tell us what that is.
This is a tube of lipstick.
Is that shown in the photograph above?
No, sir, this was actually found in the smaller purse, which was marker number 3 that I showed earlier.
Also a good source of DNA. I bet there were multiple lipsticks and lip balms they could have
Yes, sir,
gotten
marker
her
number 3.
DNA from. Just saying.
Show that to the jury as well.
Salt on my ears. Yeah, okay. Lip stuff. Awesome.
I hang 2 other bags. I'm going to be back on track for you now. You can tell us what those 2 bags are.
I've also never seen every single piece of physical evidence be shown
The first
to a
item
jury
is-
like this.
Lipstick that is shown here in the picture.
Like I'm watching Walsh right now, and Walsh, they're not like pulling the rug out and walking along and
The
showing it
second
to the
item
jury.
is the compact mirror that is shown
Unless did I
in the
miss
picture
it?
here.
And those are the items that are found in that purple purse that we looked at some photographs of,
Yes, these were found in the purse that was marked as marker number 4.
all on the left or west side of the.
Yes, sir.
We have those marked as the next 2 number exhibits, right?
97 and 98.
So lipstick would be number
Right,
97.
the compact is 98. We already had people lipstick is 96. This is second.
And I can do that. Keep it over routine and show those items to the jury.
I didn't remember it, Ava, happening in Walsh. So yeah, I'm like, this is like really super
The
time
items that
consuming.
you see in this picture were still contained in the purse.
There's like a massive delay with sound and video. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Now we have what is the market exhibit 2 on the overhead. I'm sorry, 92 on the overhead. You can tell us what we're looking at. It's kind of hard to see.
Right here is a blister pack of gum.
Where was that? Was that the same area?
This was in the area where the purse and the chapstick that I just showed you was located. It was all on the ground. This item, again, was not in the purse, either the small or the big one. It was on the ground.
Okay, but some agents found that in this general area where these other personal items were.
Yes.
We'll go back now to the very first exhibit, item number 81. And just sort of reorient us a little bit here. Now, all these items that we've been looking at are to my left right here, okay? Those are all personal effects?
Yes, sir.
What I want to do next is I want you to describe for the jury all of those items that you found within that ditch, okay? And I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs. And the defense counsel's already seen these. It's 28 photographs. If you can look through those, let us know if they depict that ditch as it was during those days you guys searched it and found all these items.
That's a lot of looking at photographs.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You have these marked as exhibits, I believe it would be 100 through 127. And while they're doing that,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you just a question.
Let's let it order.
Oh, Judge Cousin Vinny, he's confused. What are we doing?
Real scissors.
Oh, the scissors that have all kinds of everybody's DNA all over them that we've done everything under the sun with, including fondling with our gloves. Oh my, this is a long time to get this
Well, first, I'm gonna ask one more question.
evidence
Now,
in.
we're looking at this chart that shows this ditch. Downhill, we can see that it's going, I guess, to the north. Is that right?
Yes, this is downhill.
Now, in this ditch, according to the legend, there are some yellow marked numbers. There are also some like pink or purple numbers.
Yes.
What do those indicate?
Again, the pink, no, highlighted numbers are human remains, and the yellow are personal effects.
We have a number 100 on the overhead. Is this
Okay,
can I do
I'm
this,
with that.
a bit of an overview of the area?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you describe what we're looking at?
This is a photograph looking back up the hill. This is the hill coming down and another hill coming down, and you have the ditch that met in between the two hills.
Okay. And all the things that we're going to look at were found within that ditch flowing.
Yes, within this area of the ditch.
We have a 101 on the overhead. That's kind of tough to see. But you can describe what we're looking at here.
Kind of.
Marker number 34 is a black hair tie, and it can faintly be seen where I'm circling in this area.
Now that would be, I'm trying to probably not, that would be at sort of the top of the ditch. So the first thing you found at the top of the ditch?
Yes, on the diagram we had up earlier, that was at the top of the ditch, and other things were down below
Okay,
it.
so the subsequent things are.
Are we talking south going north?
Yes, please. Yes, Your Honor, we're talking this direction. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. South to north. That's correct.
I'm gonna fast forward. Adam, can you tell us recognize what that is?
He's putting new gloves on. At least we got that going for us this time. Ugh.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Yeah, you have that mark.
Oh, here we go. Show and tell again. Oh boy.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. This is the black hair tie that is shown in this picture as item number 34.
Oh, she didn't show and tell that one. It
Just
looks
for a
like.
second up there,
Okay.
and we'll post a couple things at the same time.
Okay.
Look at that, that one or two. That's kind of difficult to see as well. What do you describe what we're looking at there?
Marker number 35 is a piece of pink fabric that I am circling in this area here.
And then the next number is it? Can you see what that is? It's got very dark here.
Yes, sir. Marker 36, the area I'm circling is a ring.
So we'll hand you first the bag. Take a look at that and let us know what that is.
So I'm curious if y'all have this question after yesterday's ex-girlfriend testimony. And of course, we all know based on what she said that they put Holly's remains under the bridge, which I'd love to know in proximity to where all of this was
This
found.
item is the pink
Where
fabric
it
that was in the
is.
previous picture.
Thanks, sir. That's like-
But we haven't seen a map
Thanks,
or
sir.
anything
Something
like that to
it
tell
appears to
us.
be, yes.
So
Jennifer, if we could have that marked as the next number.
I don't think this is anywhere close to where that bridge is. So it begs the question then, how do you find her testimony to
How
support
do you show those two items that are functioning?
Zach Adams' involvement? This isn't, I am not getting 2 and 2 is 4.
This is the hair tie.
This is the hair tie. This is the pink fabric.
Show and tell. Oh, yeah, the show and tell. Ugh.
I'm gonna put the next one photograph is 105. It's very dark again, but can you try to look at here?
Marker 36 is a ring that I'm circling.
And the next photograph is 104. Is that a better photograph?
Yes, sir. That's a close-up of the ring from the previous photograph.
We're still at kind of the top of the ditch or the south side of the ditch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what has previously been marked as exhibit 14. Take a look at that. And let us know if that's the ring that you're looking at in the photograph.
Yes, sir. This is the ring that is in the photograph. That is marker number 36.
Ugh.
Could, now, if you could publish that ring to the jury.
Maybe in evidence.
Exhibit 14.
Publish it to the jury.
That's when I said, my photo up. Okay.
Show and tell.
Let's tell where we are. This is gonna be a while yet. We do a lot of what you've been doing. They've got lunch that has been brought in, so just make a mental note of where you are. Please no discussion of your testimony, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll continue right after lunch this time. We'll take 1 hour for lunch. Your lunch is
Okay. I'm so glad we get to flippity flip through this because watching this real time for me is exhausting. I have a really, really hard time with slow pace of things. I know as a child I had to have been mildly hyperactive. So as an adult,
That is correct.
yeah,
Belong-
it's no better. So, but I do really I want to know, like, where was this? Where was this compared to where the bridge where they supposedly shot her and left her remain? Well, did they shoot her there? Or did they take her remains there? Like, how many different stories are there? How in the world did they convict him? There must be more. There has to be more. I'll get us there. Give me a minute here. I'm trying to get everything set up as far as closed captioning in the right spot and all that fun stuff. All right. Here we go.
To the right, we had some other items, but this is in the ditch, more toward the south end of the ditch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's
I hope
correct.
so because I'm lost. Like, I know where I-40 is, but I-40 goes almost the entire length of the state. That doesn't really help a whole lot.
This is the earring that is in the picture. That is marker number 37.
What's the mark? Is 6 on the red as well. Is that a, what is that?
That is a close-up of the earring, marker number 37.
You could, I got this bag marked as exhibit here. What's the next number exhibit?
Exhibit 130.
Oh, probably another good source of DNA besides panties. Any earrings, don't you think?
Hold that up there for a minute.
I mean, good grief. That's all it is your DNA on those bad boys. Oh, show and tell.
Crime scene, you indicated that there were some remains also among all these personal possessions, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm gonna put the, they marked it 107. This one's kind of tough to see. We're in a ditch here, still correct?
Yes, that is correct. And I believe it is somewhere in this area. There is a tooth.
Let's move to the next. 108. Is that the same? It looks like the same placard.
I can't tell if that's 32 or, well, let me check, or 30.
Photograph, and you can see a little better on that.
Yes, sir. This is 32, just a little bit farther away, showing it in the ditch.
It looks back up there like a pretty deep ditch in that area. At least, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This area, I would say, is several feet deep.
Now, when you and your team found actual remains or items that you thought were remains, what did you do with those?
Well, we photographed them and we packaged them into brown paper bags, and then I personally turned those over and signed those over to Special Agent Brent Booth.
And to your knowledge, were they then taken to the West Tennessee Forensic Center in Memphis?
Yes, sir.
You have exhibit number 9 on the other. What is that?
This is teeth. There's one here, and there is one here. We marked those as one marker because they were so closely together. So that's 2 teeth at mark.
Give it to Brent Booth, where they were taken to Memphis. is that
Yes, sir.
You have next exhibit program 110 or exhibit 110. Agent Hodge, what are we looking at here?
This is a tooth. That is marker number 30. That is also in the ditch.
That leads me to
Also
believe
delivered
that she
to,
was beaten
West Tennessee Forensic Center through Special Agent Booth.
because
That's correct.
otherwise they
Now,
would have
as we're looking at these,
been part of the
we're
skull,
going further
you know.
and further down that ditch. Is that correct?
Yes, the markers that we just previously looked at were at the southern portion of the ditch, the upper portion. And as we're going through these markers, we're going downhill in the ditch.
Is it 111? That's what we're looking at here.
This would be a bone, what was described as a rib.
That was also delivered to Memphis, West Tennessee Forensic Lab.
Yes, sir.
What? No show and tell with this?
Marker number 25 is a hoop earring. And it is, I'm circling it right here.
Oh, I see it now.
There's the silver.
Good thing she told me because
and
I
then it's
thought that was
coming
a
around.
shell casing.
Like that.
I'm going to hand you a little brown bag if you could take a look at the contents of that.
Oh, we're going to do show and tell again. Just getting clean
There's marker
gloves at
25.
least. It looks like that's a different earring than the other kind of earring they found. Am I wrong? The other one looks small. This one looks kind
We're
of
looking at some really small things here and teeth and things like
sizable.
that. How did you guys find those things? If you could describe it, Gary, how you and your team managed to unearth all these items.
Some of the items, such as the bones, we would just see. Most of the smaller things, the teeth, was the second day we concentrated in the ditch area by scooping the dirt out one shovel at a time, small shovels, and putting them in 5-gallon buckets. And we had sifters, and we would sift through the dirt. But basically, we were uncovering the small things, such as the teeth, one scoop of dirt at a time.
Now, our sheet published that earring we were just talking about. Now we're going to put, what is the mark as exhibit 113? If you could tell us what we're looking at here.
Marker number 27 is a pink fiber with a label. And marker number 9 is a rib. And I'm not sure if I can pick it out. I'm not sure exactly on marker number 9 where it is, but it is somewhere in this area close to marker number 9.
Find it, closer inspection.
Yes, I do see it now.
I'll put it back on.
Okay.
Can you find it when I put it back
Yes,
on?
sir. This is the rib right here,
Okay.
the bone.
That's right near that pink fiber that we've already seen some of. Is that correct?
This is a different pink fiber. The pink fiber we had earlier was different than that was really a piece of fabric. This is literally a fiber, a string, a pink string with a small label attached.
Yeah. What marker? And that is marker 9.
Number 9 is the rib.
27. I'm going to hand you a bag. If you could tell us what's in the bag.
Inside is the pink fiber with the label.
Here's the label with text.
Yes, sir. That's a tag that says Anvil, I believe, on it.
Okay.
ANVIL.
Yeah, that mark is the next one that we did.
132. What do you call it? Pink?
Pink fibers. Yes, sir, it is.
If you could show that to the. Exhibit 115 on the overhead. And tell us what that is.
Sorry. Marker number 26 is a tooth.
Put the chart back up there so we can kind of have an idea of where we are now as far as King Ridge. That was marker 26 and you indicated there was 2.
Yes, sir. Marker 26 is located right here.
So we're about halfway, or the third way down roughly.
Yes, sir.
Now that tooth we just talked about was also delivered to Western City, for instance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put the photograph or item 116, exhibit 116 on the overhead, please. So you can see what that is.
Marker number 7 and marker number 8 are each a rib.
Can you tell where they are?
Not from this angle on the screen.
I'll hand you this photograph and see if you can find the logo more close to that.
Yes, I've got it.
Actually, we do have something. Have a closer one.
Okay.
That's exhibit 117.
Yes, number 7 is right here. The rib in number 7.
That's number 7.
Yes, sir.
And we'll put exhibit 118. Both of those ribs, you also, same process where you took those, you gave them to Special Agent Booth, who then delivered them to the Western City Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
This is exhibit 118. What are we looking at here?
This is another rib, marker 38 here.
It's also taken to the Western City Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
Put exhibit 119 on the overhead.
This marker number 6 is a tooth.
Also delivered to the Western City.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 120. You see what that is?
I see marker number 6, which was the tooth that we just had up there close up. So
Okay.
it's right in this
I
area.
think we got those reversed. Okay. And that's where that's a broader view of where the tooth was found.
Yes, that's just a little farther out. And there's another flag right here. That is another marker.
We're going to put exhibit 121 on everything now.
And number 5 is a rib.
Where are we in the ditch now?
We are down the ditch almost all the way to the flat area from the top. So we've moved north.
And this rib that you described was delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center as well.
Yes, sir.
With the other remains. Exhibit 122 on. Is that a wider view?
Yes, and this picture is actually should be turned counterclockwise. There we go. This is at the bottom, closer to the level area at the bottom of the ditch, and this is going back up. So number 5, number 6 was above it, and so forth. That from how we came down through with the markers.
And I'm going to put the chart back up so you can show us with your graph where we are now.
The previous picture of number 5 was taken standing down in this area, taking the picture up this way, back up the ditch.
So now exhibit 123.
This picture is at the bottom of the ditch. The ditch is coming along through here, and this is toward the bottom where it starts to level out.
Now we have a better close-up view of that, and this is exhibit 124. You can tell us what we're looking at on this one.
And marker number 12 are 2 ribs.
And those 2 ribs are also delivered to the West Tennessee Forensic Center.
Yes, sir.
We have exhibit 125. What are we looking at here?
What are we looking at?
This is at the bottom of the ditch in the leveled out area, and that's marker number 28.
Is that the last item that you found?
Yes, sir, in that ditch.
Did you guys go and we have a closer view of that item you found there, but did you guys go further? How far out did you go, if you can remember, as far as the entire crime scene?
From the ditch, on either side of the ditch, we probably went approximately 20 yards. And then on the north, where it levels out, this area here, we went approximately another 20, 25 yards, and the same in most all directions from the ditch.
And this was the last item that you were able to find in this direction.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say. We're going to put up exhibit 126. Is that a closer view of that last item in the ditch?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
That is a lotion bottle.
We have one other photograph. Is it 128, I think. Is it 128? Is that the lotion?
No, it's 127, I think.
Sorry,
Black hair tie was 128.
Okay, directly. Yeah, this is exhibit 127. And what is that?
This is the lotion bottle that was at marker 28.
You guys tagged this lotion bottle as well?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'll fast forward a bag and you can look in there and tell us what
Marker number 20.
No show and tell on that one, apparently.
you can show that to the jury.
Oh, there you go. I'm betting Victoria's Secret.
Everything marked there, the record page 1. So now we've looked at everything that you found within that ditch and at the bottom of the ditch, correct?
That is correct.
We've looked at all the items that you found on the west side, or the bank of the ditch on the west side, correct?
That's correct.
There are also, looks like a number of things that are eastern side of the ditch.
Yes,
A number of things were found there, is that right?
that is correct. Yes.
Also, it looks like a variety of things. I see some yellow and some different colors over there. You found some remains over there?
Are you talking about this area
Yes.
here? This is the area that I spoke of earlier that had already been taped off when we arrived on the scene in September the 9th, 2014. There weren't any items in here, but the markers were left to where those items were.
And you're aware of the items that were found there?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you 17 photos. And if you will look through those, let us know if you recognize those items, those photographs. I'll talk to them. What's this? Just indicates that personal knowledge of the items. I spoke with
About the fact that it's not based
Oh, we have an objection. So.
on something that's not based. Your Honor, objection witness testifying about something that's not based on her personal knowledge.
Judge, we talked about this. I talked with them about it.
I guess I didn't understand, Your Honor, about the fact that it's not based on her personal knowledge.
What's this? Just indicates that personal knowledge of the items. I spoke with defense counsel about these photographs and indicated to them that although she knows what was found
They were
there.
going to try to stipulate to speed things up. Right. If this is something that she can testify, she knows where it was.
As long as they lay a foundation that she knows where these things are, Your Honor, I just want to be clear about that. If they can lay a foundation that she knows where they are, that's fine. But if it's just some kind of guessing,
Well, what I'm saying is, can we get this through one witness rather than calling multiple others that would accomplish the same purpose?
I just want to make sure the information she's going to give is accurate. So if
Which
they,
certainly, I understand that.
okay, so if they can lay a foundation of how she would know this information to be accurate, then that's fine.
Okay.
I just, apparently I misunderstood it earlier.
Well, from that one, I tried to encourage the parties to stipulate or do things that might expedite knowing the length of time this trial could have taken. And I've not just done it over here, I've done it both sides, okay?
Especially since you were
I find that hard to
one of the leaders
believe.
out there on this crime scene, correct?
That is correct.
You've personally viewed almost every item out there, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you have personal knowledge of, and you've indicated that there were several items, and there were remains that were moved to the West Tennessee Forensic Center prior to your arrival, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The placards for those items were still there, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Were you provided knowledge of where the placards are?
Yes, sir.
Where they are?
Yes,
Is
sir, I
that correct?
was.
And you've reviewed photographs of all of those items several times before, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And those photographs that you have up there, are they the photographs, and do they depict many of those items that were already taken to the West Tennessee Forensic Center?
I'm not quite through the photos yet, if I may.
She stopped because there was an objection. I get it. Good witness doing that.
We've mentioned his name several times, he was one of them.
Yes, sir. And yes, these are the photographs that depict what was in the area.
And this is the area that we are, I'm on the eastern side.
This area here that was marked off prior to our arrival.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. The placards were still there when she got there, and there's pictures that match placards.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, if we have these, enter the next.
134 through 150, I believe.
Oh boy, this is going to take him a hot second. We're going to flippity flip. We're like gymnasts with all the flipping we do. Oh, I got a glimpse of bad
What the lay of the
Jennifer.
land was here.
Eesh.
Before we put those on, can you describe sort of what the lay of the land was here, where you found these items relative to the other items that you found?
You're talking about the items here, the markers?
Correct.
Okay, they were uphill from this ditch. So this is one of the hills that was going up. And just like this hill was going up where the ditch met in the middle. So this area was uphill from the ditch and what we found in the ditch.
Did you notice anything about some of the items that were found in this area that might give you clues to how they got there?
I didn't see the items.
Well,
I
there
know.
were some personal belongings found up there as well.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes. The things that were found uphill from this area had teeth marks from animals that had chewed on the items or carried them or whatever, but there were teeth marks.
Did you and your team find any kind of animals or evidence of animals living up in this area? Where were these items found?
We did. We saw coyote dens, a larger one and a smaller one that were at the end of the second day. A backhoe was brought in and we excavated those coyote dens to see if there were any more remains or personal effects in those dens.
And so to summarize, this is raised up significantly from this.
Yes, this is uphill and then it starts to kind of slightly go back downhill once you get up here to where marker number
Are
31
really
is.
super common in Tennessee.
We're gonna put what is marked as exhibit 134 on the overhead. And if you could tell us what this appears to be.
This is a bone that was found in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival that was uphill from the ditch.
My neighbors lost a goat, baby goat, to a coyote. It was awful.
You could tell from looking at here.
This is another bone that was in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival that was uphill from the ditch.
And we're going to put exhibit 136 on the overhead. Let's just give a better maybe an overview.
Ah, I see.
Yes, where this
This
picture was
helps.
taken, to the back of the individual taking this photograph was the ditch. So this is showing the uphill area to the taped off portion that was taped off prior to our arrival.
And I can see is that crime scene tape at the top, I guess at the top of that hill there?
Yes, and there was actually two areas taped off. There was one larger area and then another area inside that you can see on my drawing.
Okay.
But yes, that's what that is.
Now, we've already talked about, you found that there were a number of remains found in this area, correct?
That is correct.
And were all of those items, to your knowledge, tagged and brought to the West Tennessee Forensic Center by Special Agent Brentwood?
I don't know who took them to the forensic center, but I do understand they were taken to the forensic center with all the other remains we had found.
We're going to put exhibit 137.
The neighbors got about 2 days later, the neighbors got two
This is a
great
bone that was
Pyrenees.
also found in the
Alma
area that
and
was taped
Louise.
off prior to our arrival.
They didn't lose anything else
We're
after
going to put
that.
exhibit 138.
Thelma and Louise were special working dogs.
And is that
They were
the-
awesome.
That's a close-up of a bone that was found in that taped off area prior to our arrival.
Exhibit 139.
Ugh.
Looking at here.
This is the skull that was found in the taped off area uphill from the ditch prior to our arrival.
Exhibit
Wasn't prepared for that.
140.
And again, this is the skull that was located in the taped off area prior to our arrival.
Exhibit 141.
This is standing inside the taped off area showing marker 17, and I believe that is 18.
Okay. Now, what is that? We know that marker 17 is the skull. Can you tell what marker 18 is from there or from your chart?
No, sir, I can't.
Exhibit 142. What are we looking at here?
And this is a close-up of marker 18. It is a bone that was in that taped off area prior to our arrival.
Does that appear to be a lower jaw?
It does, yes, sir.
Mandible.
Exhibit 143. Is that a close-up of what we've just seen?
Yes, this is the close-up of the previous picture, marker 18.
144. Can you see what that is?
Mrs. Bucket. Thanks for joining.
No, sir, I'm not sure that I have that.
And you- If you look a little bit closer.
It appears to be a piece of plastic. Yes, sir.
Basically, everything you guys found out there, you tagged in case it might become relevant.
Yes, sir, we did.
So if you can point to that, I can see it
Oh.
now.
Yes, it's right here.
There's a piece of plastic up in that area.
Yes, sir, in the area that was marked off prior to our arrival.
Go to exhibit 145.
I'm not sure I can tell from the picture.
Neither can we.
I'll hand this to you. Closer look.
Oh, yes, now I can see it.
Ma'am, we don't know what it is either.
What does it look like?
Dirt,
Oh, they should-
ground
It
leaves.
is some cloth material that was marked in that area but had been removed prior to our arrival.
No, exhibit 146. What is that?
This is a wallet.
Did you guys, that was still there when you were there, correct? The wallet?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do with the wallet? Did you take a look at it?
Yes, sir, we did.
Put up with the mark as exhibit 147. And you guys, your team opened up the wallet, correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Is that it?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's amazing to me how pristine some of this evidence is after 3 years being out in the elements,
That's a close-up
especially
of
in
the-
Tennessee.
That is a close-up of Holly Bobo's driver's license.
And that was found in this area that we've been describing, where the skull was found, where other human remains were found, correct?
Yes, it was not in the area that was taped off prior to our arrival. It was on up the hill from that area. It was farthest from the ditch.
Handy, what has previously been marked as exhibit 34. Take a look at that. Is that a wallet with the identification I'm looking at?
Yes, sir, this is the wallet that contained the driver's license of Holly Bobo.
Are there indications on that wallet that
Hi, Disney
they
nerd.
dragged it up or chewed on it or something like that?
Yes, sir, there is.
If you could, I guess you could probably set this area or just give them a look at
We
it.
can make it good.
Oh, it's already been exhibit. It's it was already marked as exhibit 34
Okay.
through Ms. Bobo.
Yeah, remember we made her mother touch all of the stuff and then we were making this woman come in and do show and tell in front of everybody? Yeah, remember that? Yeah,
Chart
that.
on, exhibit 81. Can you kind of show us where we just looked at Holly's wallet and identification? Can you show us where that is relative to everything else?
Marker number 31, right here.
And that's one of the farthest items, if not the item that's farthest out, at least to the east, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Was that where the den was over there somewhere?
One of the dens, yes, was not far from that.
I'm going to put up what is marked as exhibit 149. It's a little bit of a far away shot, but can you tell what that is?
That is the bottom portion of a black flip-flop, the sole portion.
I'll put exhibit 150 up. still pretty dark.
This is the flip flop here, the sole of it.
Is there some damage to that?
Yes, sir, it's damaged too.
And go back. Tell us what's in it.
Sole of the black flip flop that is marker number 33 in the picture above.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, this is 154.
Before we get to the last things here, we're almost finished. A couple things that I omitted from earlier. I'm going to hand you a bag. If you could take a look at that and tell us what that is.
This is the thumb drive that was from the smaller plastic purse that also had the ink pens and the highlighters in.
Okay, that's one of the things we saw at the very beginning that was on the west side of the ditch.
Yes, sir.
And if we had that admitted as
152.
152.
Yeah, Kelly, that's one of the questions I have. I mean, I know that our ginseng hunter is the one that found the initial remains,
Another bag.
but how does this coincide with the ex-girlfriend's story? Like, my dot to dot is missing significant numbers, and it looks like a bad Andy Warhol painting right now. It does not look like anything because I'm not getting what they're
This
showing
is
me.
a,
It's not
An earring
working.
that was from the purse, which was marker number 4.
Now, is it the purse and that was the purple, the larger purple purse?
The larger
There were
uh,
two
purse
sets of
that was
earrings.
cloth
Got
material.
it.
Now, if we could have that number.
153.
She was probably wearing a pair and had a pair in her purse.
We publish those two items.
Okay. This goes right here.
I mean, I'm no attorney, but I would have a lot of questions for all these people when it came time to cross-examine them. Oh, here, show and tell. Sorry.
All right, if we could go back to 81 and
Yeah, I've
you did
noticed.
everything on there, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You guys found a lot of stuff over a fairly long period of time. How long were you out there?
We were out there for 2 full days.
You already indicated you had metal detectors, you had dogs, you had a backhoe. What else? You were sifting through the dirt. You had anthropologists out there, a number of TBI agents out there, all working together to try to find everything you could. Right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You went to the east, to the west, to the north of this scene, correct?
Yes, we did.
And this is all you were able to find.
Yes, sir.
And there are a few other items. I see some blue shaded items.
Yes.
Okay. And what were those?
The blue items that you see here were cartridge cases and a shot shell case.
I'm going to hand you.
Oh, I want to know about this.
If you could tell us those.
What were they?
Those casings as they were that day.
What kind of shell casings? 32, 38? Tell me.
Yes, they do.
Tell me.
Yeah, I think that is
Right.
entered as an
Entered
exhibit.
as exhibits 154, 155, and 156.
And yeah, Kelly, I was thinking the same thing. Where's the bucket? Because the bucket may have had significant evidence in it. Could have been fingerprinted, may have had DNA inside or outside of it. We haven't seen a bucket at all that they even collected. Why?
154 for record. And what we're looking at here.
Number 24, marker 24 is a 308 cartridge case.
Oh, a 308.
And we can go back to 81. Where is that on this exhibit?
It is right here.
308 is right there. And you, this placard number 24, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Good bag. Does that have item number 24 in it?
By the way, I just looked up the diameter of a 308 cartridge casing. You know what? Let me
Yes,
look
this
up.
is the 308 caliber cartridge case.
I'm going to look up.
Is that second 308?
No, sir, it's the first and only 308
Okay,
cartridge case.
that's what was depicted in 154?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta have myself. Okay.
Yes. It's also on this target, it's number 24, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So it's towards the right, down from where everything else was.
Is
Yes, it's
0.308
located right here.
inches is the bullet diameter. I think that's going to be important because there was a lot of talk in the post-conviction relief hearings about the diameter of the bullet and the
5 over there. On the overhead.
size of the wound in the skull.
Right here.
Marker 13 is a 380 auto caliber cartridge case.
380 auto.
Yes, sir.
If we could have 81 put back.
380.
So 3 on that.
13 was located right here closer to the ditch.
That's for the back.
380 is too big. It's 0.355. And if I remember correctly, it was 0.32.
And
Nothing
this
larger
contains,
than a
The 380
0.32.
auto caliber cartridge case, that is marker 13.
You just hang on this for a second.
Okay.
And finally, do 156. What we're looking at here.
This is a 410 shot shell case.
Go back to 81 and tell us where this was.
23 inside the take area that had previously been marked off prior to our arrival.
I'm going to hand you the bag and you can tell us what's in there.
And it is the 410 shot shell case in the back.
Have that. The next one, exhibit.
I'm not sure. I'm not. Have the 308 and the 380, have they been moved in? I don't think they have unless I missed something.
We can move those, I guess, in sequentially as the next 3 number
All right.
exhibits.
Let's do the 308. That was the first one she described from picture one, or from exhibit 154. That will be 157. 380, as she described it, will be 158. 410 shot shell, as she described it, will be 159.
308 is exhibit 157.
Right. And then 380. You're not dyslexic, are you?
I just got confused as to which was in his bag.
The one's 308, the other one's 380.
Yes. You should just post those to the jury.
Okay.
Normally, when I'm a juror, I don't look stuff up like that. But since this is a special
Let's say
situation,
it's a little muggy, we're doing all we can do.
I'm
This system, I think, is under capacity. I'm glad now we didn't try this in July, so, because this is September and still they haven't set on like 63, so we're doing the best we can. It just might be me, I told you I might be.
anyway. I am wanting to be able to connect some of the dots from
Are we through with that for a minute or not?
testimony that
Hold on a
we
second, you walk back down when they get these lights on.
already heard. So sorry about that. Okay, so I just want to bop in here for a minute about this because I looked it up and took some notes. So, oh, yeah, and you're asking exactly what I'm getting ready to tell you, Kelly. We need to know hole sizes. Okay, so the 308, the diameter of that is 0.308 inches. Easy to remember because it's a 308. Then they showed a 380 casing. A 380 bullet, the diameter is 0.355. That is larger than 0.32. So at this point, the only one of these guns that could have made, or one of these bullets that could have made the wound in the skull would have been the 308. And then, of course, they have the shotgun. The shotgun or the shot shell, that is 0.410. So of the three casings that they have found, there's only one that is a possibility, and I can't wait to find out what tale they weave for what was actually done or what was actually used to shoot her. What weapon was the weapon of choice? Because we're looking at it with hindsight, of course, and this jury didn't know that. But the whole purpose of us rewatching this trial was to determine how off the rails it really was compared to what the testimony we were getting in the post-conviction relief hearings was stating. So we'll see how this plays out. But we already know there's only one of the firearm or bullet casings that they have found that could have even come close to creating this size wound.
In this area, correct? You and your team.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were these things, or any of these things sent away for testing or anything like that? Or do you know?
The remains went to Memphis, as we spoke of earlier, and then the personal effects and the cartridge cases were submitted to the TBI Crime Laboratory.
Your job, though, isn't to follow up on testing or to do testing or anything like that?
I do testing on firearms evidence, but once it's submitted into the laboratory and goes to the respective units, then I don't keep up with it. No, sir.
In this particular situation, was your job more to discover, properly package, catalog, and deliver these items where they need to be?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And did you memorialize everything that you did out there, you and your team, in a report?
Yes, I did.
I forgot one thing. These the defense team didn't have a photograph of them. I want to show you a couple of what we're doing one at a time. And it's sort of difficult to get perspective when you're in the woods, right?
Yep.
And trying to figure out where things are in relation to one another. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
You guys made. I'm going to show you this. Tell us what this is.
Uh,
You can get down.
okay.
You should get down, George. You can be careful. You can get a little dirty.
This is an aerial photo of the area of the ditch and the hillside that was a two-dimensional drawing that I had done that we talked about previously. And the stars go with each picture showing where they were located along the ditch and up the hill.
Which one are you showing now? What's the number in the top right corner?
17, I think. Was that right?
Yes, sir.
We want to see.
Is it fair to say that this is mostly remains in the photo?
Yes, this is remains in this poster. To get the logistics of what we're looking at, this is the ditch, and this is the southern part of the ditch, which is uphill. And this is going downhill, as you can see, to that lower point where it starts to flatten out in this area. This is the area that is up the hill from the ditch where the skull, the mandible, and other items, bones
We
were
can't see
found
any of it.
that had
This
been
is
removed prior to
disappointing.
our arrival that had the blocked off
Point again
area.
to the taking area, right there.
Right here, Your Honor.
Okay.
So this is uphill from the ditch, and this is the top of the ditch, the southernmost point going downward. And each picture is a star that shows their location.
I bet that would be really helpful if we could see it.
Enter this next number.
Oh, we can't.
Let's see if I agree with you. It should be 160. Okay.
This next one I'll ask you about before we have it tagged. If you could describe what we're looking at here.
This is an
Just briefly, and then we'll have it.
okay.
Okay.
This is another aerial photo and a photograph of the ditch with the markers of most of the personal effects.
Okay, this focuses more personal effects.
Yes.
And if we could have this entered as the next number.
The 161.
161.
This picture.
Yeah, we
is-
can't see
this
this
is
at all. I'm
looking
flippity
back up
flipping.
the hill.
It's
So the
pointless
subpoint,
because we can't
it is
see
up
anything,
this
so there's no reference.
that was items that were to the left on my two-dimensional drawing is denoted up the hill.
Be cool if we could see it. Haven't we come a long way in covering trials in 8 years? We do this so much better
No further
now.
questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes.
All right, good, Jennifer.
You want
I know
to-
you're Getting beaten down, but let's do it.
This is a photograph.
Which is,
Yes.
you see our whole magazines cover. They don't mind if they come in, so. It's not very sophisticated, but it works.
First, Ms. Hodge, let me just ask you so I understand. You said some of the items, the teeth and other small fragments, you found by sifting the dirt.
That is correct, yes.
And I noticed you had pictures of these items though. Did you take?
Yes.
So after you sifted the dirt and you found something, then did you set it back down on the ground by where you found it?
No, ma'am. The removal of the dirt, as I spoke of earlier, one shovel at a time, would reveal the small items like the tooth. So they were photographed as they were found in the ditch.
So you were kind of shaving away dirt, would take a photograph. You weren't placing these back. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Just wanted to be clear on that. Then this other item here, you described it, and let me see if I can zoom in on this. I don't know how clear it is. There. You had described this as cloth, but it appears to be some kind of woven fabric like a bag fertilizer might come in.
Yes, that's possible.
It
Ah,
appears to be that the fabric's woven out of kind of a waxy plastic material, like a burlap, a plastic burlap. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's
yes.
not a fabric cloth.
She made it much clearer.
That was the term that I used, but this was one of the items that was removed prior to our arrival, so I did not see it. I've only identified it through a photograph.
Okay, very good. No further questions.
Wow, good Jennifer knows how to operate that Elmo. Did you see how clear that was? That's what the problem was. Bad Jennifer was taking care of the photographs
We understand that,
before.
but this is fairly tedious. It does not mean it's not important. It doesn't mean you have any additional emphasis, but listening to one after the other, it gets more tedious. Let's take 15 minutes, follow the instructions.
All right, who we calling now? Because we're
Come in.
all
Please
done
raise
with
your right
her.
hand, please. solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated. Won't you state your name for the court report and spell first and last, please?
Marco, M-A-R-C-O, Ross, R-O-S-S.
Okay, you proceed.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah, you can use that microphone, Doctor, just been pushed up a little bit. What do you do?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the deputy chief medical examiner at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center.
That's in Memphis?
That's correct.
What kind of education do you have to do to be a forensic pathologist?
Well, in my case, I graduated from Tulane Medical School in 1985, completed a residency in general surgery at the University of South Carolina in 1991, and then I served as a surgeon in the United States Navy for 4 years. And from 95 to 99, I completed a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Vermont, and then a forensic pathology fellowship at the University of North Carolina, which I completed in 2000. From the next 2.5 years, I served as a medical examiner in Phoenix, Arizona. Then I served as a medical examiner in Spokane, Washington for approximately 4.5 years. And I've been with the Memphis office since March of 2007.
Are there any types of continuing education that you do? Stay up to date and learn new?
We are required to do at least 40 hours a year, or actually every 2 years of continuing medical education.
You doing teaching or writing articles or things like that?
We are involved in educational activities with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis. We have clinical appointments there as well as our appointments as at the Forensic Center. And we have a fellowship program. We educate fellows and residents as well as medical students, and we do some poster presentations with them at national meetings.
Any time you might have already mentioned this, do you have any type of certifications and that type of thing?
I am board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology and in forensic pathology.
How many autopsies have you performed?
Let's go ahead. Stipulate him as expert witness in his field. All right, thank you.
He's going to go through it
Do you
anyway.
remember, did you bring the report of an autopsy on a Hollywood Boba?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
What's the first thing you do on an autopsy like that?
Well, in a typical autopsy that involves more intact remains, we, of course, we'll do a external examination of the body, the outer surfaces, and then proceed with an internal examination, examining organs and internal structures for evidence of disease and injury. In this particular case, we had already skeletonized remains to examine.
Now, the remains here were initially examined by a different doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Was that Dr. Karen Chancellor?
Yes, she's the chief medical examiner.
She's currently on leave, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have her report, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that a
he
report
didn't
that's
even
got
do
the report
any of this?
West Tennessee Forensic Center?
Yes, it is.
Ah,
The
crikey.
report's accurate?
Yes, they are.
You're not just relying off that report that was testified today, are you?
No, I actually had the opportunity to examine the remains myself.
I'm going to defense counsel look at these photographs. And some photographs would help you detail for the jury what you were able to find. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could look at these photographs in order and just let us know if those accurately depict the remains that you were able to examine. We can have these. I'm going to count them, but there are.
It'll be 165 through 1. Well, I had to read my writing. I thought it was 164. It's a 161 where I scratched over something. All
Oh,
right,
my
thank you.
word,
It'll be
sir.
162 through, how many did you say? How many?
I'm sorry, 12.
12.
Your Honor? You have diarrhea of the mouth. It continually runs. And by the way, we're on day 3. I'm
173.
not connecting anything yet.
Look back over there.
Ready to. You could put the exhibit 162 up for us? Images in.
I'm trying to connect things, but I'm not.
Just make it a little bit. No, it's good. Doctor, are these the items that were delivered to your office from Decatur County?
Yes, they are.
If you could look at those items, there's something that's pretty focusing. It's not focused very well. There's a you have that in your hand already.
Yes.
Oh, the closed
Describe
caption.
what we have in the photograph.
What we received for examination included the skull along with the mandible, with some teeth present in there, as well as several individual loose teeth, the left scapula or shoulder blade, and there were 6 ribs here. There's actually a 7th. It looked like a rib. This is just a piece of wood. It was not a rib. Here's also another fragment of wood that had been picked up. I think was thought possibly be a bone fragment. It turns out it's just a piece of wood. Down here is the manubrium, which is the upper part of the sternum. And then this here is a non-human bone that was subsequently identified by the anthropology lab as the bone of a common dog.
So I'm counting 7 actual ribs. Is that correct, Doctor? And then there's a piece of wood
God.
going from the top on the ribs. That's
Yes,
a rib.
there are that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ribs, and then the piece of wood.
And then there's a piece of wood.
This other here is.
And how do you begin your examination with remains like these?
Well, we will start by documenting, what bones are there, which bones may be present with the partial remains such as this. We'll try to document specifically which bones they are, and then we start looking at overall characteristics of the bone, making an evaluation as to whether or not they give any indication of stature or age, and the characteristics of the bones themselves in terms of weathering.
Morning,
give us some
Keisha
ideas of how
Jones.
long the remains have been at the location where they were found, and then we will analyze the remains to look for any evidence of a disease to the bony structures or any evidence of injury.
Now, we see a number of teeth here in the photograph, Dr. Ross. What type of a doctor, what type of a process do you go through to make an identification with teeth like that were found on scene?
And we will usually ask for help from a forensic odontologist who will then examine the dentition as well as the jaws and do comparisons of those with known records available of a suspected individual, deceased individual, to try to make an identification on that basis.
And in this case, was that done?
Yes, it was.
Was that Dr. Holland Menace?
That's correct.
And she compared the teeth that we're looking at here with some existing dental records of Holly Limboga?
Correct.
We're going to put what is the mark as exhibit 163 on the overhead. You can describe what we're looking at here.
This is a photo of the back of the skull.
Look
The,
at that perfect
These
round
are normal
defect.
sutures that an individual has on the back of the skull. The skull is actually made up of several different bones early in life that come together and fuse along these suture lines. And the top of the head would be towards the top part of the photograph. Here's the base of the skull down here. So the right side of the skull would be here, and here's the left side. And over on the right side of the back of the skull, there is a ovoid defect here that has internal beveling on it. What that means is that the outer edge of the bone is fairly sharply defined, but on the inside surface of the skull, the bone is beveled in an outward manner. And that's pretty typical for a gunshot entrance wound to create that pattern on the bone. In addition, there are these fracture lines that are radiating from the gunshot entrance wound site.
Mm.
Can you show us again those fractures radiating from the?
Yes, there's one fracture going upward like this, and there's another fracture going downward right there.
That'd be caused by.
Those are caused by the bullet causing expansion of tissues inside the skull, which then push the skull outward and secondarily fracture the skull.
Is that the expansion? What causes the expansion?
As the bullet passes through the tissue, the energy of the bullet is dissipated into the surrounding tissues, and those tissues will literally expand.
Okay, and that can cause fractures.
Yes.
That's cool. Dr. Boone, I'm going to put the mark as exhibit 164 up, and if that helps you describe the injuries a little bit better.
This photograph shows also the back of the skull, although now taken a little bit more as though from her back right side. And you can see over here is what's called the mastoid process. That's that big bony protuberance that you can feel just behind your ear. And this again shows the bullet location a little bit more as looking straight onto the bullet hole, as opposed to looking at it on its a little bit more towards its side in the previous photograph. And again, one can see a photograph extending upward in this direction, a fracture, and another fracture extending downward in that direction.
Gotcha.
Now, 165.
And this
There we
view is
go.
coming more from the right side, so this is looking at the right side of the skull. And again, this here represents the gunshot entrance wound.
Looks like
And,
almost
goes
like
to the front of the
maybe
skull,
right
it's towards
behind the
towards the
ear.
right. This is what remains of the upper jaw on the
Same
right
same
side.
level.
The orbit or eye would be located just inside the bone in this area. This hole here actually represents the ear canal.
Oh, Oh, yeah, it's just a little bit up.
Part of the skull is that dirt and debris on the bottom part?
There's some dirt in this area where the skull had been resting on the ground.
So it appears to, does it appear to have been resting that way for some time?
Yes, it did, because once some of this dirt material was cleaned off, there was some brown staining of the skull in this area, which is pretty typical when a bone has been resting in an area for a long time. Whereas the other surfaces of the skull were a bit more weathered because of their exposure to the sun and the elements.
Okay. Did you measure? Do you know the circumference of the hole of the entry wound?
I believe it was approximately 9 by 11 millimeters.
Okay. If well, I'll come back to that. We can look at the 166. What are we looking at here?
This is another view of the right side of the skull. This one is taken even more directly right on the right. So the bullet hole is seen here more towards the back of the skull. Of course, the more recognizable orbit in upper jaw up here. Again, this represents the opening to the ear canal. And there are some fractures. In addition to the fracture back here, there's also a fracture of this mastoid process here, which again is associated with the gunshot wound.
Are those also, is that a fracture on the right eye over here, the socket and up to the...
These are actually normal suture lines, but there is actually a fracture running right along here on the right side of the maxilla.
Could those fractures have been caused by that same bullet?
They're all consistent with this gunshot wound, yes.
Show you record 167. And what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken showing the left side of the skull. And again, just the eye orbit here is where the ear would be located. And there are also some fractures that can be seen on this side associated with the gunshot wound. In addition, and it will be better appreciated in other views, but much of the left side of the maxilla is absent because the bullet actually exited this area of the left side of the face. So a portion of that bone is absent because of that.
Okay. So, and did you indicate that some of these fractures on the left side of the skull could also be caused by, did you already say that caused it?
Yes, yeah, they are consistent with being caused by the gunshot wound.
Why is that now? Can you tell from this skull the range of the wound, or if the wound were, in other words, if the gun were pressed against the head or close to the head or within feet of the head?
No, based on examination of the range, I was unable to determine a range of fire.
Would these fractures be consistent with a close-up wound?
Yes, they would be.
And in case you're wondering, the millimeters are exact. 9 millimeters, of course, is a 380. It's a 9 millimeter.
No rod going through.
And the other two
Just what this is.
aren't
This
the
is
right
a
size
photograph
to
showing the bottom of the skull. So in this case, it's as if you're standing underneath, looking upwards
work
into the
for
skull. This hole
the
here is
injury.
what's called the foramen magnum. So this is the part of the skull that sits on top of the spine, and the spinal cord goes up through there and connects to the brain. The front of the skull is up here towards the top of the picture. The back of the skull or back of the head looking down here towards the bottom of the picture. This is her right side, and this is her left side. The bullet or the rod goes through the bullet hole, the entrance wound down here on the right back side of the skull. This defect here is an area of the skull known as the clivus. It's in the base of the skull, and it's an area right sort of next to where the brainstem would lie. And this part is missing because there's external
What do we
beveling.
call that?
The clivus,
You wanna spell it?
CLIVUS.
Okay.
And the
Sir.
defect here with the external beveling is consistent with the bullet then exiting through this portion of the base of the skull. It continued up through here, and again, a lot of the left maxilla or left upper jaw area is absent because of the gunshot wound continuing through this area, causing fractures in that region as well.
So is that track going, I guess, well, if you could describe, is it right to left?
It's predominantly from her back towards her front and somewhat from her right side towards her left side, and it also had a very slight downward trajectory as well.
Is it 169? This is describe what we're looking at here.
This is a view of the skull taken sort of from the back with the skull laying on the left side. So the right side of the skull is towards the top of the picture. The left side of the skull is towards the bottom of the picture. Again, it's looking from the back towards the front. So here is the entrance wound defect with a metal rod just showing the passage of the bullet going through this area here. You can see that's the area of the clivus that the bullet exited at the base of the skull and then continuing into the area of the left maxilla or upper jaw cheek region.
Thank you, Doctor. 170. This is a closer up shot. If you could describe what we're looking at here.
This is a more close-up view of the base of the skull, particularly showing this defect in the clivus in the base of the skull. And again, showing that this is the external beveling I was referring to instead of the fact that you've got some bone edge here on the inside portion layer of the skull. And in the outer area, you've got this area of defect is back a little bit further. That's what's referred to as external beveling, and is consistent with a bullet passing from inside the skull out through the clivus in that direction.
Now, exhibit 171.
And this is another photograph, again, showing the bottom of the skull, but again, taken a little bit more towards the front. So again, the back of the skull is toward the bottom of the picture, the front of the skull towards the top, the orbits of the eyes easily recognized. And again, the defect in the clivus, the bullet would have exited through here and then continued through the left upper jaw and cheek region. A lot of the bone and the teeth are missing in this area because they were multiply fractured from the gunshot wound. There is an edge on the maxilla here where there is that external beveling that I mentioned before, and that again is consistent with the bullet having passed in an outward direction through that area. And the battery is gone dead in the pointer.
Second letter, wait, this one should be remedied.
The okay, thank you. So again, the bullet then would exit through the base of the skull and then proceed through the area of the left upper jaw and cheek area. And again, this area here is where there's some external beveling of bone consistent with the bullet passing out through that area just underneath the left eye.
And that's why it kind of looks like it might be going upward based on that photograph, but it's going downward. Is that correct?
It's a slightly a downward trajectory. In other words, it looks upward just because the front of the skull is towards the top of the photograph. So the trajectory is from her back towards her front and from her right towards her left. The downward trajectory refers to as if you were actually looking of the skull from inside. The fact that the entrance defect on the back of the skull is a little bit higher up in the head than this defect in the cheek. So it's just ever so slightly downward because of that, the location of those defects.
I'm going to put what's marked as exhibit 172 on the overhead. And I don't know if this gives us a better view of the injuries to that left side of the face.
Yes, this is the front of the skull, and the eye orbits are easily recognized, but there are the gunshot exit wound defect is in the region of the left cheek. A lot of the bones of this cheek and upper jaw are missing, again due to the gunshot wound having passed through that area, causing multiple fractures and then probably subsequent postmortem loss of those bone fragments.
Dr. Ross, would a wound like this, well, is this wound consistent with a 32 caliber?
Objection, Your Honor. Qualified in ballistics.
We know.
If it's outside his area,
What 32 caliber bullet is, by my understanding, has a measurement diameter of 0.32 inches. By converting to inches, the size of the defect in the back of the skull, that's about a 0.36 inch defect. So anything 0.36 or smaller could have caused that defect. So that would be consistent with a 32 caliber bullet causing that defect.
Anything larger than 0.36 would likely not have caused that.
Correct.
This wound that we've been describing, Doctor, would this be a fatal wound?
Yes, it would.
That's
You,
the important stuff
What-
we've been
what's the
waiting
manner of
for.
death? What does that mean, actually, the manner of death?
We
Cause of death, I apologize.
The cause of death is a gunshot wound to the back of the head, and we certify causes of death are those disease processes, injuries, or entities that do result in death.
But it's pretty clear here to you and your expert opinion that the cause of death was the gunshot wound to the back of the head that exited through the left side of the front.
That's correct.
Did you be able to determine a manner of death?
We classify a manner of death in this case as a homicide.
Doctor, I'm going to fast forward your report.
0.36.
The autopsy report done on the remains of Hudson brother.
Yes, it is.
And that's the report itself is actually larger because it includes the odontologist and things like that. Is that correct?
The odontology and forensic anthropology report are added onto this to make it part of the full report.
Okay.
But the actual autopsy report that our office did are these pages here. Correct.
Are you going to have that and admit it as the next number exhibit?
174.
So do we think a 32 caliber could make a wound size the
Dr.
size
Ross,
of
one last thing that
0.36?
your office did you send a rib or a portion of a rib somewhere for DNA analysis?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember when those were sent, or if you remember that time?
It was in February of 2015.
Was it actually 2 ribs that were sent?
I believe it was just 1 rib.
When you said February what?
2015.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ross. My name is Jerry Gonzalez. I'm an attorney for Mr. Adams, along with the rest of the defense team. You are actually a licensed physician, right?
Correct.
So you're licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your pathology report, you actually relied in part on the anthropology report. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, in the pathology report, which is actually only 2 pages, it doesn't mention anything about the size of the internal defect, does it?
No, it does not.
So when you testified that the internal defect, and we're talking about the smaller hole in the back right of the head, that it was 9 to 11 millimeters approximately, were you doing that by memory? Were you relying on the anthropology report or what?
Relying on the anthropology report.
Now, the anthropology report actually reports it as 12.10 by 9.24 millimeters, doesn't it?
Yes.
So your 9 by 11 was just an approximation?
Based on memory of reviewing that report, I didn't remember specifically, and it was roughly in that range.
Understood. Do you understand the terms pre-mortem and post-mortem?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what those terms mean?
Pre-mortem means before death, and post-mortem means after death.
So an event that occurred pre-mortem means an event that occurred prior to the actual death of the individual, and post-mortem means an event that occurred after the death, right?
Correct.
And forensic pathology is essentially, in layman's terms, it's the use of scientific knowledge to answer a question, a scientific question, or a criminology question, something presented that we're going to use scientific evidence to try and resolve, right?
Correct.
When you, in the, or Dr. Chancellor in the pathology report, determined that the cause of death was the gunshot wound, did you use any actual scientific tests to make that determination?
Well, the whole part of our evaluation, which is really includes part of the practice of medicine, involves looking at the overall remains of the case, overall remains of an individual, looking at evidence of disease and injury. So in this particular case, the test, if you will, is that of an examination of the remains. So that is really our test is the examination of those skeletal remains.
But there was nothing, there was nothing in the examination of the actual skeletal remains that actually allowed you to determine that that hole was made post-mortem or pre-mortem, was there?
Well, the one thing that leads us to believe that this is a pre-mortem wound is the presence of the secondary fractures. There actually had been some studies that were done with gunshots done on skulls, empty skulls. And in those cases, the bullet holes were basically just cut out an entrance and an exit defect without fractures. Fracturing that occurs in the skull from a gunshot wound are secondary fractures that in this study that they did, they then would put a gelatin inside the skull to sort of represent what would have been the brain inside
But
the skull. In those
she
cases,
could
you
have
did get fractures. So
passed
and of course,
and
there have been studies looking at bullet
the
passages through
bullet
gelatin mold
and
showing
there's still
tissue expansion.
tissue and
So in these
everything.
cases, the secondary fractures are the result of of tissue having been present inside the head when the bullet passed through. So at least we know
Right.
that it wasn't an empty skull that the bullet went through. There was a skull.
Thank
that
you,
contained,
sir.
presumably a brain in this case.
Right, so we know it wasn't an empty skull, but in the study you just cited, it was a post-mortem event, was it not?
That's true.
All right, so they fill the skull with usually ballistic gelatin, right?
Yes.
And then they shoot the skull and see if any fractures occurred. And when they filled it with ballistic gelatin, the fractures did occur, but clearly they weren't shooting a living person, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that was an example of a post-mortem event that still produced the same kind of fractures that you are saying are typical of a pre-mortem event, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know it was post-mortem
In that study.
in the
Yes.
study. All right. So the critical part of the analysis that is relative to the fracturing is whether there is some kind of tissue inside the skull frame that will produce the kind of pressure that you said causes the skull to fracture, right?
Yes.
So when you receive a skull that's empty inside of any tissue or ballistic gelatin or other event, you're presuming that at the time of the shooting, there was something inside the skull, right?
Yes.
Some kind of gelatin substance, brain tissue or ballistic gelatin, right?
Correct.
Right. But there's no way for you to know that the skull either had or it was live tissue or it was post-mortem tissue inside the skull at the time of the shooting, is there?
That's true.
Okay. So going back to my original question, there was no scientific evidence that would allow you to conclusively conclude that at the time the shot was fired into that skull, that the individual was alive, is there?
That is true. There's nothing from our examination to state that that was the case.
The only thing you can
So don't
definitively
testify to
is
that,
that there was
sir.
tissue inside the skull at the time.
Yes,
And if an individual is shot in the head after they have already deceased, you'll get the same kind of fracturing, won't you?
that is correct.
That's what I was saying.
So when the pathology report says the cause of death was the gunshot wound, it really should say, presuming the individual was alive at the time.
Well, our cause of death is what we believe to be more likely than not the cause of death in this case.
And you base that on other information you've received, not necessarily scientific data.
That is correct.
What's that other information, sir?
Now, you testified when you were asked by the prosecution if the bullet hole would be consistent with a close-up, whether the fracture was consistent with a close-up wound. You remember that?
Yes.
But it's also true that it would be consistent with a a shot fired at some unknown distance, right?
That is correct.
So again, we go back to the actual written determination in the pathology report that the range of fire is indeterminate, right?
That is correct.
We just don't know from what distance was the gun to the target, right?
Correct.
It could be close, it could be far.
Yes.
In fact, the problem with not knowing the determinate range, or being able to determine the range, is that as long as that bullet is causing enough pressure to cause that tissue inside the head to expand, you're going to get the fracture, right?
Correct.
So that bullet could be shot point blank, 4 feet away, across the room, and as long as there's that pressure, you're going to get that fracture, right?
That is correct.
You also testified that the bullet hole was consistent with the 32, and then you gave an opinion that the 32 measures at, what did you say, 0.36
I
of
believe
an inch?
0.32.
0.32 of an inch. Now that's actually a rounding figure, right?
I believe it is.
In other words, a 32 caliber bullet actually measures at 0.3125 inches. Isn't that right?
If you say so.
Does that sound right to you?
It sounds correct. Yes.
Sir, you testified that you knew what the size was.
And,
You don't
what
get to
did you say
backtrack
about the
now.
0.36 or smaller?
That based upon the anthropologist's measurement of the size of the hole, that the smallest dimensions they had in their 9 point something millimeters, that converts into a 0.36 inches in size.
That the hole does.
That the hole is, yes, the hole is 0.36 inches in size. So that something that size or smaller could have made that defect. In other words, if a bullet were 0.37 or 0.38 or larger in size, it probably could not have made that defect. The defect should have been bigger.
Now, that presumes that the bullet at point of impact was intact, correct?
Yes.
So if the bullet had fragmented en route from the gun to the skull, if the fragment was 0.36 or smaller, it could have made that hole, couldn't it?
Yes.
So once again, you really don't know the size of the bullet that made that hole because there's so many other variables that could have affected that bullet at point of impact, right?
True.
Now, in looking at the exit wound of the skull, would the exit wound, assuming for the moment that it was made by the bullet, would that have knocked out the teeth on that side of the jaw?
Well, it would have caused a lot of fractures. It may or may not have knocked the teeth out at that time. The teeth may still have been in place and they were just subsequently lost later on.
So it would have knocked out some amount of skull fragments that it would have been spread around or so.
Well, the skin was intact relatively intact, save for the bullet exit wound itself. And some bullet fragments may have come out through that exit wound, but as much maxillary skull that was missing, I don't think all of that came out at the time of the shot, but probably was lost later on.
But you don't really know.
No.
Now, we all, and this is regarding your expertise as a licensed physician, and maybe you don't need to be a physician to know this, but we all kind of walk around all day and produce a certain amount of gas within our body, right?
Yes.
So as we go through the day, some way our body expels the gas to a point, but our body is always producing gas and always maintains a certain amount of gas in our bodies, regardless of our efforts to expel the gas. Is that right?
Sir,
Yes.
Okay.
why are you
So
dogging
when a
on the
person dies,
flatulence?
That gas is still in the body, right?
Yes.
And if I were to take a body that had just died and push on the belly, for example, there's no longer any muscle tissue or flaps such as the esophagus that is going to hold that gas in because initially, at least, our muscles sort of relax when we die, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that gas would then be expelled.
Some gas still stays in the body even after death, and our bacteria start breaking down tissues and actually create even more gas after you die.
And the bacteria produce more gas that stays in the body, and eventually that gas works its way out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I move a body with either bacterial gas or natural gas, sometimes that gas is going to be expelled.
Correct.
And it may or may not make a noise, right?
Yes.
This is a good cross, as far as I'm concerned. It's raising interesting questions.
Various studies that have tried to replicate gunshot trauma to skulls using other than skulls.
No.
You're not familiar with those studies?
No.
Are you familiar with studies that actually use live skulls, or not live skulls, but deceased skulls, but they get them intact with tissue and everything?
Well, intact skulls with already tissue in them, like still a brain intact or something like that.
Brain intact, skin intact.
Yeah.
everything.
No, I'm not.
In other
Cadaver.
words, are you familiar with, maybe not now, but you used to be able to get intact heads from India or China that you could conduct scientific experiments on?
I'm not familiar with that.
Not familiar at all.
Sir, you live in Tennessee.
Dr. Roger, you do a lot of work in Memphis, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with gunshot wounds.
Yes.
If someone takes a 32 caliber revolver and puts it right on the back of my head or near the back of my head, and it comes all the way through my head and comes out the left side of my face, what's that going to do to me?
It's going to cause an entrance wound on the back of the head and an exit wound on the front of the head. It will perforate the brain and it will cause fractures.
Am I going to still be here talking to you?
I wouldn't expect you to be.
If you were alive before,
This wound is consistent, is it not, with a 32 caliber revolver being at or near the back of the head?
It's consistent with.
Nothing proven.
32
The
cals.
presumption in
Okay.
that hypothetical is that the person is alive, right?
Yes.
So there's no dispute that if alive, that would be a fatal shot, right?
Correct.
If you're dead, is that a fatal shot?
If you're already dead, it doesn't matter.
It's not fatal, is it?
No.
All right, thank you.
Right, so Before you go, Dr. Rush, did you get the report?
Yes, yes, sir.
It's with the exhibits.
So they are
Are you-
definitely doubling down. It is a 32 caliber.
Did I can pass forward, it's a stipulation with respect to ornithologist and the,
Just say what that person would have testified if called to.
yes, sir.
Give testimony, I'll read it, and then we'll file this one exhibit.
First,
If I can read it, let's see how technical.
I'll take a statement.
Okay, good. All right. Stipulation. Come now, the parties, the state of Tennessee, by and through the district attorney general's office and the defendant Zachary Adams, to make the following stipulations of fact for trial in the above matter without the necessity of proof hearing. Number one, that the chart notes and dental radiograph provided to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation by Keith Taylor, DDS oral surgeon, for those of Polly Bobo from a consultation on July 8, 2008, and that subsequent extraction of a tooth on October 15, 2008. Number two, that Dr. Holly Manus, a forensic odontologist, compared the dental records of Polly Bobo provided by Dr. Keith Taylor to the dental remains found in the wooded area of Decatur County, Tennessee, and concluded with a reasonable amount of dental certainty that the records of Polly Bobo are the records of the same individual whose remains were found in Decatur County, Tennessee on September 8 and 9, 2014. It's signed by attorneys for the respective parties. When the parties have stipulated to a particular fact, the jury is to accept that stipulation as being proven, okay? So that'll be filed as exhibit 175. Okay, back on number.
32 caliber. That's what they're going with. So the wound size.
We have a brief, very brief recess to our next witness got here just recently.
I just want to tell you all because I did some ciphering here while he was jacking his jaw about the 32. So a 32, the millimeter size, because this is and this is why I'm sure it was confusing to the jury, is because they keep talking in inches and then they'll talk millimeters and then they go back to inches. So let me break it down from what I can tell in researching this. 32 caliber is 0.3125 inches. However, it is 7.92 millimeters in size. The wound was 9.24 millimeters by 12.10 millimeters. I don't know, 2 millimeters larger seems too much for me. So I'm not on the 32 bandwagon. I'm going to tell you, I'm on the bandwagon that it was a 9 millimeter. It was a 380. So let's see what happens with the testimony as it comes in, because with me writing these numbers down and everything, my math ain't mathing again. So.
Okay, speak there for just a few minutes and.
We're running good, folks. I'll say that both sides, and I appreciate that. You folks know how I am, so puts me in a much better mood. We're going to take that 15 minutes, just be a lecture for a second, and probably we will even include the learning stuff. Follow the admonitions I gave you down. 15 minutes.
Okay, let's see if they flippity flipped for us.
Call you next.
Take off Crystal Rodriguez.
Crystal Rodriguez.
Crystal Rodriguez. What number is she now? Let me consult my notes. 24. Witness 24. And we're going to see. Oh, my goodness. What are we doing here? Bring Crystal in.
Okay,
Edit.
State your name and spell first and last name for the benefit of the court, please.
Crystal Rodriguez, KRYSTLERODRIGUEZ.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. What do you do for a living?
I'm a senior forensic analyst at the UNT Center for Human ID.
Did you say the UNT?
Yes,
What is UNT?
University of North Texas,
And where is that? Is that in the Dallas area or
Fort Worth, Texas.
where Texas? What kind of education do you have to become a senior forensic analyst?
I obtained a bachelor's degree in biology at Allegheny College in Meadville, Pennsylvania, and then I continued my education to get a master's degree from UNT's Health Science Center in Fort Worth in forensic genetics.
Do you have a continuing education that you go through to maintain, or do you have any certifications or things like that?
I underwent competency testing, and then I'm twice a year proficiency tested from an outside organization, and I've passed every time.
Have you done a number of tests or DNA analysis?
Yes, I've done testing on hundreds to thousands of cases.
And have you testified before as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes.
gonna move it to Mr. Rodriguez to for the DNA analysis.
Stipulate, or you want to board here?
Objection.
Oh, I want to know what all they tested.
And I have you did some analysis of what in this case? You can tell the jury.
Sure. Our lab received 3 family reference samples for this case.
Bring
We
it.
have one sample
Well,
from Karen
tell us
Bobo,
what
the mother of
everybody's
missing person
DNA
Holly
is.
Bobo, Dana Bobo, the father of missing person Holly Bobo, and Clint Bobo, the sibling of Holly Bobo.
Did you receive those samples sometime in 2011?
Yes, sir. May 10th, 2011.
What did you do with those samples?
We conducted DNA testing on those samples, received profiles for each of the family members, and those were
2015,
2011.
11.
Yes, sir.
Sure, pay attention.
Okay.
Get off the
And
iPad.
these DNA profiles were entered into CODIS, which stands for Combined DNA Indexing System. That's a national database where all the DNA profiles are entered for relatives of missing persons, and those profiles are continually searched against unidentified remaining profiles that are in there also.
So they're put in that database, and then if some other profile comes in that matches as a sibling of Clint or a child of Dana or Karen, it'll.
Yes, sir. Our lab would be notified of the association.
But if you get another sample, a known sample, what do you do with that?
We conduct DNA testing on all the samples that are submitted to us.
And in this case, did you receive a rib sample from the West Tennessee Forensic Center in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yes, on February 5th, 2015.
And what did you do with that?
So we conducted DNA testing on that. Our lab does 2 different types of DNA testing. So I'll go into the nuclear DNA testing, which everybody's mostly familiar with. Your DNA is inherited half from your mother, half from your father. And for the most part, it's the blueprint of the human body. So for the most part, it's the same between all of us. That's why we have 2 legs, two arms, and a nose. But then there's also areas of that DNA that's different between individuals. And that's what our testing looks at. The only thing is identical twins would have the same DNA profile. So we conduct that testing. And then there's also something called mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondria is an organelle within your cells that produce energy. And so it houses its own genome, but it's passed down from mother to child as a unit. So it would be the same throughout a whole maternal lineage. So for example, I share the same mitochondrial DNA profile as my mother, and my kids have the same one as me.
So that wouldn't be strictly the mother to the child.
Yes. And so we standardly conduct both testing on all our missing persons cases. So Karen Bobo, nuclear DNA testing was conducted on her sample and mitochondrial. Dana and Clint both only had nuclear DNA ran on their samples. But then all of the remains that come into our lab, we do both types of testing on them, the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. And in this case, that was done on the rib that we received in 2015.
How do you go about getting DNA from a rib?
So the first thing we do when we receive evidence is we examine it. We check for seals, check the integrity, we take pictures of it, document everything, and then we cut the bone into small pieces. And then those pieces are then ground into bone powder. We add our reagents to that bone powder, and that bursts open the cells, releasing the DNA into basically a liquid form. We then subject that DNA extract to commercially available kits, which look at the 15 regions of the DNA that I was talking about differ between each of us. And then we also conduct the mitochondrial DNA testing on that same DNA extract. And then we have our DNA profiles.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the rib sent to you from the West Tennessee Forensic Center?
Yes, it wasn't a complete profile, but it was mostly complete.
And what did you do with that profile?
We entered it into CODIS, and there was an association with the family reference samples that were submitted back in 2011 that had been in CODIS since 2011.
What does that mean? In layman's terms.
That there was an association. So those, out of all the cases that were in CODIS, these ones married up.
So the DNA profile from the rib is a sibling of Clint Bobo?
Yes, essentially that's what it is. So the family references are in CODIS, and they're kind of like a puzzle with a missing piece. And so the DNA profile from this rib is basically the missing piece. It completed the pedigree.
So this rib is a daughter of Karen based on the mitochondrial DNA that you.
Right. When I looked at the profiles, it is consistent with these remains belonging to a child of Karen and Dana Bobo and a sibling to Clint Bobo.
Okay. So if there were no other family members, then the sample, that rib sample you got, the DNA profile you got, would be that of Holly Bobo.
I have a statistic for how strong that association would be.
Okay.
So the statistical calculation that I did, it's called a likelihood ratio. And so in this, you're weighing 2 different situations. The first situation being that these remains are from a child of Karen and Dana Bobo. The other scenario is that it's just a random person from the population. And so this is all based on frequencies in the population of DNA profiles. And so when we did the comparison, Anything greater than 1 is showing that it's more likely that it's a child of Karen and Dana Bobo versus it being a random person. So the larger that number gets from 1, the more strong the association is. And when I ran the statistic in this case, it was 21.8 billion times more likely that this is a child of Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo, and also a sibling of Clint, as opposed to the identified remains being a random person from the Caucasian population.
I'm going to fast forward to one document and ask you if you recognize it. Okay. That's the first section. You recognize that document?
Yes, this is my report.
Now, if we could have that numbered as the next number exhibit.
175.
176.
Oh, okay. I didn't write it down. Thank you.
Sharpies, do you remember what date you got the rib?
Let me check. It's on my report. February 5th, 2015.
Thank you very much. No further questions, sir.
No question, John.
All right, step down.
All right. So more remains were found.
We expect will be quite lengthy. I think the defendant probably agrees with that, do you not?
The next witness is going to be Wendy.
Yes.
I don't know who it is.
You want to tell who it is?
TDI agent Brent Booth. Yes.
They kind of indicated, so we were looking and they don't mean that. They didn't want to spring
She
stuff
did not
up.
want to say
Okay.
who she was calling.
I don't want to start and not be able to go. I want you to have adequate time. I want you to have adequate time. And so I think it's fair that we recess. We're 3 days into the trial. This is work that you're not used to doing, okay? And I will promise you that you're more fatigued and it's more stressful than you really already know. So we're going to be breaking early today. We actually are in good shape on our time frame. I don't see anything that will go beyond our original expectations. I'm hoping that we'll be able to shorten it a little bit. My best advice is probably impossible, but try as best you can to put this matter out of your mind tonight. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow could be a long day. You know, today's a short day, tomorrow could be a long day. We get to certain places and we have to anticipate the length of witnesses to determine how we're going to do. But I suspect tomorrow will be probably a lengthy day, so you need to get a good night's rest. Those admonitions, front page of your book, look at those periodically. But basically, those are rules to ensure the parties of fair trial. Keep an open mind, don't form or express any opinion. Do not discuss the case with anyone, not even with your fellow jurors, until the case is submitted to you for your final consideration. Do not allow the case to be discussed in your presence. Once again, ignoring the news reports, there shouldn't be any available to you because we basically would not give you TVs or anything. Avoid conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys, and report promptly to court any violation of the rules. Or if you think that something is just not quite right, please let me know to a court officer because part of my job is to ensure all sides of this in a fair trial. Do you have any questions prior to release for the evening? Well, this ought to give you time for a good evening meal, and like I say, you folks are going to be tired than you think.
We're tired of listening to you, sir.
So I'm sure, like I say, it's try as best you can to put it in. I know that's impossible. It's like I'm thinking of Elkins for the next 10 seconds was the first thing, but try as best you can to do that. Okay. Any questions at all? All right. Let's let our jury.
Okay. So Lisa Terry is telling me that there, and this doesn't surprise me that there are a lot of factors involved in determining the size of a wound. My question would be, are we measuring tissue size of the wound or are we measuring the bone size of the wound? Because I think that makes a difference in this, in what you're measuring as a size. So the bone portion of it, I feel like would be more accurate because tissue can be splayed and things like that. So it could make the wound look larger than what it actually is. But I will definitely at some point check that out. Oh boy, guys, I see coming up in day 4, we're going to hear from Jason Autry. Just thought I'd let you know that little tidbit there.
And actually,
oh, so she said she was going to call Brent Booth as the next witness. And guess who she calls? Tell me in the chat what you think she calls as the next witness.
All right, please say it.
Hang on just a second here. You Dirty dog. Oh, please. It's not Brent Booth, Kelly. You are absolutely correct. It is. Oh, I am not ready for this. It's not Brent Booth. I can't wait for you all to try to tell me or guess who you think it is. Well, I'm getting everything set up here for us so that I hope I have the closed caption in the right spot. I'll let her tell you. How about that?
See, you, purpose of the record, you'd ask for some additional time to transfer some requested information to defense counsel that you thought would expedite. You now advise that you might change your order of proof.
We are going to change our order of proof. I think, I haven't seen it, I think the evidence has been located, but the person handling that witness hasn't gone through it, so we can call a different witness.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Jason Autry.
Oh, yeah,
Jason Autry.
Just ask me, I'll tell you.
let's bring our jury in, please.
Oh, please, with the mono.
All kinds of stuff. You know, we don't have a place to keep things, so we're having big tubs that we're carrying stuff back and forth.
How long do you need to get your stuff?
Probably an hour or two on there, get it all sorted.
Take the jury back upstairs. Tell them we've going to need additional time.
Yeah, when you don't tell the defense who you're going to call, well, or you tell them and then you go, oopsie,
Where's your
my bad,
shield?
no.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to recess pronto. Okay.
Yes,
Pronto.
Pat.
Yes.
Complete ambush. This is what she complained
Let's round it
about
up,
in the
10:30.
post-conviction relief
Give me an
hearings.
hour and 8 minutes.
And we're seeing it real time.
What was
While
the,
we're watching.
please?
Jason Autry, Jason-Autry.
Okay, got dual back here now. Oh,
Ms.
Oh.
Autry, you came in wearing what appears to be a prison guard. Where are you currently housed or staying?
I stayed last night in Henderson County Jail.
And you are charged in the case that is on trial this week?
Correct.
You're charged with murder?
it's okay, Lori Jean.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Welcome,
wanna
welcome.
ask you some questions about your background first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you grow up?
Parsons, Tennessee.
And how long, did you live there your whole life, or did you live around that area?
I spent probably 16, 17 years in that area, and then I moved into the city. So the Parsons in the city part. I was raised in the country.
And how old are you?
Ma'am.
How old are you?
44. Fixing to be 40.
Do you have family in that area?
You say fixing to be 44.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you
44.
have family in that area?
Yes, ma'am. I have a father in there at 1333 Bear Creek Road.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't quite hear what he's saying.
You got Mr. Harper, you got a hot mic there, so you can speak into that a little more directly or speak up.
Okay.
Where you want it? Is that good?
Right there. Sorry.
You're all right.
Oh, I can't wait
Yeah,
to
they
hear
couldn't
this
your answer.
story.
You have a mother that lives there? in that
I have a
area?
father at 1333 Bear Creek Road.
Is it fair to say that you've been in trouble with the law on,
Multiple times, numerous times.
have you served time in prison?
I've been to prison 4 times.
And what are the 4 times for?
Theft and drugs.
And now this.
This will be the 4th time here, kidnapping, rape, and murder.
So prior to this case, drugs and theft
Correct.
on more than one occasion.
More than one occasion.
You know a guy by the name of Zach Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
See him in the courtroom.
Right there, sitting beside counsel,
Record leader in there.
defendant.
How long have you known Zach Adams?
Approximately 15 years, maybe.
You know other family members of his?
I know his brother. I knew his father.
His father's deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of relationship did you have with his father?
A drug deal. It was a drug connection.
You said you knew his brother. Who's his brother?
Dylan.
And who's older, Zach or Dylan?
Zach.
And between Zach and Dylan, who were you closer to, or who did you have the most dealings with?
Zach.
You know an individual by the name of Shane Austin.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Shane Austin?
I'm first cousins with him.
So you know where he lived?
30 Yellow Springs.
Was that a house?
Oh, I didn't know
Right.
that.
And before he got that trailer, do you know where he lived? Like where his parents lived?
Yes, his parents lived at 790 P Road,
Is that very close to where the trailer was?
within a couple miles. Approximately a mile and a half.
I want to draw your attention back to 2011. Did you have a job in 2011, the beginning part?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you work for?
Michael Douglas.
And what did you do for Michael Douglas?
I worked on a cattle farm. I was feeding, upkeeping, just general labor.
Okay.
Also, I was working with Marvin Taylor Construction.
All right. So you had 2 sort of jobs when I needed you.
Neither one of them was government jobs. They just paid general labor. You know, there were no tax jobs. They were just general labor jobs.
Were there periods of time in the first half of 2011 where you didn't have work from either one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your own place to live at the beginning part of 2011?
I live at 310 Benco Hills Road with Angela Smith Scott.
And what part, where did Angela Smith Scott actually, you gave us an address, but where is that?
That's in Benton County, Tennessee.
Benton County is next to what county?
Decatur. It's north. It's actually north of Decatur County on 641.
And Parsons is in Decatur County?
It's yes, ma'am.
And what was Angela, excuse me, what was Angela to you? Girlfriend, relative, what?
Girlfriend.
Do you remember, I'm not asking for dates, but do you remember approximately how long you lived with Angela Scott?
It started in 2010 and extended over into 2011.
And did you all have a sort of a routine about working and what time you get home and what time she get home and that kind of thing?
We did.
And will you explain to the jury, please, what your normal routine was with Angela, both if you were working and if on a particular day you weren't working?
All right. Me and Angela was in the middle of maybe a decline. The relationship was declining. And I was having to hide my vehicle to keep her from getting in trouble with the children. She had some children by two other men. And my past was causing them to create trouble. And once she was arraigned in court, I had to hide my car at Quick Mart. And when I wasn't working, she would be there at 3:30 when she got off, 3:30, 3:45, the general time, you know, pick me up. We would leave my car there. We'd go on to her house, do our thing. Next morning, she'd drop me off. If I was working and it was past what time she got off, well, I would just call her and set up a time to be there at that time. You know, if it was 4:35 or 6, you know, just whatever time the convenience was.
All right, so the Quick Mart was how far away from Angela's house? Doesn't have to be.
I want to say a mile. You could light a cigarette in the driveway and be there before you throw it out the window. I mean, it was quick.
What?
You said Angela had a job, so where did she work?
Is this
worked
how we
hard.
measure
In Benton
distance?
County.
She went to work Monday through Friday every day.
Correct.
And you worked some, if either one of those men have either worked at the cattle or construction work, then you worked.
Yeah, and if, correct.
Sir, you're an inmate.
She
Don't
always,
talk to that
I never
crew like
stayed
they're
there
your
through the day.
buddies.
You know, I didn't want to be stranded through a day. So if I wasn't working, I had her to take me onto the car where I could enjoy my day, you know, away from the home.
Now, I've asked you some questions about your background. I'm fixing to turn topics to why we're actually here today. Are you represented by counsel in this case that you're indicted for?
2 attorneys.
Are they here today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who are they? Who's this?
Michael Scholl and Robert Parrish
Over here
behind the defense counsel
and right here.
and right there.
And those 2 men have been your lawyers for a year or two? 2 years now?
Yes, ma'am.
And before Mr. Parris and Mr. Scholl became your lawyers in this case that you're indicted for, you had other lawyers, right?
Correct.
And those lawyers no longer practice law.
That's correct. Yeah.
Either one of them.
Neither one of them.
But both also their
Both
license.
of them lost their license. Yeah. Run off with the money and all that.
What are
Wow,
your expectations?
this was
'Cause the jury
actually
needs to
in the
hear this.
trial.
What are your expectations? You know what I mean by that? For testifying here today. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm hoping for leniency.
What have I told you that you must do today?
Nothing that I recall.
And I'm speaking of telling the truth or telling a lie.
Telling the truth.
How many times do you think I've told you that?
Multiple.
And I've met with you 4 or 5 times?
That's correct.
What about Mr. Hagerman? He told you the same thing?
Every time.
And this is the only time I'm going to ask you what your lawyers have told you. Have both Mr. Scholl and Robert Parrish told
I
you?
object to any of your second amendment. Yeah, I was not objecting to a little bit of it, but I object to that.
It's not offered for the truth, it's offered for his expectations. All right?
They have always said tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
That is the truth.
I'm here to testify to the truth.
So despite your
It's
background
our world again.
has admittedly been bad, right?
Correct.
Are you going to tell these 15 people the truth?
Yes, I am.
Then I want to draw your attention to April 13th, 2011, and ask if you remember.
It is not offered for the truth. It's offered for his expectations. Sir, what in the wide world of sports continues to happen? Oh my word. I thought today I was like, okay, we'll have some testimony. I'm going to be okay. No. Already 2 hours in, popping off.
that day?
I do.
Actually, I'm going to back up to the night before, April the 12th, 2013. Do you remember the night before?
I do.
Right. Where did you spend the night of April the 12th?
310 Benco Hills.
And whose house was that?
Angela Smith Scott.
Were you working at that time?
I was not.
Do you remember what time you got up on the morning of April 13th?
She had to be at work at 7, so approximately 6:30.
What'd you guys do when you got up?
We got up and drank coffee. She took a shower, got ready for work. We get in her Ford Expedition, and she would carry me to the PT Cruiser, the silver PT Cruiser. Then she would go on to work.
So the PT Cruiser was the car that you
Tell
were.
me, is this the day before,
Yes, sir.
on the 12th?
No, he's
This
back.
is on, under the 13th. You just asked me where he was the day
The night-
before.
the night.
Now we're following up with the morning.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the morning of the 13th. So this
Your
PT
Honor,
Cruiser, that's the car you were driving
I'm going to
at that
need you
time?
to pay attention.
Correct.
In that time frame.
Correct.
In that moment. And that's the car that you were hiding, if you want to call it that, at the Quick Mart.
That's correct.
You just didn't want it parked in front of her house.
That's correct.
So after she dropped you off at the PT Cruiser, what did you do?
I got in the PT Cruiser and went to Camden Bottom.
What's Camden Bottom?
It's a large refuge.
Why'd you go there?
I wanted to kill some time. I wanted to look at the wildlife, view the ducks and the deer. I'm a country boy. I enjoy the sights and sceneries.
Okay, so why, and for somebody
You were
who's out there
smoking a
that sounds
doobie.
a little odd, you want to go look at ducks and deer. Is that a place you've been to multiple occasions or not?
I fish there regularly.
But it's fine to look at scenery. Were you actually trying to kill time before you could really do what you wanted to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was what?
I wanted to make a phone call and establish a connection on morphine.
So that brings us to drugs again. Were you using and addicted to morphine?
Yes, ma'am.
How, any other drugs?
Methamphetamine,
All right, so how,
hydrocodone,
I'm sorry?
morphine, hydrocodone, and methamphetamine.
You
Like
used
I
all
say,
of them.
you was sitting there
Yes,
smoking a doobie.
So you said you needed to waste time, kill time until you could make a connection. Who did you start calling?
I started a volley of exchanges to Shane Austin and Mr. Adams.
You said I started a volley of exchanges.
yeah,
Just listen to me. Did somebody answer you when you started making these calls?
No, not
So by volley, do you mean you were calling both?
correct.
Did you really care which one you made contact with?
No,
You just wanted to make contact with one of them
correct.
in order to do what?
To get a pill.
And did you have, I guess, a particular drug or a particular
I did.
process that you wanted to do that one?
I did.
Explain it to the jury.
I enjoyed my DOC maybe was a cocktail of morphine and meth together.
So did you have one of those and didn't have the other?
I had the meth.
So you started making phone calls to Shane Austin and to,
Zach Adams.
all right. At any point in the morning, did you make contact with one of them?
I did.
Did you, which one?
Mr. Adams.
Did he call you or did you call him?
He called me back and said that he was busy, that when they got to a location, that he would call me.
And other than telling you he was busy and we got to a location, he would call you. Did you ask him any details about what he meant?
I did not.
Do you have any idea of what time in the morning this was?
Make it
It
good.
was after 8. Probably 8:40, 8:50 maybe, somewhere in that time frame.
Well, earlier you said you wanted to kill time until you could make a phone call.
That's correct.
So how late were you wanting to wait before you started calling them?
I made the first phone call. At the river, you can't get a signal. It's pretty tough to get a signal there. It's real low. And when I come out of the river, I made the first phone call at approximately 8 o'clock beside Palmer's Tool and Die.
So from 8 o'clock until you actually made contact, sometime within the hour, you called both of them more than once,
Correct.
hadn't gotten a response, and then he finally called you back.
That's correct.
So what did you do after he told you, when I get to the location, I'm busy?
When we get to the location, we'll contact you. I went that general way. I knew that
She had to steer
I
him
headed in that
back,
direction.
Kat.
Okay. And I'm sorry, nobody here but you knows in what direction you're talking about. I went in that direction.
Well, I left Benton County, headed toward Decatur County, down Birdsong Road.
And why Birdsong Road area?
It was the,
Ma'am, we don't know any of the directions that you're talking about because you have never provided a map so that we know where one thing is in relation to another thing. Oh my word. This jury has to be absolutely lost because, y'all, this was a sequestered jury. It was in a different venue than where this actually happened. This jury is lost as last year's Easter egg. They have no idea what's going on with all of these locations and everything any more than any of us do. Oh, sweet niblets.
the easiest access from where I was to get there. Plus, it would be a delay I mean, it was just the easiest access to get there from where I was other than going down the main road.
And did you talk to him again?
I did.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
He called you or did you call him?
I believe he called me.
What did he say?
He said, we're at Cuz's.
What did that mean?
That means that they were at 30 Yellow Springs Road, Shane Austin's house.
Your cousin.
He called him Cuz too.
That's your cousin.
Correct.
So did you go there?
I did.
How far away were you? How long did it take you to get there?
Probably 20 to 30 minutes.
Did he just say that we are at Cousins, or did he ask you for something? Or indicate that he wanted you to come there for some reason?
When he called me back, he said, I need to see you. I need your help.
And then told you, is that the first time or the second time? You said you
The
called.
second time. I talked to him first, and they were busy. The second time, he told me where he was at and he needed my assistance.
And when he said, I need your help, what did you think he meant at that point? What did you think the problem was?
I thought a batch of meth was locked up,
Meaning something in the cooking process was.
meaning it had gained moisture and stopped making.
That's probably what it really
Was
was.
that fine with you to go help him with a batch of meth?
I was under that assumption, and it was
So you headed to Yellow Springs Road?
30 Yellow Springs Road.
If you're standing on Yellow Springs Road, can you describe for the jury, I guess, the way Shane Austin's house trailer sat? In other words, was the driveway down? Could you see the trailer from the street?
From Yellow Springs Road, say this is Yellow Springs Road. There's a fence, a gate, downhill into a wooded area of pines where the trailer sets. Approximately 50 yards from the road, 40 yards from the road, somewhere in that, on the left-hand side.
I want you to start at the moment that you.
Does this
pulled into the
location
driveway
information do anything to
and
assist
tell
you
the jury
all?
what happened.
I pulled into the driveway. I got out. The first thing I noticed was a burn barrel that was burning. The second thing was Dylan was standing in the doorway with his shirt off. Shane was walking around saying, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here. And holstered on the side was a firearm.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat, please, your last statement?
Can you say it again, holster? She couldn't hear.
When I pulled in, there was a large fire burning in a burn barrel. Dylan Adams was standing at the door of the trailer.
Just moving it so you can talk.
Dylan Adams was standing at the door of the trailer with his shirt off. Shane was walking around in the yard, hollering, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here, with a firearm holstered on the right side. Zach was standing at the door of a white 4x4 Nissan Frontier. I instantly got to Mr. Austin and bought a pill, bought a morphine, 100 milligram, walked directly back to the PT Cruiser, broke it in half, cooked it down, and shot it. A few minutes later, I got out and walked back to the 4x4 Nissan where Zach was standing at the door, and he said, I need you to help me bury this body. And I told him, I said, yeah, damn, I hate that y'all killed little JoJo. And he said, Jason, he said, Train. He didn't say Jason, my nickname's Train. He said, Train, that's Holly Bobo.
What?
Who's JoJo? Why do you think it was JoJo?
Some days before that, Joe owed some money for some pills.
Y'all, I gotta back this up because this is insanity. I'm gonna take him to 125, y'all. I'm stuttering because this is insanity what I am hearing. This is their big, huge star witness. Shut the front door. And Kelly, you're proving my point. You're not from the area. So it doesn't make any sense. That's the whole point. It is if we don't know where any of this is actually taking place, how close in proximity. It's madness. And like Kat said, you already are there with two people, but you're going to call Train because you need help with your meth. I don't think so. No, All right. I am going to see where we are here.
Got to Mr. Austin and bought a pill. Bought a morphine, 100 milligram. Walked directly back to the PT Cruiser, broke it in half, cooked it down, and shot it.
Shot it up.
A few
Okay.
minutes later, I got out and walked back to the 4x4 Nissan where Zach was standing at the door, and he said, I need you to help me bury this body. And I told him, I said, yeah, damn, I hate that y'all killed little JoJo. And he said, Jason, he said, or he said, Train. He didn't say Jason. My nickname was Train. He said, Train, that's Holly Bobo.
Who's JoJo? Why do you think it was JoJo?
Some days before that, Joe owed some money for some pills. Him and Zach was enemies. They was talking about killing him for the drug debt.
Was there also another relationship between, or another connection between Joe and Zach?
Shane,
Was there a woman connection between Joe and Zach that you know of?
there's a child. Both of them have a child with the same woman.
So you knew there was bad blood about a drug deal. You knew there was bad blood about.
There was some stuff that happened. One child got abused, maybe.
When you said that's not JoJo, that's Holly Bobo, what'd you do?
I was clueless. I didn't know Holly Bobo.
You've since come to know who she was, or is.
Well, pictures, TVs, pictures, and stuff like that.
So.
He became your get out of jail
Really
card.
care one way or another about the body that was in the back of the truck.
I did not.
Describe for the jury where the body was and what you did after that.
The body was laying in a multicolored farm style blanket. It looked like multiple colors. Wrapped in the blanket, laying up against the back. So the truck is sitting here, it's laying against the back. Instead of laying long ways, it's laying this way.
This is unbelievable.
From the moment you figured out that he wanted help with Holly versus help with the batch of meth, were you willing?
Yes, I was.
Tell the jury what happened, what you said, what he said.
He asked me would I help him bury the body. And I said, yeah. I said, I will. And he said, but I said, I want to leave my car somewhere else besides here. I said, I don't want Shane or Dylan to know that I got involved in this. So I told him, I said, meet me at Yellow Springs Church. I'll park the PT Cruiser in there and I'll get in the truck with you.
Right. And so while you were having this conversation with Zach, where was Dylan?
Dylan never came out of the trailer.
Where was Shane?
Continuing putting stuff into the burn barrel.
And you say putting stuff into the burn barrel. Could you see what he was putting into the burn barrel?
The smell was an appearance of camp fuel and meth. It was a large blaze. The area was tight and you could smell the smell of a meth lab burning.
Okay, I understand what you could smell, but could you see what he was putting in?
I could not say, I never made it that far down. I never made it past the door of that 4x4 front door.
The door, I didn't hear door what?
I never made it past the truck door.
You said earlier that Shane was saying y'all got to hurry up and get out of here. Did he say why?
He had a satellite. He said there was a guy coming to install a satellite and he didn't know what time he'd be there.
So you had him saying it's satellite guy, cable guy, whatever's coming and throwing things in the burn barrel. You had Dylan first at the door with no shirt on and then never came out, correct?
That's correct.
This conversation took place between you and Zachary Adams there between his truck and your cruiser.
That's correct.
So what happened?
I got in the PT Cruiser. I backed out, went to Yellow Springs Church, pulled in. When I walked out to the road, he was backing out of 30 Yellow Springs Road. He picked me up. I got in the truck. And we go
What time was it?
towards 641 down Pugh Road.
Right, Mr. Autry, you've now gotten into the truck with the guy who says that Holly Bobo is dead and wrapped up in the truck bed. So tell the jury what you guys talked about.
As we got going down the road, I brought it to his attention that there were no shovels or pickaxes in the truck. How are we gonna bury a body with no shovels or pickaxes? He looks at me and like he's lost. And I said, I don't know of nowhere a man can just pull up and get a shovels and pickaxes.
A
with a dead body
pickaxe?
in the vehicle.
Sir, a pickaxe ain't going to help you in Tennessee clay.
Continue on.
Yes.
We go across.
Now, before you continue on, you say there's nothing to,
There's nothing to dig
so what's an alternative suggested?
by me. I told him that some years back that I had been underneath Interstate 40 bridge and there was a body floating. And I told him, I said, the only thing holding the body up was the intestines.
What is happening?
And
Oh,
we
he
set,
does like having
we
an
set a course
audience.
that direction.
Why did you mention a body floating? What did you talk about specifically? What was your plan of disposing of Holly's body?
It was to gut her, put her in the deep end of the slough. I told him, I said, you put her in the deep end of that slough, turtles, and she had to eat it up just like that.
Turtles and what?
Turtles, animals of opportunity.
Turtles and
So did you all-
The only thing holding the other body up was the gases and the guts. I mean, it was floating, just like I'm from the river. You see a dead fish, the only thing holding it up is the gases and the intestines. That's the same as it was. You get the guts out, down it goes.
I think the only way I could be if I were
I
high.
understand, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Drugs would have to be a part of my
Where did you all
relationship
go?
with him.
Who's driving?
Sober, absolutely
Mr.
not.
Adams was driving. We went to 133, I believe is we went to the 133 where the interstate bridge crosses the Tennessee River underneath it.
Tell the jury what happened.
We made a loop of the entire area to scope it out, to make sure no one was in the area.
When?
There's a boat ramp, a mile or so from there. Also, there's a beach. And we circled the boat ramp down by the beach, turned around, come back out, not back out, but back up to the bridge, made the circle and stopped at a pile of riprap.
What's riprap?
It's a large limestone rock, generally about this size.
And you're using your hands
Riprap?
Riprap changes.
But you're using your hands to show something larger than a dinner plate.
That's correct.
Y'all, I lived in Tennessee for 18 years. I've never heard riprap.
We backed into a pile.
Is this an area that you have been to before?
That's correct.
Is this an area, or do you know whether or not Mr. Adams had been to that area before?
I believe he had.
Well, did you tell him where to turn, or did he know where to go?
He went on his own.
Okay. And you said you
Backed up to a pile
of riprap.
of riprap. There was a pile laying underneath the bridge. The whole underneath the bridge was riprap, but there was some extra piled up to one side.
And how close to the bridge before you all, did he back his truck up? And I should have said how close to being under the bridge, you know, like,
Well, it was something like that. I don't know footage wise. I mean, it wasn't directly under the bridge. I mean, if you're looking at the bridge this way,
It is Bad Jennifer,
if
as
you
we
just
call
look
her.
straight down off the bridge, it's probably 20, 30 foot off to one side. We wasn't directly under the bridge.
I'm gonna show you 3 pictures. You got your glasses?
I do.
Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
I do.
Wait a minute, what?
So riprap is human placed rock or other heavy unconsolidated material used to protect shoreline structures. I've never heard of it. Yes, Serenity. Awful, awful job. I don't actually think it was a shoddy job. I think it was we are going to convict these 3 people or 4 people, and that's it. Whatever we got to do to make that happen, that's what's going to happen. I don't necessarily believe that the work was for. Oh, for the love of Mike, what are we doing? I'm like chatting away here. Let's flippity flip, shall we? What are we doing? Ma'am, you knew you were calling this witness. Do you not have your act together?
That's a picture of the Interstate 40 bridge. The location of the pile of riprap.
What is the next one? Is this,
This is the absolute spot.
right, so a closer up view.
Oh,
That's
the
correct.
absolute
The
spot.
third one,
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's just a replica of the same one you had.
except for what? Is it even closer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, can you see a trail in the third one?
To the between the riprap pile and the lake.
Serenity, I'd
Your Honor,
love a
ask
map.
this Mark is the next.
I've been begging for a map since Friday.
178, 179.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Somewhere you, and I'll ask you some questions.
What is going on right now? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Right there. Okay. Right there.
Y'all, are you hearing it? It's not just me hearing it, right? She is literally coaching him on the witness stand in open court. Do you hear her? It's not just me that heard her. Please tell me I am not losing my mind. I don't have much left after watching this trial.
Right there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Somewhere you, and I'll ask you some questions.
Ma'am.
The first one on there is exhibit 1.
Can I move this?
We'll have the lights down in just a minute.
Can I move this over a little bit? While I push around and see?
Yes,
It won't go, Your Honor.
you don't have enough cord? Okay.
How is this
We'll get
allowed?
her- We'll get her done.
Is this 177 or 9? I can't read. 177. All right, Mr. Autry, I want you to use the laser pointer and explain to the jury what they are looking at in this photograph.
Right here is Interstate 40, east and west. Right here is the Tennessee River Bridge. Right here, this gravel road is the gravel road we entered.
I'm sorry, you said that's the gravel road you what?
We entered.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to the mic and to the. We come in this fashion here, down here, and this, down in this general location right here is where the beach is that I was telling you about.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Over.
Couldn't see his little.
This side is where the other boat ramp is. Right here, this little white dot right there is the pile of riprap.
I want to ask you, have you driven over that bridge your whole life, basically?
I have going to and from,
If you're on that bridge traveling,
right here.
can you see, even though it looks like, can you see?
You cannot.
And I didn't finish my question. I think you knew where I was going. Can you see what's below?
Well, you all
there,
practiced
close
this,
to the
so.
riprap?
You cannot. You're lucky to see this right here.
And you're showing the water?
This would be the lake. This would be the lake.
Okay. And you put the next one up.
I'm sorry about the inconveniences.
All right. What is this one?
This is a picture of Interstate 40, the bridge. This is the riprap. This is a trail that runs this way.
All right. And that gravel road that you showed the jury that you came in on,
Right there it is.
and in the previous picture, it just showed that it went further, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the next one.
Y'all, I believe you can see portions of this, and I don't know why you would take a dead body in the back of your pickup truck down in an area below a highly traveled highway to dispose of their body. This makes absolutely no sense. You know what makes sense to me? Where her remains were found way back in the woods where nobody knew anything was going on. That makes sense to me. This bovine scatology is utter nonsense. And he's saying, oh, no, you can't see down. Let me tell you, y'all know what it's like to drive on an elevated expressway. You may not be able to see right below on either side, but as you're traveling, you can see in the distance up ahead what it looks like underneath the bridge or overpass or whatever you're on. He is absolutely wrong. And yes, it was in broad daylight, Serenity. I keep waiting to find out when this was actually happening because we all know at what time and where Zach Adams really was that morning. Because we've seen the ATM pictures.
Sort of a close-up.
That's correct.
Now, in this picture, you see the edge of the highway or the bridge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there appears to be a barrier. In other words, where you won't go off of it.
Right here.
Yeah, you'd dump a body right
Right.
by a boat ramp, wouldn't you?
Is that part of what obstructs your view?
Makes sense.
If you're traveling down that road.
It is that factored in with elevation.
All right. So do you see the pile of, let me ask you this, is this what it looked like then, or does it look different now in this picture?
It looks different in this picture.
All right. What is missing or what is different?
Yeah, because it's a park, it's federal property.
This right here was bigger and was green like that right there.
Oh, like
Was
that
green.
right there.
What do you mean bigger?
There was more rock there.
Okay. Show the whole area where there was rock back when,
It looked, you see how this looks tall. It was all in that fashion running out.
okay.
Okay, and this makes a difference how?
Pictures down. And get the lights back up.
Yeah, yeah, get the lights up because I'm scared of this dude. He ain't right.
So when Mr. Adams backed his truck up to the pile of riprap that you just showed the jury,
That's correct.
I want you to start there, please, and tell them what happened.
We backed up to that pile of riprap, approximately the distance of this to that. We didn't back all the way
This to that?
When you say this, that, you just indicated the witness box to.
to the jury box. Yes.
Well, that ain't very far.
Approximately 5-6 foot room to get out. I got out of the truck with the right hand and I grabbed the upper torso of Miss Bobo. Zach come around, let the tailgate down.
I got to stop a second again. I know I'm ranting a lot about this, but I just got to get some of it out. Otherwise, I'm going to explode. And nobody wants to see that. This was next to a body of water. In Tennessee, boating is a really, really big thing. He's already mentioned a boat ramp being around there. So it would have been relatively, I don't want to say populated, but there would have been great risk of being seen or heard or something. And now he's claiming that she's been dismembered already. I mean, Zach, he is a criminal mastermind because this is only hours after her disappearance. She has been raped and killed. Sorry, YouTube. I know you're going to have a conniption about that, but and also dismembered. Although there's no blood evidence on anybody or anywhere for this dismemberment. And now he's taking the torso out of the back of Zach's 4x4 Nissan pickup truck because it's now turned into a 4x4. We haven't heard that before. And they're going to dump her remains in the riprap is what this sounds like. There was actually a jury that sat there and believed any of this? What is wrong with our society? Yeah, I will give them the pass. It was 8 years ago, but goodness, this is awful.
I brought the upper torso to the end of the tailgate where he grabbed the legs, and I set the head, the upper end, on the riprap pile.
Did you notice anything about the blanket or the truck, the bed of the truck? Did you see anything?
In the bed of the truck, there appeared to be a small amount of blood.
Can you use your hands to describe what you mean by small amount? And your
The
make him use his
bed of the
hands.
truck was ridged like the bed of the truck, and it looked as if it had just lightly skidded over. And the blanket
Oh, tell
at
me
the
more about
upper
the
end of the
blanket.
torso that I grabbed had a small blood spot, maybe the size of an orange.
because I don't think they can see on here.
Maybe the size of an orange.
Did you look inside the blanket?
Never,
Did you unwrap?
never.
How were you able to swing her body around and you get the top part and Zachary Adams gets the bottom part without unwrapping the blanket?
I grabbed the blanket just like you would this shirt right here. The body didn't weigh very much. I was in pretty good shape. I'm a pretty good sized guy. I grabbed the blanket just like that right there and walked to the tailgate of the truck. At that time, he grabs the legs. We set the body down with the upper torso on that pile of riprap that y'all just showed, that we just discussed.
After you put Holly's body down on the riprap, what happened?
Mr. Adams goes to the driver's side of the pickup. I'm standing over the top of him with my hands on my knees. She being right here. And at that time, I see the foot move, a movement, and a sound of distress that sound like come out of her voice, come out come from the blanket. At that time, I walked to the door, to the passenger side door of the pickup. Mr. Adams was digging in a fanny pack. I told him, I said, this fucking bitch is still alive. We just
Digging in a
stopped for a
fanny
second.
pack?
I walked to the front of the truck. I told Jack, I said, she's heard my name called and heard me talking and all. At that time, he wheels around, walks back to the driver's side pickup, out of the floorboard of the pickup, he pulls a pistol, the same pistol that was holstered on Mr. Austin's side at 30 Yellow Springs Road.
Please tell me what it was.
And I said, whoa.
Now, let me ask you something here. Did you say whoa because you thought you were gonna save her life and stop him from doing something bad? Or did you say whoa for another reason?
I said, whoa, for another reason, to go look.
Where'd you go look?
Because we showed you on them 3 pictures.
I'm gonna put back exhibit 177 up there.
I said, whoa. And I run all the way across here to about this area and looked that way to see if anything was coming.
How far could you see down there?
Maybe 250 yards. It's a long, pretty long stretch from right here to the next curve. I looked around, and when I looked back around, Mr. Adams was standing.
Let me stop. You said you looked around. Did you stay down there at the corner or did you come back?
I stayed right here working back and forth, watching.
What about looking the other way?
There was nothing coming. I looked back this way, and I told him there was nothing coming.
When did you look back the other way? The way that you came in on?
Just shortly after I noticed that I looked down here and wasn't nothing coming.
Okay. Big lights. Hang on.
What are we doing?
You can keep going.
I looked around, and I told him that there was nothing coming close, it's clear, something to that effect. And at that time, boom, the gun sounded, gun went off. And it sounded like to me that it shot 3 or 4 times underneath that bridge. I had done made it back. I had done started my way back this way. And it sounded like boom, boom, boom
3.
underneath that bridge. It was just one shot, but it echoed underneath that bridge all the way down that damn river bottom. And when that gun went off, there was Martins went everywhere.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that.
Martins, bridge, birds went everywhere. Just all up under that bridge. And it just dead silence for just a second. I was still in this general location right here. And I heard a boat. Boat crank up, a boat running somewhere in either here or over here, somewhere there was a boat. Either down the Tennessee River or right here.
Weren't
I
you
took off
freaking
running.
out? There's a
Ran
boat.
back over to the truck, and I told him, I said, God damn, we have been seen or heard. And at that time, Mr. Adams grabbed the feet. I grabbed the same spot at the upper torso. blood spot was probably the size of a grapefruit at that time.
Oh, it's bigger now.
We load the body back into the truck in the same fashion, shut the tailgate, and tear out of there like wild Indians, just driving a racket. And I told him, I said, this is a federal refuge. There's no firearms supposed to be allowed down here. If they see us driving like this, we're gonna be the suspects. So we slowed down.
Now, are those the exact words you used? Did you say it that calmly? This is a federal refuge, we will be suspects?
Of course not. I mean, that's,
Or what'd you say?
I mean, word for word, probably can't, you know, it's over 6 years ago you know,
All right, but you told him to slow down.
let them slow down, yeah.
I want to, before we go any further about where you went, I want to back up a little bit. When you looked and saw and said nothing's coming, you said you turned around and saw Mr. Adams over Holly.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may this defendant come over here and demonstrate
Yes.
what he saw?
Yes.
Mr. Altria, would you
Yes.
and come over here?
SW, I
I want you
assume
to stand here
that both parties stipulated that
Face the
they
jury.
did not object to him being uncuffed while he
and show
testified.
them the position of Holly's body and where Zachary Adams was standing.
There was likely some sort of motion in limine beforehand
Yes.
that allowed
It's
this.
rip rap.
Look,
Rip rap.
look at the size of this man. Y'all. Wow. Now we see when everybody says that he's a big man. He's a big man.
Right there. We both-
Wow.
I set the body down with the upper torso inclined, like you would set, like this right here. When I was standing over here, Mr. Adams was standing at the upper torso at this fashion.
So he was
I
standing
could
up.
not see him. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty high vegetation.
Right, so you said he was standing here like this. You mean he was up on the riprap looking down on her?
That's correct, like this.
Alright. Did he have anything in his hand?
Yeah, the pistol.
Should you sit down?
When
What?
he got the pistol out of the truck,
Now we got it out of the truck.
he got
He
the
said-
pistol out of the truck before I ever went to here.
Didn't he just say he was messing
And
with his
and
fanny
didn't
pack
put
and
it
got
up.
it?
Over here.
So you loaded Holly back up in the white Nissan Frontier.
That's correct.
You told the jury to take off back down the road.
Back down this, come out this way right here, get back on this road right here, back on this little gravel here. We driving just erratic, just panicked, just pretty much, right?
At what time?
What happens from there?
We travel back is you want this back?
Not yet.
We travel back. We set a course back. I look at my cell phone and I told him, I said, man, I need to get to hell to Benton County and meet Angela for lunch.
When I asked you about your kind of routine with her, when you weren't working, was that part of the routine?
When I wasn't working, she expected me to be at Benton County Health Department for with lunch to spend with her through her lunch period.
She had what, half an hour or so?
She had half an hour. She wanted me to get her something to eat and meet her there.
When?
Well, let's be honest, is that the only reason you wanted to get away at that point? You said,
No. When I realized, keep in mind, a few minutes before that, I had just shot one hell of a load of dope. And when I realized and heard the gun go off, I come pretty much to my senses. I realized that this old boy has made some bad mistakes, some bad judgments, and his ass was in a bind.
Sir, he asked
I
you
was
to get
looking
rid of
for
a
ways
body,
to put some
and
distance
you were on board.
between me and that situation.
all right, so other than
What is
telling me to slow
happening?
down so you guys didn't get caught on your way out of the refuge, did you have any discussion about what had just happened or what had happened before you got to Shane's trailer that morning?
I did. Approximately, just as briefly, I mean, after the most intense part of it got gone, I asked him, how did she get here? How did you know her? And he said that Natalie Bobo was working at a strip club at North 40, prostituting for drugs and stuff like that. She had been coming down there, fucking him, and left the idea that victim Bobo was going to be in a threesome with him. Been showing him pictures of her and stuff like that. He also said that the victim had been to his house before.
This is the
Said all this, said all
strangest
this the
motive.
time y'all left, headed back.
That's correct.
Did he tell you how she ended up in the truck? Because that doesn't answer that question.
No,
How'd
It's just
she
a
end up wrapped
diatribe.
up in a blanket in Zach Adams' truck?
Days later.
think of your story
he did.
here, Jason.
Not that day. It was days later.
Okay, so where did you go at that point?
We never got an answer.
We
Sir.
went back. I went back to the PT Cruiser and got back out. Got into the PT Cruiser. Went to 641. Realized that I didn't have enough time to make it to her lunch. And I sat north of Interstate 40, texting her through her lunch period. When I pulled out, Zach was pulling back in 30 Yellow Springs Road, which was Austin's.
So he dropped you off at your PT Cruiser at the,
Back at the PT Cruiser, where at that time I made an attempt to go to Benton County.
you said you came around, he was pulling in, so I don't understand.
He was pulling back in at 30 Yellow Springs Road, back where Dylan and Shane was.
All right. So he dropped you off at church and then he goes back to Shane's.
That's correct.
And what's the distance from the church to Shane's?
Less than a mile.
When is the next time that you saw or spoke to Zach Adams that day, if you did?
At approximately 2:15, I established contact again.
Okay, that's mighty big words. I established contact. Who called whom?
I called. I initiated the call.
I didn't tell the jury about it.
And I asked him, was they together? Could I get another peel? And he said, yeah. That Dinsmore was over at Dottie's. Victor Dinsmore was over at Dottie's. We would run over there and get the peel. And I told him, I said, well, we're going to have to hurry up. I got to be back over here at the Quick Mart at 3:30. This was approximately 2:30 when I arrived back at 235 Adams Lane.
All right, so you called him, wanted more morphine.
That's correct.
All right. He said, okay, y'all were gonna go to Dottie's. Who's Dottie?
Dottie owns she owns a BP and Marine. Victor was working at her home, remodeling some cabinets. I believe is what, don't take it that he was working in the home.
Okay. Was Zachary your connection to Victor Dinsmore? Is that why you?
I had two connections to Dinsmore. It was Zach and Shane.
Okay.
At that time, me and Dinsmore was not, I had never purchased nothing directly from him. And I was having to go secondhand to get the stuff.
So where, you said, where did you meet back up with Zach?
235 Adams Lane,
And who lives there?
Mr. Adams,
And is there another house there at the top of the driveway, real close?
grandpa.
And you had been over there before?
Yes, ma'am.
When you pulled up at Zach Adams' house that afternoon, you said around 2:30?
That's correct.
Who was there?
Shane, Dylan, and Zach were standing outside in front of Dylan's Silverado pickup.
Was the white Nissan Frontier there?
No,
So the car that you had been in, or the truck that you had driven with him to the bridge, it wasn't anywhere to be seen?
that's correct.
What did you see or hear? at-
When I pulled up, the air was just thick with animosity. You could tell that there had been some fighting and anger amongst them.
Judge, I mean, speculation.
You can say what he observed.
Um,
Goodness gracious.
You think?
Sir, you are not a
we got
novelist.
in the truck. I got on the passenger side. Austin got in the middle. Mr. Adams got on the driver's seat. There wasn't a word said for just 30, 45 seconds.
Let me stop you. You was talking about two Mr. Adams. Which Mr. Adams was in the driver's seat?
Zach, Dylan was in the back. It was an extended cab Chevrolet pickup.
All three of y'all were in the front,
Three in the front, one in the back.
okay?
Oh, I'm already lost. Who's where?
From Zach's house to Dottie's house where we was headed is less than 2 miles. I mean, you can be in there.
Where was
I mean,
everybody
it's less
sitting
than
in
2
this
miles,
vehicle?
Probably a mile and a half. I don't know exactly. We got in there and we pulled out of the driveway. Him and Shane started arguing.
Who's him?
Zach and Shane. We pulling in.
Arguing about what? Finish that thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
yeah.
Shane told him, he said, you didn't have to kill her. And Zach told him, said, you're just as damn guilty. You hit it. And Zach told him, said, you shut your fucking mouth. I'm sick of it being discussed. We're here. We pulled up. And he told him, he said, I'll whoop your goddamn ass. And they got out of the truck at Dottie's. And one lick was exchanged. Zach hit Shane. Dinsmore pulls up. Dinsmore comes outside and this unidentified lady and stops it. Well, Dinsmore comes out and the fight stops. I look to my right, which is inside the carport, and there's this identified lady standing there. I didn't know who she was. They get back in the truck. Dinsmore walks up there. We purchased the pill. Dinsmore said, your wife said she spoke to you. And Jack said, I moved 4 rims in your shop to get my truck in. And he said, Jason's in a hurry. Train's in a hurry. He didn't call me Jason. He called me Train. He said, Train's in a hurry. We got to get him back over here and I'll talk to you later.
Did Dylan ever get out of the truck?
He never got out of the vehicle.
I need to pause because this little novel that was just spewed, am I the only one that feels like it was being recited as if this is my outline of information I have to say? And so I need to make sure this happens. So I'm going to tell a little story about this. And then I have to make sure this happens, tell a little story about that. Then I have to make sure this happens. Am I the only one picking up on this? Because it feels very contrived to me. And even the dialogue that was being exchanged, it was like, I know that there's a witness that said this, there's a witness that said this, there's a witness that said this. So I need to make sure all of those things are in this dialogue, in this exchange. It doesn't feel like a natural story. It feels like I'm listening to someone that is making something up. Am I the only one that feels this way? Because it could just be me. But it doesn't feel, it's like all these little specific pieces, like have to make sure the truck is at Dinsmore's. And so we have to have dialogue about why I put the truck there. Do you honestly think in real life he'd say, hey, I had to move, 4 rims so that I could get my truck in? He would never say that. Give me a break. Oh, don't even tell me I'm getting the hiccups. That will really be bad. I don't know. Y'all let me know if I'm completely off base or not. But this is not very easily understood. It feels like facts that have to line up.
So let's back up a little bit about what the conversation between Zachary Adams and Victor Dinsmore. Who said something about somebody's wife?
Dinsmore said that his wife had spoke to Zach.
Okay. My wife spoke to you.
Yeah, my wife said she talked to you earlier today.
Okay.
Dinsmore said, yeah, I went over there and I moved four rims out of your shop and I pulled my truck in.
Did he just say Dinsmore said that? I gotta back up.
Yeah, my wife said she talked to you earlier today. Dinsmore said, yeah, I went over there and I moved four rims out of your shop and I pulled my truck in.
So now Dinsmore said that. He just said Zach
Who
said
said
it.
that? Who said I moved 4 rims?
Zach said I moved 4 rims out of your shop.
Now we're back to Zach saying it.
Makes a lot of buzz on it. Now you got some tight space there.
Well, I'm trying to talk in it and be heard.
I know.
Oh my word. Back and forth because he can't remember.
Get appealed
I did.
directly to you or through Dinsmore to Zach?
Dinsmore walked up to the window. They paid the money and my money, and the appeal just come across from one hand to the other to me. And that was kind of the gateway that day that broke the ice that led into the future of me and Dinsmore being quote unquote friends.
Dealers together.
Once I made a drug deal with him, he realized that
You can deal for
Back up
me.
to the part
I can
where
deal to
they were
you.
arguing about Holly. And I want you to use names instead of he said or him. Who said what about you didn't have to kill her? And then you're just as guilty. You hit it. It was unclear to me who
All
said
the
what.
little
Okay.
all the little witness
Mr. Austin said
testimony.
you didn't have to kill her. And he looked at him, Zach looked at him, he told him, he said, you're just as guilty. You hit it.
Are you using the word you hit it? You hit it?
Yeah,
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean?
fucked her.
So he said, you're just as guilty as I am, you hit it.
Yeah,
And then what happened after that?
they get into the fight. They get out of the
He
truck.
can't
Go
remember.
to the front of the truck.
He can't
Mr.
remember
Adams,
the words. The witness
and that ends it.
testimony
Dins-
he has to fill in.
by the time he lands that lick, Dinsmore's right.
It's not me, guys. I don't know why it doesn't have any volume all of a sudden. Yeah, not me.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know what it
Adams
just
House, is that correct?
happened there.
That's correct. Went straight back to 235 Adams Lane.
And when you got back to Adams Lane, was the white Nissan Frontier back there? Was it still gone?
It was not there.
Did you hang around or did you leave when you got back?
I did not. As I testified that I had to be in another county at 3:30. And that was from where Zach lived to where I had to be. It was 35 to 40 minute drive. If you pushed it, you really had to go. So I didn't have enough meth left to supply. So I wasn't going to stay anyway. I didn't have enough to get everybody high. I just had enough for me. I was an addict. I was looking out for me.
Okay, something else. He arrived. This is per his testimony right now. He arrived at the Shane Austin's place where they all were at about 2:30, 2:35-ish. But he knew he had a at least 30 to 40 minute drive to get to another county. But then they also had to drive from Shane's house to Victor Dinsmore's place, an argument take place, fisticuffs take place, and him then say, I got to get out of here because I need to be in another county by 3:30. That's pretty tight. I call bull.
You used a phrase a minute ago, is that opened or broke the ice. We're talking about what had happened earlier on the 13th.
With Dinsmore. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that what you heard on the way to Dinsmore's and at Dinsmore's sort of, well, okay. So you're saying that broke the ice with Dinsmore?
Yeah.
Okay.
As I testified, the reason that I didn't go directly to Dinsmore to buy the meth to buy the morphine is because I had never purchased nothing directly from him.
So tell me, after you left the afternoon of the 13th, when is the next opportunity you had, the next time you talked to any of the three of them about what had happened on the 13th? I'm not asking for a day, unless you remembered. I'm more asking for,
2 days later.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if they're going to get into 404B evidence that's not related to these charges. The other thing is, I'm going to object to hearsay as to what somebody else may have told Mr. Andre and not specifically Mr. Adams.
my question was simply, when is the next opportunity he had? I didn't ask him what anybody said.
Well, I'm just in advance, Your Honor. I'm anticipating one.
All right, be cautious, please.
So Mr. Autry, I want you to listen to my
Ma'am, you already
question
let in a
very
bunch of
carefully.
hearsay.
If I don't ask you what somebody said, don't volunteer.
Gotcha.
You understand?
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
quotes
When is
of
the
what
next
written down.
opportunity that you had to speak
Stupid.
to Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, or Shane Austin?
2 days later.
That would have been Friday the 15th.
That's correct.
And on that day, which of the three of them did you talk to?
Zach,
Where were you?
I was in Benton County.
All right. And did he come to Benton County or were y'all talking over the phone?
He called me and we agreed to meet behind the marathon at Interstate 40.
Marathon Station at Interstate 40.
That's correct. Where 641 and Interstate 40 crisscross. There's a marathon.
And is Adams Lane right off of 641?
From that From there, it's a mile or so. It's close.
So my question was, is Adams Lane, does it run directly on 641?
Yes,
So it's their driveway, they're on 641. They just have an Adams Lane.
that's correct.
Okay. Did you agree to meet?
I did.
And when you got there, who was there?
Dylan and Zach.
And did y'all just pull up in front of the store, or did you meet somewhere else?
At the marathon, there's a side road that cuts back behind it. We met in a wooded area, maybe a quarter mile from the marathon.
Is that an area that you had been to before?
That's correct.
What was back there in the thicket?
Marijuana.
Whose plants?
Fine.
Had Zach Adams been in that location with you before? Like when you said meet at the marathon?
He's never been in there with me before.
So y'all, you pulled up, he pulled up, correct?
I was there first and he pulled in behind me.
What vehicle were they in and who was driving?
They were in Dylan's Chevrolet extended cab pickup.
Your Honor, at this time, we need to approach.
Now she needs to approach.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a jury out hearing if there's going to be any kind of jury discussion,
Proper,
so we can get it on the
There
record.
will be.
Okay. Check
Proper,
jury
proper,
room
proper.
or-
let's go. Okay. This has been disappointing in that I expected he would actually have testimony that would make sense to me. And all it sounds and looks like is he has testimony that matches all of the stuff he already knew. Oh boy.
Contextual to what happened in the aftermath of Holly Bobo's murder. But just in case you find it to be fall within 404B, I didn't want to start it without.
Okay,
So I think the better, I'll outline for you what I believe, and then I'd like to put on proof to Mr. Autry. Once they were parked in the parking lot of this marathon, there was a conversation between Mr. Autry and Zach Adams. A request was made by Zach Adams, and that's the testimony I'm gonna ask the witness.
okay, go
All
ahead.
right? So Mr. Autry, lean forward, make sure that you hear you. When you were there first, you said that he pulled up in Dylan's extended cab, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you get out of your car, or
I did not.
did somebody come to your car?
Zach come to my car.
Okay.
We proceeded to,
Did he get into the car?
got into the car, yeah.
Okay, he's on the passenger side, you're on the driver's side.
That's correct.
Did you have a conversation?
That's correct.
Did you tell the judge the entire conversation that you had?
Whenever he got in the car, I handed him a meth pack. He took a couple of hits off of it, and I asked him, I said, what'd you ever do with the old girl? He said, we throwed her out over near Kelly Ridge. He said, that's not the main reason I'm here. He said, fucking Dylan ain't been to bed and won't stop talking about it. He said, I want to see if you'll get rid of him, kill him for me.
What?
At that time, he made an offer for me to get rid of Mr. Dylan.
What?
And Your Honor, it's the state's position that that 404B statement of Mr. Adams falls directly into the category of his motive, his intent, his plan to get away with this crime, because at that time, because Dylan Adams hadn't been to bed and wouldn't quit talking, he was afraid he, being Zach Adams, was afraid Dylan Adams was going to implicate him and that he would be caught. And I truly don't believe it's 404B. I think it truly are statements made directly after the murder took place and the kidnapping and the rape. But we do
Yeah.
seek to offer it.
first of all, Your Honor, this is something that's happening 2 days later, so it is not directly related to statements directly after the murder, the alleged murder of Holly Bobo. Second of all, it's irrelevant as to whether at that point the crime, the murder of Holly Bobo is completed, it is finished. What happens next is irrelevant, Your Honor. So it's not relevant to whether or not Mr. Adams was involved in shooting Holly Bobo, he shot Holly Bobo, he kidnapped her, or he raped her. So it's independent of that. Next, it's highly prejudicial because it paints Mr. Adams out to be a killer of his own brother. Somebody who, I mean, that's a second murder or second attempted murder that they're trying to pull in here. And then after that, it's just, if you give it any kind of 404 analysis, it's just highly prejudicial, and the prejudice of this outweighs the probative value of whether or not this is, probative value that it has as to whether or not Mr. Adams killed Holly Bobo. We've already heard that. The whole murder is complete. We've already heard all the murder information. And at this point, these are just additional crimes and wrongs that they're trying to bring in. It doesn't show a pattern because it doesn't show anything about the murder. The murder is completed, allegedly, if you're going to believe Mr. Autry. The murder's completed, it's final, and so now what they're trying to introduce doesn't go to show anything about the murder.
And we, of course,
It's contextual.
Oh, my word. He's
If
going to let
it's
this in.
true, then it's showing an attempt to cover a crime by further doing things to keep it from being undetected by other people.
But he's not charged with that crime. He's not charged with trying to cover up a murder.
It's part of the context, though. The court finds that it is particularly probative.
What? It's not
and
prejudicial
it-
to
it
say that he
doesn't
tried to
really
put
go
a
to
hit on his
character.
brother.
It goes to an attempt to keep
This
something
is
from being
laughable.
discovered. And the court finds that its probative value does outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice. So even if it's 404, which I'm not sure it is, I think it's contextual, the court finds that nevertheless it would be admissible. Okay?
Wow. So this jury is going to hear.
Clear and convincing evidence. Court finds it. All right. Take one.
Wow.
Let's take till one. Till one, let's just round it off.
Wow. Yeah. I don't, I mean, oof. I'm a little speechless.
Mr. Autry, I want to back up a little bit
Wow.
to the place we left off before lunch. I want you to begin with Friday, 2 days after Holly Bobo was shot in front of you, when you met Zach Adams at the Marathon Station, okay?
Correct.
That's where I want to pick up. And then we'll back up just a little bit about you showing up and him showing up, and then go forward from there, okay?
So that evening, I received a phone call, and he asked me to meet him at no set location, but I decided, I named the location, and we met at the Marathon,
They met to do drugs together.
641 and Interstate 40 in a pine thicket.
And what happened?
I got there early first. Zach and Dylan pulled in behind me in a extended cab Chevrolet pickup. Zach come to the front seat of the car, sat down. I handed him a meth pipe. I asked him a question. I said, "What'd you do with that girl?" He said, "We throwed her out near Kelly Ridge."
That doesn't
He
even
said,
make any
"That's not
sense.
the reason I'm here today." He said, "I'm here over Dylan. Dylan hadn't been to bed. Won't stop running his damn mouth about this shit. He's gonna get us in trouble."
And when he told you that, how did you respond?
I asked him what he wanted done.
Okay? Tell the jury what was said.
He said his grandpa Dick would probably pass in a few years. And if I'd killed Dylan, that he'd give me a portion of the money and let me live in one
Oh,
of the
that's
houses.
new. That's new
I
testimony
did
from what
not.
was just discussed.
Make an agreement. I told him, I said, it's something I need to think about, and I'm not prepared to do this today.
Did he indicate to you how he wanted it done or when he wanted it done?
He did not.
And when you said that to him, what did he say?
He told me if I decided to do that, to let him know. And I told him, I said, when I get done with that, you'll probably be next.
Oh, you're Billy
Meaning what?
bad.
Meaning I was gonna kill him too.
And what did he say or do after you said that to him?
He hit the pipe a few times. And I asked him, I said, what's going on with Shane? And he said, I hadn't seen him. And I said, well, I'm fixing to go visit him.
All right, let me stop just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, you've heard testimony that the defendant, Zachary Adams, allegedly attempted to engage this witness to harm Dylan Adams, as well as other potential bad acts. You may not consider such things, such testimony to prove his disposition to commit the kind of crime for which he is on trial, but rather the testimony may only be considered by you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides the complete story of the crime. That is, whether such testimony and the charged offenses are logically related or connected so that the testimony of the other tends to prove the one charged or is necessary for a complete account thereof. Okay.
Why would you make the statement that you did? Zach Adams, that you decided to do it, that he'd be next?
I felt like after I'd sat and evaluated the situation and the circumstances and the reality and the scope of the situation that fell on me, I felt like in my heart that he should have
Fell on him.
notified me and let me know before you bring me into a situation like that.
Like that.
Meaning the day that I called trying to set up and buy the morphine and you said you need to see me, you should have said you had a dead body there. All right. I felt that in my heart. I felt that I was brought into that. And I felt it. That's what I felt.
Feeling.
You asked about Shane and then made the statement that you were going to go check on him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So did you do that?
I left there, stopped at the store, Dottie's, and got 2 beers, 2 quarts of Bud Light. I proceeded to Shane's house where I ran into a roadblock at 790 Pew Road. The officer was Jeremy Inman. I pulled up. And he looked in the car and seen the alcohol, and he said, Jason, he said, there's search parties and shit all over the place down through there. He looks through the car, to the front, PT Cruiser, looks in the back in the hatchback, and he said, you're going to need to be careful if you're going to drive through there drinking. And I left, went to Shane's house,
And that's the trailer on Yellow Springs Road.
30 Yellow Springs Road.
Is that the first time you had been back to the trailer since?
That's the first time I had been around any of them or back to Decatur County since the 13th.
Now, you're not going to be able to say what Shane said, but I want you to describe what you did when you got to his trailer and what you observed.
When I got to the trailer, he was highly inebriated. And he said, that, no, I can't say.
Right. So
He was highly inebriated, and I took him away from that situation. There was,
All right, we're talking about Shane.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Were there search parties all in and around where his trailer was, the road in front of his trailer, the woods?
there was maybe a command post set up at Yellow Springs Church, and people just everywhere in that area.
And again, you can't say what he said, but you can describe his demeanor for the jury. Was he agitated? Was he calm? Was he concerned? How would you describe his demeanor?
Frantic.
Frantic. Right, as a result, because you went there to check on him, right?
That's correct.
So as a result of pulling, you yourself passing the roadblock, pulling in and seeing all the search parties, you said you wanted to take him away from that situation.
I did.
So what'd you do?
I loaded him in, got him into the PT Cruiser, and left that general location. I noticed as we were going down the road, when I would turn or hit the brakes, that he would go over, nod out, and hit the dash. I was having to catch him with my hand. So I thought, I'll take him and feed him. At that time, I took him to Johnny's Bar and Grill and fed him.
During the course of your meal with him, did he at any time, or did his demeanor change? Did he calm down? Did he sober up? Did you become less concerned?
You know, we were in a bar and he was not drinking, so he naturally sobered up a little bit, but there was numerous people in the bar. And we left there and went to another bar where he did kind of sober up after he eat, but he never really come to this complete sobriety.
Again, not asking what he said, did you have a conversation with him about what had happened to Holly?
I did not,
Not that night.
not that night.
So after taking him to eat and then to another bar, did you take him back home?
I did. I did, and at that time, dropped him off, went back to 310 Benco Hills to Angela's house.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the conversation that you had with Zach 2 days after Holly was killed. When is the next opportunity that you had to talk to Zach about any of this? I'm not asking for a date. I'm more asking for an event or.
I called him and I told him, I said, I've thought about that, about the offer you made. And I said, I'm looking into it, meaning Dylan. At that time,
I don't understand how this has
day or
anything to
so
do with
after that,
anything.
I loaded Dylan up in the truck with a bass boat and carried him to the Tennessee River.
Let me back up. When you called him and said you're looking into it, did you ask him anything about whether his offer was still good?
I did,
Okay, but
yes.
Maybe we ought to identify by name rather than pronouns, okay, to make it clear.
when you called Zach Adams, did you talk to Zach Adams about the offer that he had previously made to you?
I did.
Okay, would you tell the jury the whole conversation?
It was a brief conversation. I asked him if the offer still stood. He said, yeah, when Papaw passed and the land and the money transfers hands. And I said, all right, I'm thinking about going through with it. And I did set up a date to take Dylan to the river.
Okay, did you set up a day to take Dylan to the river with Zach, or did you set up a day to take Dylan to the river later on? Did you set that up with Dylan?
I surprised Dylan. I knew that he was home and his papa was at the water plant. And I showed up with a boat and a little marijuana and lured him into going.
All right, so what'd you tell him? And again,
I asked him if he wanted to go bass fishing.
and did he get in the car with you to go bass fishing?
Just, yes.
Tell the jury what happened after that.
We go to the Tennessee River, put in the boat. We run to Cub Creek. We start bass fishing up a bank. Dylan catches a little old grinnell,
Little old what?
a grinnell.
Okay.
Has me to come back there and take it off. He was scared of the teeth that it had. By that time, we had been there maybe an hour or so, drinking, smoking pot. And I was trolling down a channel, looking for a place to put him. And a little old John boat come up, pulled up beside of us pulled up beside of us and asked if we was catching anything, and he knew Dylan's grandfather. At that point, that stopped everything. We had been spotted. There was no, he positively identified him, and I bought the boat from Cherokee Boat Dock, and he knew the owner of the boat that I bought the boat from. So he did not know me, the guy didn't, but he knew the owner of the boat, and he knew Dick Adams.
So you had a conversation with him, and you realized at that point, he knows your boat, he knows Dylan, he knows Dick Adams. You've been seen.
That's correct. Yeah, been seen. So we finished the day, with a portion of the day, fishing and just enjoying it, so to speak. He gets
Hitman
inebriated,
Jason.
drinking, and starts talking. And I asked him, I said, man, you, at any given time, I said, you could have done like me and walked away. Because in my mind, the last time he seen me, I was leaving 30 Yellow Springs Road, and he did not know about the bridge and all that. He stayed there. So I'm thinking that he thought that he didn't know Jason was involved in anything.
What happened?
He said that,
Your Honor, I'm gonna do.
You can't say what he said.
huh?
You can't
Carry
say
on.
what Dylan said to you.
He didn't say what he
You
said.
can say what you did in response to it or what you said to him. Okay? But you can't say what
He's been
Dylan
doing
said
it through his
to you.
entire testimony, what everybody said to him.
Did he give you certain information?
That's correct. He gave me information as to whereabouts the rape.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. He's
All right.
saying,
Hearsay.
It's tricky, so just listen to me carefully, okay? Did he give you certain information about April the 13th?
That's correct.
And after hearing that information about April the 13th and what happened, did you take certain actions? Did you do something in response to that information?
Your Honor, I wanna make sure they're not trying to backdoor any hearsay in by then.
She knows what my ruling is.
So you can answer that. Based on, or after hearing that information, did you go somewhere? Did you
I
do
did.
something?
After hearing that information, I went to where the alleged rape was occurred.
After hearing that information, did you go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you go?
Your Honor, I think now he's saying wherever you went is where the alleged rape occurred. He's now saying
Judge,
that.
All right, you'll disregard what he said. Just see if we can get more directly to the point.
Where did
Ask
you
better questions.
I went to my grandmother's barn.
go? Okay, well, let's talk about your grandmother's barn. First of all, is your grandmother and Shane Austin's grandmother the same person?
That's correct.
Where was her barn located?
Yellow Springs Road.
Where was her house located?
200 yards across the road.
All right, so you got a house on one side and her barn on the other side.
That's correct.
And are they, can you, if you're standing on her front porch, can you see across the road to the area where the barn is?
You might see the roof in the fall.
Okay, and where in relation, and let me ask you this, had your grandmother recently passed away?
Grandmother and grandfather.
So was the house vacant at that time?
That's correct.
Was the barn being used at that time?
No, ma'am.
So you go to this barn, and again, without repeating what Dylan told you, What were you doing at the barn?
I was there to clean up any possible evidence left behind.
Did you see any evidence that needed cleaning up?
I did not.
Will you describe for the jury what the inside of that barn looked like?
It was an old corn crib with hay. If you walked in the front door, there was hay laying to the right with 85% probably of the roof blown off. It was in severe deterioration.
And
Did you actually go into the barn to look for evidence?
From the door, you could see the scope of the entire, I mean, it was no huge barn.
Did you move anything? Did you clean anything up, or did you just turn around and leave?
The area looked normal, and I turned around and drove off.
How far after the 15th, when you were first, when Zachary Adams first proposed that you kill his brother on the 15th? How long a period of time until you were at the barn? In other words, was it May, June, July, August? Do you remember?
It was some months.
Weren't marking on your calendar, were you?
Absolutely not.
were there leaves on the
In
trees?
fact, I was just in the area, and the idea popped into mind.
Popped into mind as a result of getting certain information that we can't talk about.
That's correct, that I might need to look, and if there's anything out there, dispose of it.
Oh, what a good friend.
Did you ever have another conversation with Zachary Adams about killing Holly, raping Holly, kidnapping Holly?
I did.
When was that?
The day that we got caught with the deer stand.
All right, let's talk about the day you got caught with the deer stand.
Well, that day we were out riding around,
When you say we,
me and Zach.
okay,
Doing
We
drugs.
go to Eagle Creek, Camden, Tennessee, in my pickup, go into his hunting club. He steals a deer stand, and I steal a camera,
a what?
a camera,
Okay,
trail cam.
gotcha, trail cam.
Hot summer day. We stop.
Let me ask you this, is it a hot summer day, the same year, 2011?
It's not.
Okay,
No, this was August of 2012.
okay,
Carry on.
yes.
Sir.
It was
You're
a pretty
a little
good
too
walk
comfortable.
in there. On the way out, we stopped and sat down where a road had been pushed through, and the bank, sit on the bank. Took a couple of hits off a meth pipe. And I looked at him and I said, looks like we got by with this shit.
Were you talking about the deer stand and the trail cam, or were you talking about something else?
Talking about the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo.
A year and a half later. Sure.
I told him,
Sure.
I said,
Yeah.
Dylan said,
Oh, no, actually, you can't. This is a statement you made to Zach.
that's correct.
Your Honor, it's still hearsay.
He can't speak hearsay about some. What is happening? Just because somebody else said it and he's saying that somebody else said it, it's still freaking hearsay. What is wrong? Oh my heavens. Yeah, he's the one saying it, Bad Jennifer says. Oh my word. It's almost like she doesn't understand courtroom procedure at all. And after seeing her behavior in the post-conviction relief hearings, I don't think she does know how to behave in a courtroom. And I would certainly never, ever, 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 under any circumstances, want to appear in her courtroom if she's a judge. She has no clue.
You're at this hunting club, is that right?
That's correct.
You made a statement, looks like we got away with this shit.
That's correct.
Then what'd he say?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I told you the other day, this is not being offered for the truth.
So good Jennifer lost that one
It's
too.
offered,
Lost that objection.
As far as follow-up response. So you shall not consider what he said for the truth of it, okay?
Sure don't, Kelly. Sure don't.
What did Zach, or how did Zach respond?
He said the real reason that we were there was to show Clint how to manufacture meth. He said we got there early. She come
What?
outside screaming and raising hell, and we took her.
Right, that's not offered for the truth of it.
Wow.
Allegedly a statement of the defendant, not a third party, okay?
And how did you
This story
respond to
gets
that
more
information?
outrageous.
I just listened to it. I mean, I did not. In fact, I brought up the issue that we had been there long enough. Let's go. My truck was sitting in plain view down at a locked gate on private property. So, I mean, once the breath was caught and a few minutes of rest, it was time to go.
Time to take the trail cam that you stole and hit the road.
That's correct.
That would be more
You don't do
accurate
that.
of addict
That's
behavior.
Your stand and the trail cam and left.
That's correct.
Get the heck out of here.
Had
Did you hear
any
somebody?
other conversations with Zach about what happened to Holly?
I have not.
At any point in time, did you go, you told us about the barn, did you go look somewhere else because of information you received?
I did.
All these people
Where'd you get the
looking.
Information.
I obtained the information from Zach 2 days after the 13th, the 15th in the wooded area.
So you mentioned earlier that Zach told you you
That
dumped her at Kelly's Ridge.
near Kelly's Ridge.
So what is Kelly's Ridge? Where is Kelly's Ridge?
Kelly's Ridge is in Benton County, Tennessee. It's hunting club maybe. It's long. There's a gate there and a great road that runs down through the property for a long ways. I mean, that's just backwoods. Far as you know, for a long ways, yeah.
At some point, did you go to Kelly's Ridge?
I did. I tried. I come through there one day and I noticed some birds sitting near a pond bank.
You mean like sparrows or some other kind of bird?
Buzzards.
Buzzards.
Well, this was within a week of the disappearance.
Okay.
Those are called
I thought
vultures, not buzzards.
That's where the body was. So I stopped at the house and asked the people, could I go?
Slow down. So you had the information about Kelly's Ridge.
That's correct.
Did you drive, you said I was driving through there. Did you drive through there on purpose? to
Yeah,
look
he said he
around,
was
or did you
looking.
just happen to be driving through there? If you remember.
He just
I mean,
testified that
I
he
wasn't
went to look.
purposely looking. I mean, when I seen that, it all flashed before the mind. I mean, yeah, I never went out with the search parties or,
No, I understand that. I'm saying, did you go to that area because Zach Adams had told you we dumped Holly near Kelly's Ridge?
I rode through there, yeah,
Okay.
looking to
Exactly.
see what I could see.
Yes.
You said that.
Tell the
you saw
right
buzzards,
story. She's trying to
post
tell you,
on the left.
Jason.
There's 2 ponds there on the property at the entrance of Kelly Road, at Kelly Ridge. I seen buzzards sitting in an old dead tree in the backside of one of
You
them ponds,
mentioned that.
So what did that mean to you?
dead. Something dead.
You said you walked up to the house. So is there a house close to those?
There's a
ponds?
house at the entrance of Kelly Road. I got out and I knocked on the door and I asked the person living there if I could go fishing down there.
You said you asked the person, so somebody answered the door?
There was, yes,
And,
Male, female? Did that person
they told me no,
remember you?
that there had been some river otters or creek otters come through there and wiped all the fish out. They didn't want nobody on the property. At that time,
Otters?
I got back in the vehicle and left.
Do you mean
this person that you
beavers?
talked to, is it a male or a female?
I'm not sure. I think
Oh.
there was both people there.
Doesn't remember. This is
But they
complete
wouldn't
bull.
let you.
They would not, they would not let me up to the door. I mean, I was met from a distance.
Then why didn't we go
Just as
ask
soon
these
as I
people if
pulled
they've
up,
got
they
Holly
come out
Bobo's body in
to the
their
screen
on their
door.
property? 'Cause that's sus.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Am I the only one that thinks, wow, you've got vultures circling on your property and you won't let me on to go fishing in the back of your property and you're like not wanting me around, you're acting all janky and everything. Hello? Those are all red flags. Did we go talk to these people? I know the answer to that. It's okay, everybody. I know.
To, the day in the, when you were stealing the trail cam and Zach was stealing the
Deer stand.
deer stand. You said y'all sat down there after,
Let me stop to clarify something. What I told him earlier about hearsay, I thought it was a third party. He said that was what Zach told him. Hearsay doesn't apply to a statement of a defendant. So
You have
you can
completely
disregard what I earlier said
lost
about it
this
wasn't all
jury,
true,
sir.
so you're not to-
They have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yes,
so
Ava.
if I understand your ruling correctly,
Hello?
they may take it for the truth.
They may, because I thought it was a third party at the time. I think he started off saying what the third party
And
said.
then he skipped what
That's
Dylan
when
said.
we had our conference and I decided to instruct him, but when he started back, he said that Zach had told him.
He
So
skipped- so-
hearsay ruling would not apply to the statement of a.
This
They can consider that.
Jury
But
does
anyway,
not
they feel it.
understand party opponent
I wanna
testimony.
go back
They've
to
probably
that
never
day.
set foot in a
Okay.
courtroom before.
The-
We watch trials all the time and we understand that. They have no clue what he's talking about.
You, before our bench conference, you started to tell the jury what you said to Zach. You started the sentence, Dylan said, but then you didn't finish it when we came back.
That's correct.
So, and I don't know if you misunderstood the judge's ruling, but I want to go back to that. Tell the jury exactly what you told Zach.
I asked him,
You started it with Dylan said.
that's correct.
Okay. That's the part that I'm asking about.
Dylan said,
Now, I don't want what Dylan said, though.
Oh
But
my
this is what he
word.
said to Zach. This is what the conference.
Oh.
yeah,
You said
I'm telling him,
Dylan said so-and-so.
Yes.
that's correct.
So we don't need to go into what Dylan said, but then you said Zach had said so-and-so.
It's two different things, Judge. And we haven't gone over the part.
She's
that we
trying
had
to make sure he
conference
says what
about.
she
It does
wants
need
him to
your
say.
instruction.
All right.
It's
If
obvious.
something that someone other than the defendant said, it's not offered for the truth of that statement. And you cannot consider it.
Do
for the
you
truth
think
of
this
that
jury
statement.
is
It's to
lost
simply
right
show
now?
what
They are so
transpired
far
thereafter.
off in the giggle weeds.
You
They're
don't
like,
need to hear what Dylan said because Zach, he says what Zach said and he explained the statement. What Dylan said is irrelevant unless we're offering it for the truth.
I think they're offering it for what Zach said.
But we have what
Thereafter.
Zach said. We know what Zach said. Zach says Clint.
I've made my
Clint
ruling.
would teach-
Thank you.
What?
I want you to go back to that conversation that you had with Zach, okay?
Do y'all believe good Jennifer Thompson, when she testified in the post-conviction hearings, that she was steamrolled over? He doesn't even allow her to argue it. I've made my ruling. Wow. Wow. Y'all thought Judge Bev Canoni was bad. This is a level like beyond. I am truly, every day that we sit down and watch more of this trial, I am more and more shocked. Shook to my bones.
You started to tell the jury that, but you haven't finished.
That's correct.
You said, I looked at Zach and I said, Zach?
Yeah.
Dylan said, and then we had an objection.
That's
So I
right.
want you to finish that statement.
We also had Crawford issues, Your Honor. Confrontation. We cannot confront Dylan. He's not here today. I can't confront Dylan about what it is that he said.
Let's just go ahead and move along.
You mean you don't want me to go back over that part?
I'd rather you didn't. We're more interested in Zach's statements.
During the course of that conversation, something that you said to Zach, something Zach said back to you, was Holly Bobo's rape discussed?
Yes.
Did Zach admit that he raped Holly Bobo?
Yes.
Through hearsay upon hearsay.
What
Wow.
did he say? And again, you can't talk about what Shane said. You can't talk about what Dylan said. What did Zach tell you about raping Holly?
He said that it was a brief encounter and that Brian Vitt was out mowing the yard. And I asked him at that time, I said, how does a man prepare himself to rape someone with two other men? And he said Dylan sucked him off, got him hard.
What?
And I told him, I said, that's sick, nasty, man.
What?
I object to the hearsay about what Dylan said.
There was no
He's
hearsay.
saying what Zach said. Zach is saying that Dylan took certain actions,
That's
not
correct.
that he said something.
This judge exhausts me, and
Did
I'm
Zach
not even in the
say-
trial.
That all three of them raped her.
Yes.
Did he tell you how they raped her?
Not really. They didn't no fine details. I let it be known that I don't stand for that shit.
Oh, he has criminal
Did he tell
morals.
you anything else they did to maintain control over Holly? Besides, or in order to allow them to rape her? Or
Dylan was the one that provided that.
and you can't talk about what Dylan said.
Yeah,
So you
that
didn't- you
he
didn't have
was the one that provided the information on how the situation unfolded.
That's
He understood-
hearsay.
Zach understood that I really wasn't down with it. And the conversation was very abrupt.
What on the
You've talked about today, on the 13th, seeing a gun holstered on your cousin Shane's hip.
First,
magically
when I pulled
appeared
in 30 Yellow
with
Springs
Zach.
Drive.
Had you ever seen that particular gun before that day?
Yes,
And
Were
what
you
my tell
present when
was-
that gun was first bought, traded, obtained?
Yes,
And whose gun was it?
before it was bought or after it was bought.
Both.
Before it was bought, it was,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. This is super important. Oh boy.
Remember,
I
you
can't.
don't-
I don't remember his name.
Oh,
Were you present when it was purchased?
I was,
And who purchased it?
Shane.
And between the time he purchased it and the next time you saw it, or, excuse me, between the time he purchased it and the 13th, had you seen it any other times?
I had not. I only seen it the day it was purchased.
how convenient.
I was only, I had no actions of the gun other than just watching the transaction, just a brief transaction.
What kind of
Shane
gun
had a
was
lot
it?
of guns, didn't he?
That's correct.
What kind?
I want to show you.
I have a lot of guns. So
a
what?
gun.
They're all different. Really? That's where we leave that? We don't even
Put on
ask
glasses.
what kind of gun, caliber, revolver, automatic?
That's the gun.
This is the gun. What is it?
Minus the
That looks like a revolver to me, y'all.
the aging.
Notice the what?
The
The
aging.
aging.
Okay.
So what do you mean by that? Minus the aging?
Meaning, when I seen the gun, it was in good working order.
That's a
Shit.
revolver, y'all.
What color?
Black.
Black. Was the whole gun black?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be the gun that
It does.
you saw holstered on Shane?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that
Now it makes more sense.
when you left Shane's trailer, when you left, you pulled out, Shane had the gun on his hip.
That's correct.
When's the next time that you saw this gun?
When I got in the Nissan Frontier 4x4 laying in the driver's side floorboard,
Car driven by whom?
Mr. Adams.
And after seeing it in the floorboard, when's the next time that you saw that gun?
In his hand right before he shot her.
And after the 13th, did you ever see this gun again?
I did.
When's the next time that you saw that gun?
When me and Austin sold it to Densmore.
And when you say me and Austin, you mean Shane Austin.
I was with Shane when he traded Densmore the gun for morphine.
And that was later on that same summer.
It was approximately 4 to 5 months after the incident.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the gun be marked as the next numbered exhibit. And
Do you all think that's the gun?
there are some live rounds that are separate in the baggie. I'd like those to be marked for ID only.
I said it'd be 181.
I want to know exactly what kind of bullets were put in that revolver or found in that revolver. Do tell. Spill all the tea. Somebody needs to tell me because I'm dying to know that. Now we know it was a revolver. I thought it was like a 9mm, a semi-automatic, like a Glock or something like that. Did y'all think that beforehand, or did I just like kind of make that up in my own head?
And months that followed Holly's disappearance, but at that time nobody knew where she was. Were you questioned by law enforcement? Like actually beginning in July of the same year?
I was.
And were you questioned on more than one occasion?
I was.
2 times
Yes, ma'am.
at least?
At least.
In addition to being questioned by law enforcement, were you questioned by Karen Bobo? Any of those interviews, either the one by the Bobos or the two by the Bobos or law enforcement? Did you ever tell the truth about what you knew?
I did not.
Why? That's probably pretty obvious, but why?
One was self-preservation. Once, two, I had family in it. Three, I had a relationship I was trying to save that I didn't want to get destroyed.
You lied.
Plain and simple.
And after you were actually arrested for this crime, did you continue to lie?
I did.
Until he
Grant
realized
Did you grant interviews to the media?
he could tell a different lie.
And let me say, before
And make it better
you were
for himself.
represented by Mike Scholl and Robert Harris.
That's
Did you?
correct. Miss-
Who were your lawyers then?
Mr. Fletcher Long and John Herbison.
Were they aware that you were going to grant interviews to the media?
They set it up, yeah,
And you did that from the jail?
from state prison through Channel 5.
State prison, that's just where you're being held on this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you're actually doing some time right now, aren't you, on something else?
That's correct. I believe it's 922G.
Did you, in addition to granting interviews, and let me just ask you, did you proclaim your innocence of all knowledge to whoever happened to watch Channel 5?
I did. I was told by Fletcher Long sent word.
Objection, Your Honor.
He can't say what Fletcher said.
Especially not an
Yes, yes.
attorney.
Was it your goal to proclaim your innocence?
That's correct.
And did you do that constantly?
I did.
Did you write letters to various people?
I did.
What did you say in your letters?
That I did not kidnap, I did not rape, and I did not kill Miss Bobo. And I did not. But I lied and said that I didn't have no details to it.
That was my next question. Did you kidnap her?
I did not.
Did you rape her?
I did not.
Did you kill her?
I did not.
You were involved in it though, weren't you?
I was.
And that's the part you lied about.
That's correct.
Did you write letters to all sorts of people with the knowledge or not that somebody was reading your mail?
In the beginning, no, but it was determined shortly after. Meaning, after being there a month or so with correspondence with other people saying the letters had been opened, I figured it out.
And that law enforcement or jail personnel
We're scanning
had a
it.
mail cover. They were reading everything you wrote, right?
Had a subpoena on the mail, scanning it.
Duh.
Did you, with that knowledge, continue to proclaim your absolute lack of knowledge about anything?
I absolutely did.
When you got, let me just ask, you have given this jury a lot of information today. What made you go from telling the world, I didn't have anything to do with it and don't know anything about it, to the things that you have admitted today?
Oh, I know.
I told the previous attorneys the very first court date when I asked the judge for a session after court, and he allowed us to go back there. I told him that I had information on the case,
You can't say
Did you
what
what?
that I had information.
Okay.
you
on the
can't say,
case.
you can't say what your lawyer said, but you told them then.
That's correct.
And I don't want to go too deep into what what they said. But after giving those first lawyers the information, was anything set up between yourself or any requests made between yourself and the DAs that were assigned to the case at that time?
There was not.
when you got new lawyers, again,
They might have been crooked lawyers that got
situation
disbarred, but they
Did
knew he
they-
was feeding them a line of baloney.
approximately
Come on, bad Jennifer.
sometime last fall. Did the situation change for you?
There did. There was.
And since that time, were you driven from state prison in Nashville to a location under the bridge with your lawyers, both present,
Yes, ma'am.
with Mr. Hagerman,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ragland, Mr. Christensen, me?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you show all of us in the presence of law enforcement and TDI agents exactly what happened to Holly under the bridge on the 13th?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm gonna put something up.
So I want to know where Kelly's
First of all-
Ridge is.
Did I show you this map and this poster this morning?
You did.
And do you recognize the areas depicted on it?
I do.
What area is depicted on it?
Interstate 40, the Tennessee River Bridge, the crime scene, the route there, the route out, the road in.
Your Honor, ask this to be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
The 182. I want your big sketches. I want to substitute maybe an 8x10 of them. In other words, I don't want the clerk to have to,
Oh, after deliberation?
yes, yes. After the case is finally concluded, okay?
May Mr. Autry step down
You
again?
may,
Sort of a tight squeeze, but we'll. Oh, I'm gonna get the. Mr. Autry, do you see this map with the blue route sort of mapped out here?
I do.
Sorry, I can't.
You might need to come up there.
I don't know that she wants to be that close to him.
Look,
When you say this is a route we took, this is a route who took?
me and Jack,
On what day?
the 13th of April.
And where did you start?
There's a map on that board,
30
y'all.
Yellow Springs Road.
Okay, and this doesn't
We just
appear to be
can't see it.
exactly 30 Yellow Springs, but it's in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay? And show them the route that you all took. Use that so you're not blocking it.
We traveled Hugh Road, Duck Farm Road.
can you step back a little further and still show it?
I can, sir.
Thank you.
We traveled Hugh Road, Duck Farm Road, Dry Branch Road, Morgan Creek Road, Warren Hill Road, to the location right here.
All right, now you are using keep your pointer there. You're using your pointer from where these red lines meet to the furthest right picture on the right
This right
side.
here is this location right here,
And the line goes to what?
pile of riprap.
Show them where you back the truck in, or where Zach Adams backed the truck in.
Right here.
All right, lean back just a little. All right, show again if you can.
Right here.
Are y'all finding this effective? Like even
Is
if
that
you
where
could
you
see
shot
the
her?
board?
That's correct. On that pile of riprap right there.
I'm not finding it helpful,
And these other,
even if I could see
these
the
other
board.
pictures
This is the route in that we take that I showed y'all earlier.
on the little one?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the bridge. This is where we looked down at the Sandy Bar in the Tennessee River. In fact, let's see. Right here is the actual. Right here is the actual river. Right here. Right there is the location where she was killed. Right there is the actual Tennessee River. This looks like the river right here, but that's not. That's a slough. It's on both sides. That's backwater. The actual river is right here.
Is there a place or a picture on here that you can show the jury where your intention was to gut her and put her in the water?
This location right here is the channel in this slough. The meaning channel meaning the deepest point.
And that's where you're gonna put her.
That's where he was gonna put her. Or we, however you want to say it.
Right.
That determining who was gonna do what was never made at that point.
Understand. But that's where you guys were headed.
That's correct.
You can be seated.
Sit your big tail down.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions at this time. Pass for false.
Okay. Alrighty, everybody. I'm going to need some input by you in the chat. I can take a break for lunch right now. My tummy's getting a little hungry, even though I had a snack, but I need to eat something. I can either leave this stream going with a picture and some music on, or I can close the stream entirely and create a new stream that will start in 30 minutes time. You all tell me in the chat. And if you're not in the chat, I'm sorry, you don't get a vote in this. Sorry. Which you would prefer to do today, because I can do either way. It's just that I have to create a new live stream if we're going to break from this one and do a new one. And so far, what I can gather is that Holly was in a Tupperware. She was in a tub of some kind. She was in a farm blanket. She was at Kelly's Ridge, which I have no idea where that is. She was under I-40 in that refuge area. Of course, we know for certain she was in the location where her remains were found. Does any of this make any sense to all of you? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. What's easier for me is to not have to create a new stream. So what I'll do then is I will set this up. Let's plan to meet back at 12:45 Central Time. That is 1:45 on the Eastern Coast. And it is 10:45 on the West Coast. And we will pick up right at cross-examination by good Jennifer of Jason Autry. All righty. I will put some pretty stuff up here, so bear with me a moment while I add it. I had other stuff open because I was busy, researching and stuff. So let me get my world a little better in order here. And I'll put a nice picture up for everybody. How about that? And we'll be back in about 30 minutes. See you in a bit, guys. Hey, everybody! Let me get rid of our dance pop music that I put on for ya. Was everybody jamming while they were eating their lunch? Okay, let me put us back in our configuration to enjoy the rest of our viewing. Did everybody have a nice lunch? I had myself a lovely and delicious ham and Colby cheese sandwich with some Cheez-Its on the side because I'm kind of like a child when it comes to food. And then I had a friend of the family made some delicious Christmas cookies. So I had a couple of Christmas cookies too and washed it all down with a Dr. Pepper Zero. I hope everybody has a full belly and I hope you're all ready because it's time to cross-examine. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have the right video queued up here. It is time to cross-examine, but we need to have the right video for the cross-examination. Cinnamon rolls, Kelly. Oh, I'm so jealous. I am such a carbaholic and sweetaholic, so and always have been. Cookies are my absolute favorite. Like I love pie and cake and muffins and things, but cookies are the thing that I am here for in life by any stretch of the imagination. I love cookies. Ah, yes, the ham sandwich. I didn't even think about it. Yes, in honor of Karen Reed trial. Oh, I'm so jealous that you haven't even showered yet, Melissa, because let me tell you, typically on the weekends, that's my favorite thing to do. I have jammy day from time to time that I don't even get out of my pajamas. Sometimes this mop on my head doesn't even get brushed, sadly. Because some days you just need to have that. A tuna sandwich, some Ruffles, and a glass of iced tea. But tell me, was the tea sweet tea? Because my son will tell you he likes sweet tea. That's the only kind of tea that he wants to be drinking is sweet tea. All righty. Shall I keep us at oh, it's unsweetened Chaos Granny. That would never, ever do in the Demeanor household. Never. He is a true Southern child, let me tell you. I'm going to put, since we kind of know what Jason's demeanor is and everything, I think I'm going to kick this to 1.25 because the crux of what we needed to know, I think we got. And I very much feel like Jennifer, good Jennifer is only going to be able to go so far with him anyway. I think there's going to be a lot of objecting and some craziness that happens. So let us carry on. Here we go.
Shirley King.
Okay. And she has some sisters that live in the area.
That's correct.
And does she have a brother also?
She does not.
Okay. And you said your maternal grandmother lived in the area.
That's correct.
Okay. So you have an Aunt Rita who lives actually on Pew Road.
790 P Road.
Okay. You have an Aunt Judy that lives there.
900 Yellow Springs Road, I believe is the exact.
She's actually moved into your grandmother's house.
That's correct.
And then you have another aunt that lives there. Can you tell the jury?
Carrie Hickerson that lives in Holiday.
Okay. Holiday, which is very close to the area, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Holiday being just north of Interstate 40.
That's
Is
correct.
that right? And actually, is Rita and Jimmy Austin, is their mailing address Holiday?
That's correct.
And your Aunt Judy, her mailing address would be Holiday?
That's correct.
So your other aunt, Miss Hickerson, she's in Holiday.
I believe her actual last name is Christian.
Christian. Okay.
Yeah.
And your grandmother, what was her name?
Juanita Hickerson.
Juanita Hickerson. And so do you remember exactly when she died?
The date, I don't.
Okay. Did she die around the 1st of March?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. She died that spring of 2011. Isn't that correct?
If you say so.
Well, I thought you testified on direct that she had died.
She had died before. She had died before April the 13th.
Okay.
I don't know the date or the month. I didn't visit them probably like a grandson or two.
Okay. So it's just a fact you don't quite remember now. Is that right?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the exact month your grandmother died either. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
And your father, he's from the area too, isn't he?
1333 Bear Creek Road.
And his name is Gary Autry.
That's correct.
Matter of fact, his mother was from the area, wasn't she?
She lived in the same house he does now.
Okay. A little white house on Bear Creek Road.
Brick house. Brick house on
Okay,
Bear
brick
Creek
house.
Road.
At one time, your grandmother had lived in a white house on Bear Creek Road, hadn't she?
That's correct.
And Bear Creek Road actually runs into Five Forks Road, doesn't it?
That's correct.
So it's over there close to the Bobo home.
That's correct.
Because the Swan Johnson Road runs into Five Forks Road, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And your father's mother, her name is Sudie Autry.
That's correct.
Okay. And Sudie Autry's sister happens to be Ruby Bobo, doesn't she?
That's half sister.
Half sister is Ruby Bobo.
That's correct.
And Ruby Bobo
Oh.
happens to be Dana Bobo's mother.
That's correct.
And
Oh.
when you were a kid, you spent a lot of time with your grandmother, Sudie Autry, didn't you?
That's correct.
And at one point, your mom and dad lived in that little white house that she had moved out of on Bear Creek Road.
No. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They lived there and in a trailer there on the place.
Okay, because they had split up when you were still pretty young, right?
Real young.
So I'd like to go back through your version of events that day. You say the night before, you spent the night at Angela Smith Scott's house.
I believe I testified to that, yes.
And you started driving down that morning. You said, what time did you begin to, do you remember what time you made your first phone call that day?
To Mr. Adams,
No, just the first phone call. You were so clear about your times that you were making phone calls. Do you remember what time you made your first phone call that morning?
I believe I made my first phone call to Mr. Adams. I believe.
Okay. And
She asked when, not who.
uh,
He has tough time with the whens.
so your first phone, would you agree with me? There's a little difference between text and telephone calls, right?
Yes,
And I mean, when you testified on direct, you were pretty clear about the phone calls that you had made to Mr. Adams. Isn't that right?
that's correct.
I mean, you testified like that was a clear memory you had and not anything that you were confused or fuzzy in your mind, didn't you?
The two conversations was clear.
Clear. Okay. So that morning, you actually spoke to Angela Scott before you spoke to Mr. Adams. Doesn't that sound about right?
It's possible I sent a text.
No, I'm talking about a telephone conversation. You had a 2-minute, 32-second telephone conversation with Angela Scott that morning.
If your records reflect that, that'd be true.
Okay. So it's something you don't quite remember, the phone call that you had with Angela Scott.
No, you're right.
Oh,
And then you called Jay Taylor that morning.
I did.
You called Jay Taylor before you called Zach Adams, didn't you?
If your records show that, that's true.
oh.
And Jay Taylor's one of the guys you said you did cattle work for, isn't that right?
Construction,
I'm sorry, construction work for Jay Taylor.
that's correct.
And when you said that you had jobs that weren't government jobs, does that mean they were jobs that you weren't paying taxes on?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't mean that you were actually working for the government.
That's correct.
You just kind of
Oh.
got paid here and there. Was it usually cash or checks?
Contract labor.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I
you
would
didn't
have
get any kind
misunderstood
of,
that as well.
1099 on that contract labor, did you?
I paid no taxes.
Paid under the table,
Which you're
y'all.
where you're supposed to be paying taxes, aren't you?
I suspect so.
No, sir, you are supposed to. There's no
And so that
suspecting
morning-
about it.
You also sent you had some text messages going on. You texted, the first time you texted Angela Scott, it was at 6:50 in the morning. Does that sound about right?
If your records show that,
Okay. And then you texted her a second time at 6:51 in the morning.
if your records show that,
Okay. And then she texted you back at scratch that. And then you are the one that first texted Zach at 8:19 in the morning.
Ah,
So you made the first contact with him. Is that right?
I believe that's what I testified to.
Okay. But the first contact you had with him was not a telephone call. It was a text message, wasn't it?
If your records reflect that, that's
Okay.
true.
So that's a fact that you don't remember quite so clearly.
I was reaching to establish contact.
Okay.
I don't
what?
think the state asked every call that I made that day. She was precise
Okay.
in what she asked.
And explain to me again why you were going to make
No.
contact with Zach Adams.
I was looking to purchase a morphine pill.
Okay. So why didn't you then just contact him at 6:50 in the morning?
As I testified, I went down in the river bottom to give everybody time to wake up and get to moving.
But if you really wanted some morphine
8:19.
that morning, why didn't you just go ahead and call him? He might have been awake, right?
I guess it's possible, but that's how it played out.
You would agree with me that a lot of times people that are on methamphetamines are awake at all times of the day and night.
That's true.
And have
Um,
no idea what time it is.
and so your idea was to get a morphine pill. How much did you usually pay for morphine pills?
$50 for 100 milligram.
Okay. And how long would a 100 milligram pill last you?
I got 2 shots out of it. 2 shots.
So what does 2 shots mean? You had 2 like servings,
Cocktails.
cocktails of methamphetamine.
That's correct.
And so if you took 1 cocktail of methamphetamine, how long would that last? Not methamphetamine, morphine.
It depends on your tolerance.
She's asking
If
you.
you're a beginner,
Dip.
it lasts longer. If you're a heavy user, it lasts less.
Okay, well, I'm talking about you.
I was a heavy user.
So how long
So?
did it last?
The intensity, probably an hour.
Okay, and then
An
maybe
hour.
less. The
How's-
effects would carry on, but the intensity of it was probably 45 minutes to an hour.
okay, and
Wow.
you shot these up. You shot up your
That's
morphine.
correct.
Okay, and did you have your own needle that you used? Syringe.
That's correct.
Did you reuse the same syringe each time, or did you get a fresh one?
I did it as if I had access to a new one, I used it. If I had to use it, I used it.
Okay.
Oh,
and
this
so
is,
you
yeah, painting him in a
goal
little
was to
different
shoot up-
picture.
You said you had some methamphetamine already.
That's correct.
Where had you gotten your methamphetamine from?
Richie Pinkley,
Okay, and when had you gotten your methamphetamine?
maybe a day or so before that.
So when you would buy methamphetamine, how much would you usually buy?
Depend on the amount I had in my pocket.
So at that time when you bought methamphetamine, how much did you have to buy?
Maybe a 16th,
A 16th?
meaning half an 8-ball,
Okay, half an 8-ball. How much did that cost you?
$150.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
$150.
that's
That's
a
correct.
lot.
Okay, so, and how long would that last you? A quarter of an 8-ball? Half an 8-ball?
It depends on how much you give away and how much you done in one day, but generally speaking, 2 or 3, 4 days. If I was greedy with it, sometimes a week,
Okay, and your methamphetamine,
Wow.
you shot that up also?
mixed with the morphine.
Okay. So would you do it in the same shot? You'd mix them together and do it in the same
That's
shot?
correct.
Yes?
That's correct.
So where was it that you had your methamphetamine with you that day? Where did you keep it?
I mean, in my pocket,
Wrapped up in plastic or?
I mean, in a sack in my pocket. You know,
Okay.
either shirt pocket, pants pocket, or,
So what were you wearing that day?
well, wearing a pair of Levi's, a pair of Red Wing boots, and a Levi shirt.
Now, did you say probably or you know for sure?
I pretty much dressed the same. I knew what I wore.
So you have a good memory of what you were wearing that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying you dressed the same? That mean you wore the same shirt and pants every day?
I dressed the same, not with the same clothes, but in the same fashion. I wore Levi shirts, whether they be cut off or long sleeve from the winter, Levi pants and Red Wing boots all the time working.
Okay.
So it just become a custom that that's what I wore throughout the day.
Okay. So if you called Jay Taylor that day, that's because you were looking for work with him. Isn't that right?
If he testified to that, yeah. I mean,
But I'm asking you, why would you call Jay Taylor?
maybe just to have a conversation with him, to see when the next job, see when we're going to work, maybe.
Would you agree with me that your meth habit and your morphine habit were fairly expensive habits?
I would.
If you have a morphine habit and one pill costs $100 and you get 2 sessions out of it, it wears off after 1 hour, then basically each $100 pill only lasts you a couple, 3, 4 hours.
I testified that the pill cost $50.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It was a 100 milligram pill.
Okay. So a $50 pill is going to last you just half a day. Is that fair to say?
A day.
1 day.
That's correct.
Okay. So, so
Wow.
it's important for you to work so that you could keep the money coming in to support your drug habit. Is that right?
That's correct.
So
Good Jennifer does well
that
on
morning
cross-examination.
you sent a
She
text
asks good
to
questions.
Zach Adams.
I think anyway.
Let me find it.
And yes, I do find this to be true also, Kelly. It doesn't feel convoluted and with lots of extra embellishment and everything. He's just answering the questions, which seems very different than what we saw on direct examination.
At 8:19, and then you texted him again at 8, or you texted Angela Scott at 8:30. And right after that, you got a text back from Zach
I'm gonna
Adams.
object. If she's
That right?
asking a question, allow him to answer.
Is that right? Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
That's what
Okay.
he's going to
And
say.
so at 8:37, Zach Adams texted you back. Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that.
And then you texted Zach Adams at 8:38. Does that sound right?
If your records reflect that.
So what was the content of those text messages that you had when you first texted him? What would have been the content of your text message to him?
I was trying to get a location to meet him where I could get a pill.
Okay.
Trying to get a fixed location, as I testified.
Okay. And you said that then when he texted back to you at 8:30, 8:37, do you have any memory at all of what it is he said to you?
I don't know if I read the text or not.
Okay. So then the next thing you do is you call him at 8:50.
That's correct.
And
If your records reflect that, yeah.
okay. 8:52, you call him. And at this point, you're already in the Cox 2 area.
The where?
I'm sorry. You're already south of Interstate 40 at that point, aren't you?
If your records say so.
I mean, you recognize that with the cell phone records in this case can show the cell tower that your particular phone was using on that day and time. You know that, right?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. My objection is unless you can establish that Jason Autry understands cell phone and that he has some knowledge of how phones bounce off towers.
She can ask.
So you're aware that the records
Wow.
in this case can give some information about which cell phone towers the phone was using that day.
Everybody
I
knows
don't
that.
understand the workings of towers.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh, she
She
just
say so.
fed him.
I'm not one to argue it.
Oh my
I mean-
God.
Okay.
Maybe you're more knowledge of it than I, but I'm not knowledge of it.
Oh my. I'm,
Okay.
oh, bad
Well-
Jennifer. This is the kind of stuff that happened. I understand why
So
she
that
was so
morning you
beat
were
down.
also communicating a lot with your girlfriend, Angela Scott. That's correct, isn't it?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
He
Okay.
keeps saying that because he doesn't know
And then so tell us,
and he doesn't
You
want to
did a-
deviate from the story he's already
speak
given.
with Zach Adams on the telephone. And I think you said on direct that he said he would call you back when he got to a location.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember his exact words that he said?
He said that he needed to see me.
So you called him and
Before
what
you
did tell
testified
him
he needed
when you
help.
called him?
I called him trying to establish a buy on morphine and figure out where they was.
Okay. So tell me,
And he told me that they were busy at the moment, that he would call me back. I believe is what I testified.
he said he would call you back.
Text back, I mean,
Okay.
he said that there was a volley of texts.
But it's clear in your mind that there was a telephone conversation between the two of you.
That's
And
correct.
You said, I need to see you. 'Cause
That's
you-
correct.
And he said he would telephone you back.
That's correct. That
just-
they were busy.
Okay, he was busy. He
That
telephoned
he
you back.
needed to see me.
He needed to see you.
That's correct.
Okay. And then
He was busy because they had a big flaming
called him
fire
back
on
again.
Shane's property.
that was at 8:40. You called him. That was at 8:52. You called him.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. If that's a question, and ask the question instead of just making a statement, that was at 8:42. He hasn't answered whether he knows the time. She's reading records.
Rephrase your question. Rephrase, I'm sorry.
So the next phone record shows that Mr. Adams called you at 8:53 that morning, but he reached voicemail. Does that sound right to you?
If your records reflect that.
That's what you need to answer.
Then the records reflect, would you agree with me that the next phone call is you to Mr. Adams at 8:55 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the phone call that you're saying he called you? Okay, what happened in his second phone call then that when you
Maybe
called
the
him?
voicemail picked up and I dialed right back.
Okay.
Possibly that.
Okay, and so what happened in this second phone call that you had that morning at 8:55?
That's when they told me they were at Cuzzy's, meaning 30 Alice Springs Road.
Okay. Did he say anything else besides he was at Cousins?
Said he needed to see me.
Again, he said he needed to see you.
That's correct.
And
I headed that direction.
Oh, this
Okay.
is meth head testimony right here.
it's your
Keep
testimony
going,
then
good
that
Jennifer.
after 8:55, you headed that direction. Do you remember where you were when you had that conversation with Mr. Adams?
Probably in the general location of the interstate, somewhere in that. Maybe not directly sitting at the interstate, but in that general location.
Okay, so how long would it have taken you to get to Shane Austin's trailer?
I'm not directly sure. I mean, precisely the minute.
Well,
know,
you knew
10,
how long it
15
takes to
minutes, maybe.
smoke a
Okay, 10 to
cigarette to
15
get
minutes.
somewhere.
Maybe.
Sir,
You've driven it before.
That's correct, but this is 6 years ago.
Right, but you have a
was this not a
good
path you
memory of
traveled
a lot of things that
frequently?
happened in this case.
That's correct.
And there were many times that you went to Shane Austin's trailer.
That's correct.
And many times you went there from your mother's house
That's correct.
and from Angela Scott's house.
That's correct.
So once you get to the interstate, you can guesstimate how long it would take you to get from, and when you say the interstate, you're talking about 641 and I-40.
Well,
Isn't that right?
I was coming from Birdsong.
So you
I
had,
come down Birdsong Road,
okay,
coming that direction.
explain that to me then. Where would you have been in Birdsong Road?
As I testified around 8 o'clock of making a call at Palmer Tool and Dye, I got on Birdsong Road and proceeded south over to what you said was Coxburg Road.
Okay, so where would you have been at this wildlife refuge? Where is it?
That's in Camden.
Okay. Is it on the river?
It is.
Okay.
How far is
And so
Camden
it's
from all of
north
this?
of Interstate 40.
It is.
Is it directly up 641?
It's off Highway 70. I believe it's west going into New Johnsonville.
Okay. And if I were to provide you with the map a little bit later, you'd be able to point out on the map where
Oh,
this area
please.
is that you were that morning?
Please show us a
That's
map.
correct.
Yeah, this is pointing out his testimony is all over the place with
And then you said you
times.
traveled down Birdsong. So tell me, how is it that then you went over? What direction would you, what route would you have taken to get from the wildlife refuge to Shane Austin's trailer?
If you leave the refuge, you'd have to get on 70 East to turn by Palmer Tool and Dye, that's not Birdsong Road right there. That's a cut through over the Birdsong Road. Birdsong Road runs south from Benton County to Decatur County.
Okay. So where's Palmer Tool and Die?
It's on 70.
Okay. And is it at the intersection of another highway?
It's not.
Okay.
It's an intersection of, there's a road beside of it
Okay.
that cuts through the Birdsong Road.
Okay. So you would have cut through there, and then where would you have gone next?
South on Birdsong Road
Okay.
toward Decatur County.
Okay. And
Oh, I'm getting
then where
jack
where would you have
wagon.
gone after that?
At some point in there, it was determined to where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road,
Okay. How did you make your way over there?
That's the question, sir.
maybe through Coxburg West,
Maybe?
comes through at Eagle Creek.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna object to,
Yeah.
when the witness says probably, if he doesn't know, I'm gonna object to him just guessing, speculating about which way he went. And he said that several times about.
If you don't recall, you can say I don't recall. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that bit of information that morning about how you got to 30 Yellow Springs Road?
At Eagle Creek on Birdsong Road, I cut through and headed toward the interstate at 641.
Okay.
At Eagle Creek, that's Coxburg Road.
Okay.
There's a Coxburg Road north, there's a Coxburg Road west. There's several Coxburg roads.
Okay. So you cut through and you
Why?
got on 641.
I mean, I know why he's
Then
behaving the
from
way he is because
641,
this is
how
all
did you go?
bull.
Coxburg Road comes over to, is it McElwain Road, I believe? McElwain Road runs into 641. 641 crosses the interstate bridge to where, I can't think of the name of the road.
Really? You're so
comes out
clear
beside
on
my
everything
grandmother's.
else.
Hohammer Road, it may be. Hohammer Road comes out, Yellow Springs Road, take a right, 30 Yellow Springs is 1 mile away. That's the route.
Okay, very good.
1 mile
Um,
away
And so
from, I don't
do you have
recall,
an estimate of what time you reached
to
Shane
all of that
Austin's trailer?
specificity.
After 9.
After 9 o'clock. Okay. So when you got there, you said you see the white Nissan pickup truck parked down by the trailer.
That's correct.
And you said there's a gate there. I'm assuming the gate is closed because they have a dead body on the other side.
The gate was open.
The gate was open. Okay. You have a specific memory of that?
I mean, the gate was open.
Okay.
I mean,
And so you go in, what do you do next?
I pull up behind the white Nissan 4x4, step out. I view a fire burning, large fire. Dylan Adams standing at the door without a shirt on. Shane Austin running around hollering, y'all need to hurry up and get the goddamn hell out of here. We got to,
I don't want you to say any hearsay.
She asked a question.
No, I didn't. I didn't say ask what people said. I said, what did you do
Gentleman
next?
Describing the scene, he can't go into hearsay.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor,
So,
because that's what he was doing.
and you
Again.
said, describe this burn barrel to me.
describe the burn barrel. 55-gallon barrel with all the paint off of it, with flames shooting at the top of it, 3 or 4 foot high,
Flames are 3 to 4 feet high.
with a strong smell of fuel and the components of meth burning in the air.
Okay. So what do you do next?
I purchased the pill,
And who did you purchase the pill from?
Shane Austin,
And how much did Shane Austin charge you for the pill?
$50.
So what did you do what did you say to Shane Austin to purchase the pill?
Can I buy, I'm here, can I buy a pill? Can I get the pill? I'm ready to get high.
And did you know for sure he would have one?
I did.
How did you know he would have one?
In the conversations that we had
With Zach?
with Zach, and I may have even had some conversations through texting back and forth with him.
So you think that
I
maybe,
knew they were together,
right.
is what I'm getting at.
So you have a memory of texting Shane Austin that morning about pills.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you,
What
knew,
I,
you knew one would be available.
once I was told that they were at Cuz's house, I mean,
Now you noticed,
this is self-explanatory.
okay, you noticed the body in the back of the truck right when you pulled up. Isn't that right?
That's incorrect.
Okay, so you didn't notice that there was a body in the back of the truck.
I purchased the pill and went and got high,
Okay.
and then come back and ask Mr. Adams what he needed assistance with. At that time, he said, burying this body. And I told him, I said, God damn, I ain't know about little Joe. And he said, Jason, it's not JoJo, it's Holly Bobo.
Okay, I'd like to pass up a piece of blank paper to you. Can you please sketch for me what it would have looked like that day? I can get you.
What, yeah,
What the scene looked like that day, where the trailer was, where the car, let me get you smaller. Where the Nissan truck was, where the burn barrel was.
You
Yeah,
want- you
Kelly, he
want
did.
My view from the road.
Yes, what you see when you pull up from the driveway.
That's, I was checking my
Do you want
timing
this
on
in
it.
great detail or just,
It's the
Well,
afternoon
Yes,
stuff
I'd
that
like
gets
it in
wonky.
enough detail that it includes where the burn barrel is, where the gate is, where the cars are.
wait a minute, let me, the trailer, burn barrel. Truck, what else?
Where's
Gate,
your car?
gate,
Gate, yes.
PT,
Yes, your PT Cruiser. Where's your PT Cruiser?
what else do you want on there?
Well, where's the front door to the trailer?
All right, let me get caught up right here.
She's pinning him down on some times that, for me, make it really suspicious that Zach could do this. He's texting back and forth with him at 8:37. That's less than an hour after, or from the time that Holly was taken from the backyard. That timing, it doesn't work. Yes, Kelly, I find it funny that this big meth dude drives a PT Cruiser also. I used to have a PT Cruiser at one time in my life. Mine was plum colored, of course.
Charlie Barnborough Gate PT, 30 Yellow Springs Road, Barnborough.
Did you label these things?
I did.
Very good. Okay.
It's in the rough. It's in the rough. I done it as fast as I could.
Don't you be talking to that jury like they're your friends. They're
Now,
not your
Mr. Archer,
friends.
You're aware that I had wanted to meet with you before trial, aren't you?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware that I had requested through your attorneys to meet with you?
I was not. If they brought it up, I don't
No, I
recall
don't
it.
object to any
Why would-
conversations
He
this
said he
time.
wasn't aware, and then he,
Which attorneys did you make an attempt through?
Mr. Scholl and
Mr.
Parrish.
Right.
Paris.
he said he wasn't aware, okay?
Oh,
I
the
mean,
bullying tone. He said he wasn't aware. All right. Oh, I would never be able to make it in this courtroom
Okay, so here's the
because
road,
I
Yellow
would go
Springs Road right
off.
that's correct.
I'd be
here.
in
And then here's
contempt.
the gate, it blocks the driveway,
That was open.
okay? Here's where you parked your PT Cruiser, is the
A map.
part in. And then here's where the pickup truck is.
Generally, and that's correct.
So the pickup truck would have been somewhat sideways to you, is that right?
That must be at the bottom where we can't see.
If
I
you're
guess.
parked behind it and if the road's turning, you're almost looking at the pickup truck from an angle, not from straight behind it.
Yeah,
Okay, is this little round circle right here is the burn barrel,
that's correct.
and then this is the trailer and the front door.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you go to shoot up, you're gonna mix up the
The meth and the morphine.
How do you mix up the morphine in order to shoot it up?
You crush it, squirt water on it, heat it, and pull the liquid off
Okay. And where did you do this activity?
in the front of the PT Cruiser, in the driver's side seat.
That PT Cruiser belongs to your mother, is that right?
I believe it's registered to Stephen DePriest,
Okay.
titled to Stephen DePriest,
Okay.
Perry County, Tennessee.
So where did you get the water to mix up the morphine?
I had it with me.
Okay. Mix up the morphine, and then how long do you have to cook it?
30 seconds.
Okay.
You just heat it in a metal spoon. It releases whatever, I don't know the chemical, how it releases, but once it comes to a boil, you throw the cotton on it and you can pull the fluid off. The morphine becomes liquid. The cotton screens away the buffering or whatever's in the,
Okay. And then you put it in the syringe?
you use a syringe to pull it with.
Okay.
You pull it in the same syringe you're going to use.
Okay. Did you have an arm that you usually use to shoot up the morphine with?
Yeah, I did.
Which arm?
Right arm.
Okay. So you said it makes 2 shots worth. So does that mean you just use half of the syringe at that time?
I used half of the peel.
Okay. So you have the other half still left for later.
That's correct.
So how long do you sit in your car now once you've had, you've injected the morphine?
The entire process, less than 10 minutes.
Do you cook the morphine and the meth together in the spoon?
You do not.
So you load the morphine into the syringe and
Just
then,
either way you want to, either way you can go either one. There's no scientific method about which way it needs to go first, or, I mean, you can, either way you want to do it.
so then do you remember that day which one you did first?
I do not.
Okay.
My goal was to get it in the arm.
So how long did you say you sat there after you injected yourself?
I think I testified that the entire process lasted about 10 minutes.
So can you estimate for me now about what time it is that you're finished sitting there and getting high?
Once that once that euphoria kicked in, that you could probably say that my track of time was affected, altered.
I would say
So you're
so.
saying that these drugs affect your mind and your thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would
Um,
say so.
So you get back out of your car. What's the next thing you do or say?
I get out of the car, PT Cruiser, Zach standing at the door.
Who's standing at the door?
Zach is standing at the door of the Nissan 4x4.
I dare
asked him
say
what
he
needed
was
my assistance in.
high there for some time before
hear
he
that.
I
decided
asked
to
him
move.
what he needed my assistance in
Okay. And what did he respond?
to bury the body.
Okay. Is that when you notice that there's a body in the back of the truck?
That's correct.
Okay. What is that body? You said it's wrapped up in something. What's the body wrapped up in?
A multicolored, maybe like an old farm handmade quilt,
Oh, it's a
Okay.
quilt
Do you remember
now.
what colors it is?
multicolored.
Okay.
There was multiple colors.
Is there one color that was predominant over the others?
And I don't recall if there was one color present more than the other.
Okay. So it's a fact you're not clear on.
It's a fact that I don't know which color was dominant.
Okay.
That's a pretty
Um,
specific fact.
So he says he needs help getting
not
burying the
remember.
body.
You remember it's a
correct.
quilt, but not
What
the
was your
colors?
response?
Oh,
I made a statement that I hated little JoJo had been killed.
Okay. So you just jumped to the assumption that this is little JoJo.
Prior to that, it was being discussed.
Well, but you jumped to the assumption because he didn't say it was little JoJo that he needed help burying.
He did not say that. He said he needed help burying the body,
Okay.
burying the body.
And how did you reply?
I said, damn, I hate that little JoJo got killed.
Okay. And he responded,
It's not JoJo, Jason, it's Holly Bobo.
okay. And then what was your follow-up response?
I said, I agreed. And I said, we're going to have to leave here because I don't want Shane or Dylan knowing that I'm involved.
Okay. So you said, I thought at some point you said, who's Holly Bobo?
That was on the ride back from the river when I asked how she got who.
Okay. So there's a person, a female in the back of the car. He says, I need help burying this body. You are all in at that point. You're like, okay, I don't want Shane and Dylan to know I'm involved, but I'm all up for helping you bury the body of an unknown female to me.
don't know who
That's
she
correct.
is. Don't know what
And so
happened.
do you whisper to him, meet me up at the church?
Talking like I'm talking here.
How do you keep Shane and Dylan from knowing what you were doing?
They were not. Dylan was inside the house. He never came out. Shane was throwing shit in the barrel. He was
Okay.
over here.
So at that point, you get in your car and you,
I tell him that I won't take the car to Yellow Springs Church. At that time, I parked at Yellow Springs Church.
okay.
When I got out of the car, walked out to the road, he was pulling out of the driveway, heading my direction.
Okay.
I don't
And
understand this part of
so
the
he's-
story.
And Yellow Springs Church is just a very short distance from Shane's trailer, isn't it?
Less than a mile.
Why,
Now,
why
when you
did
park
he
at
need
Yellow
to
Springs Church?
do that?
Because the church is on a hill and there's all those built-in tables around it, you can't park in the back where no one can see the car, can you?
I parked right beside the pavilion.
But it's clear, and Yellow Springs Church actually sits on a corner, doesn't it?
The car was in plain view.
Plain view, right there.
Answer her question.
So you park the car there. How further behind you is Zach Adams?
When I got out of the car and walked to the road, he was pulling out of 30 Yellow Springs Road coming this way,
Okay.
coming toward Yellow Springs Church.
So you could see all the way down the road, see him coming.
From the church, you can see the driveway
Okay. So
during the
he-
fall when the leaves is off.
Okay.
You can see a vehicle down there.
Okay. So he comes up. Does he even pull into the driveway, or are you just standing on the road and get in?
I'm at the road.
Okay. You get in the truck. I'm
Why?
assuming it's an extended cab, right? Front seat, back seat.
Nissan 4x4 extended cab, white in color,
And so you get in the
passenger side.
passenger side. Okay. You say that's when you notice that there's a gun riding around on the floor?
Just rolling around.
And floorboard on the driver's side.
At some point, did you think it was dangerous riding with a gun floating around on the floorboard?
In my line of life, it's quite common.
Okay. So you all start heading and you're going to go bury this body. Is there any talk at all before he pulls out? Because he doesn't even pause at the church. You're in the road. He stops. You get in. You don't even sit and park and discuss anything for a minute, do you? You start driving.
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. And you've got a body in the back just wrapped up in a quilt.
Holly
Now
Bobo's
it's a
what he
quote.
said.
Yes. So you start driving and you're headed towards the river.
Not in the beginning.
Okay.
I raised the question that there were no shovels or pickaxes. When I looked in, I seen nothing to dig with.
Okay.
A conversation ensued about I didn't know where you could go with a dead body and find stuff like that.
What about Shane's house? Shane's trailer.
What about it?
Did you try to get a shovel or pickaxe at Shane's trailer?
I did not.
Did you consider at that time sending Zach back to go get a shovel and pickaxe at Shane's trailer?
No, I mean, I did not.
Okay. So I'd like to look at the.
I need to pause for a moment because I don't know why he is stuck on this pickaxe business. Because you're going to need a shovel. What would be more appropriate is like a post hole digger or something to get a hole started. It is clay. Tennessee, the ground is clay. It is hard, especially in the spring. Like he's talking about, this is mid-April. It is still compacted and hard. A pickaxe is, I've never used a pickaxe for anything to get into the ground. I don't know why they're talking about this. And then on top of it, like she's asking, why didn't you go back to Shane's house to get these particular tools that were going to be necessary for you to bury this body that then you didn't bury, you just left on riprap? Was there nobody on this jury that had any sort of critical thinking skills to ask these questions of like, why is this? This is not adding up for me. So many different things were off on this, which I would believe with the drugs. I totally get that. But when you add in all the drugs, then how does he have such a clear memory of so many specific things and then other things not at all? It's a quilt now, but he doesn't remember what color. He remembers it was multicolored, but doesn't remember what the dominant color was. Sir, you're a buffoon.
Out. I have some maps that I.
Did she just say she has some maps? Oh, good, Jennifer, you're after my heart. Please show us the maps. Are we going to have a Dora the Explorer moment? Yes, Kelly, you're right. It was a farm blanket. Now it's a quilt. Yes, I wrote down farm blanket. Now it's a quilt. Oh, give me a map.
Can we take this diagram that he's made and have it marked as an exhibit? I'd like to
The 183.
have it admitted.
Look at how much heavier Zach is during the trial than what he is now, or even at the time this incident took place.
No, these are, because I didn't know which direction it was going. I'd like to just show here, show you a map here. This is, it starts with Pew Road. So after you leave the church, where do you go next?
Let me find the location here.
I think
Make it good, Jason.
I don't think the church is going to be on there.
Do you want me to trail that with the pen
Sure,
that you gave me
sure, yes.
to the best of my ability? where do you want me to start?
Here, I found one right here.
I don't understand where north, south, east, and west. I believe I've got a pretty good idea what's.
How about we start with this map, because this map is gonna have, Yellow Springs Road on it. Yellow Springs Road is gonna be around over in here.
What about?
Let's see. Here's Yellow Springs Road, and here's Pew Road, so the church will be right there.
So you're saying right here is the church at the forks of the road?
Well, because it's at the corner of Pew Road and Yellow Springs Road, right?
That's what they
Where the
talked
road
about
kind of
earlier.
Forks there.
Well, no, we're actually at 30 Yellow Springs Road right here at this where you said the Charlie Daughtery runs into Pew Road and Yellow Springs Road. So this mark that I've got where you pointed is 30 Yellow Springs Road. The church is, if you'll step back over here, I'll show you.
Okay, sure.
What? This is
The
why
church,
we need
actually.
maps, because he's
This is
spewing
the-
all these
Oh,
roads
No,
and
it's two
everything.
roads there.
Right, where it kind of,
Nobody knows
Forks
what the
right
heck
there.
we're talking about.
Would be the church.
okay, can you just put a C there then? Okay, and put a,
We
for
went this
Shane's
direction.
trailer, why don't you just put a SA for Shane Austin?
Judge, I think at this point, we need to not have a conversation there aloud. If she wants him to make certain marks, let's.
Ma'am, you are coaching him from the freaking well.
Would it be possible for him to sit over by the projector and he can make marks on the map as the jury can see?
Any problem with that?
No.
Right. Mr. Arthur, you can step down.
Yes, sir. I've got what,
There's a chair right there by the projector. You put the piece of paper.
She has
on the
some
projector.
set on
It will
her
reflect in the
to
same direction
complain
it's put on.
about that when she was coaching him from the well while he was under oath on the witness
You'll just sit
stand.
down and you can even point.
where's the point?
No, I mean, put your finger even. No, you can sit over here.
Sit your butt over next to the Elmo and point to stuff, you dork.
Confused.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. I'm losing. I'm getting itchy.
You don't have to look at the screen. You can just look right there at the paper.
Okay.
So we point to Shane's trailer for me.
Cameraman, show
Okay,
us.
and then
Cameraman,
point
show
to the
us.
church.
Cameraman,
Okay, so
please.
when you're
please.
in the
Thank you.
pickup with Mr. Adams, which direction do you go from there? That's down Pew Road. So you go straight across. When you get to 641, would you point to 641 for me? Right here. So you're going to go straight across 641, and that's Ducktown Road, isn't it?
Duck Farm Road.
Duck Farm Road. So when you're on Duck Farm Road, then my map runs out, and I have an extension of that.
I believe you're looking where Duck Farm runs into Michael Wayne Road, maybe? That's what-
Sure. So here I have
This
a
is
second map. If
I-40,
you look
by
at
the
second
way.
map, it's kind of picks up where that map left off, going east with Duck Farm Road.
Let's locate Duck Farm Road somewhere here.
Yeah, in this area right
Right
here.
here.
Okay. You can move that all the way onto the screen so the jury can see where you're pointing.
Put it under the
Can I
Elmo.
go ahead and map out the route on this page?
Sure.
This is a good exercise, what she's doing. I'm here for it. I'm with you, good Jennifer.
What is,
I got a flippity flip. I want to see what his results show.
So now you're at Sugar Tree.
well, right here, we take this way here, this being.
He's doing this on
Pretty good
purpose so
road.
that the jury
Pretty
can't
road.
see what he's
Right.
doing.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And now we're going to move away from it and we're not going to see it either.
To the next map. Or what road are you on now? Are you on more?
Yeah, if I can't see a map, it's pointless.
Do you have that?
I believe so. 133 being, you're talking about the Birdsong Road exit.
Morgan Creek running right.
Oh, Lord, show us the map.
The bottom.
So now we finally have a map, but we're not going to be able to see it because he's
And then-
dinking around up there on the Elmo.
We've already gone over this one. You were on Duck, the jury where you were on Duck Creek Road. If you'll point down here, all you have to do is look down here.
Do-
What road you're on Morgan, you're on Duck Farm Road, you said?
Well, I think we got off Duck Farm Road and got on McElwain
Okay, so
Road.
tell me McElwain Road's next.
Um,
And then where do you go next?
He keeps turning the map so no one can see anything.
We come to Sugar Tree, take a left.
Is this the most convoluted way to get to this location, or is
Morgan
it just
Creek
me?
Road, Over Bird Zone.
Okay. And then let's do the next sheet of paper because
This is, Morgan Creek runs into Bird Zone runs into 133, which is the interstate bridge.
okay.
This been the location of, the murder, this been Tennessee River.
Okay.
There's no absence of your maps, just the details of the gravel roads.
Okay. So
They
This
took all
been-
those back roads
this been
because
includes-
they were
I'm talking
doing
about-
drugs while they
about
were in.
so I'll pass you
The-
this.
in-
'cause
in
This
nowhere.
is a satellite image.
Probably a little bit.
And so you can see the, it's Ward Hill Road that you turn on to get over to the river, right?
Well, you see this road right here?
Yes, that's Ward Hill Road. Isn't that right?
I don't know. According to this map, it's not. You see right here, Ward Hill Road on this map. So right here on this map is Ward Hill Road, according to what you got.
Would you agree with me that right around in this area on Ward Hill Road, there's a big gate and a road that goes off to the left-hand side?
I would.
And that gate is closed actually between November the 15th and March the 15th. They don't allow you to go down there in the wintertime, do they?
That's correct.
And so you have to turn there, you go left, and that's when you snake around through the water right there. You kind of go over this way,
No,
and then
ma'am.
you meet up at this road right here, and you snake around, don't you?
Thank you, Kelly.
Incorrect.
I hope the jury can
133.
follow also.
Right there on the bridge, the gravel road runs parallel with the road. It doesn't snake around off on Ward Road. You go to Ward Road, when you get to the bottom and take a right, I'm assuming.
Right.
This road right here
When I
runs
miss,
all the way, this road right here runs all the way parallel, all the way up to 133. Ward Road, back up here, snakes off and goes to the boat ramp.
okay. So,
This is just you're really too far. You really should have drew down a little bit further if you wanted to be precise, in my opinion.
so there's an even closer one.
That's correct. Right here would be, this is Interstate 40, Tennessee River Bridge, where the exit stood, look down the street, where the truck pulled around, unloaded the body, where the shot went. Right here.
Right. So, and this area right here is all water. It's, like you said, it's a slough, right? This area here is water
This is the
slough.
slough, this is the slough with Tennessee River being right in here.
And there's actually a small area, a small pipe that goes under the road right here. You can drive over
Exactly
between
right,
these two
right
sloughs.
there.
And then if you go down further over here, there's more riprap over in this area, isn't there?
This whole bank is underneath this green is riprap,
Yes. And then,
even all the way around.
yes, more riprap there.
Yeah.
And,
Even riprap over here for flood control in Washington.
sure. And that's because the water levels there vary a lot. It can flood that area, and sometimes in the winter when they let the water down, the whole area is dry. Isn't that right?
This is never dry. I've never seen this dry.
But it's closed in the wintertime.
You said from September to April.
November
November.
to March.
November to March is what she said.
And then even if you go further on that little road right there, you go, here's where you're saying everything occurred. You can actually go further. You can actually get all the way to the deep part of the channel over here, can't you?
That's correct. Right here is where I said we turned around. Looked at
Why does he keep looking at bad
Exactly.
Jennifer?
This way. Right here is where the murder occurred.
Okay.
Right here, is the culprit that you testified, that you stated. Right here's riprap, here's riprap, here's riprap. Right here's this pipe.
And this is all slough. Matter of fact, you can see some trees stumps sticking out over here, can't you?
You're absolutely correct, both sides.
Both sides, tree stumps where it's been flooded and initially there had been trees. Is that right?
Well, the year
Originally,
before there was a
there was a tag
massive
on there.
flood. So
Back in the day. That's
Yes.
the name of it, tag yard.
Yes. And so this whole area has one road in, one road out. Would you agree with me on that?
100%.
So it's and
That's a
that
scary
road that
place
we're
to
looking at,
go,
This whole gravel road
to
it is
dump a body.
very narrow gravel road. it's not a
It's
wide,
wide enough for 2 vehicles.
but they have to go slowly when they meet. If you're coming down there and you meet another car, you have to go pretty slowly because you would agree with me, there's not any shoulder on either side of the gravel road.
You're correct.
That was kind of compound question where you make a statement followed by a question. You might break things up and ask direct questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
What?
There's no shoulder on that road, is there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
What was wrong with how she was
There's a view of it right here.
questioning him?
You can see there's very little room, there's enough for 2 cars to pass safely without scrubbing mirrors, doors, bolt, you can put a bolt trailer through there. There's enough room to safely passage. There's no, you gotta stop and get out and watch or nothing like that. There's enough room to safe passage.
Okay.
No one objected, and
So,
he
You said you were in the car. Let's
interjected.
me just, now that we got the map down on how you got there, you say that you're in the car and you are, at first you take note, you're back at the church, you're leaving the church, you take note that you have no pickaxe or shovel.
No, wait a minute.
Is he done with the map?
Okay, if you're done with the map, will you hand them to me and then let's get them kind of in order so that we can, I'll pass them to you just real quick and we're going to identify them. So Mr. Autry,
Probably stay there until you identify them,
Yes.
file them as exhibits. So once we get them filed as exhibits, you can return back up here. But she's gonna be handing them, to you, so just stay put.
Yes, sir.
He struggles with direction, man. I don't know how that's going to play out, or how it plays out incarcerated,
I'm going to
but
start with this first one.
he
that
struggles,
you
man.
have. That's the one with Shane's trailer on it. Would you just mark that as a number 1 and put your initials on it? Okay. Then the second map is the one that goes across Duck Farm Road.
Ashley,
Yes, please.
There's
The third
nothing
one
there,
is the one
cameraman.
that goes from Duck Farm Road or Sugar Tree to the lake. Then we have our satellite pictures. The first is the overall view of the satellite.
what number is it next to?
This would be 4. 4 is a big view of the satellite picture. 3 is somewhat closer up.
This number 5.
Number 5 is somewhat closer up. 6 is even closer. And then 7 shows where the road dead ends. Thank you, sir.
Are you done with it down there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If I can pass these forward and have them marked as exhibits.
You want to make them collective since they got individual numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, that's
All right,
fine.
it'll be collective exhibit 184. You got a clip?
We can turn it off for now. Especially since it makes it hard. Yeah, we can put it on too. Now, Mr. Autry, would you agree with me that it takes a good 30 minutes to get from Shane Austin's trailer using the back roads to get over there to the river?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
Would you agree it takes 25 minutes?
You would have to factor in time, speed, and, I mean, how fast was we going? I mean, I don't know, you know. I would agree that the time span was 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay, 15 to 30 minutes.
I would agree to that.
Okay, so we have you back at the Yellow Springs Church. It's the Yellow Springs Methodist Church. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have you there. You're driving away from there, and you're discussing the fact that there's no shovel and pickaxe. But Mr. Adams is driving. You haven't discussed yet where you're going.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm assuming your client had done figured that out
So,
under the assumption.
but I thought it was your suggestion that you could gut a body and put it in the river to float. You're the one that came up with that idea.
It was not my idea to dig a hole or bury.
Okay. So, Was there discussion between the two of you that you were going to initially bury the body at the Tennessee River?
That was no.
No. Okay. What was the discussion initially?
The question was will you help me bury this body? There was
Okay.
no destination set, no place or nothing else. And I assumed that I was getting into a vehicle and going to a predestined location.
Okay. So how soon after you start driving do you realize there's not a predestined location?
Time, are you saying time wise?
Yes.
Shortly. Shortly meaning before we made it to Duck Farm Road.
Okay.
Duck Farm Road, go ahead.
I'm fine for you to explain.
Before we made it to Duck Farm Road.
And where were you going to say Duck Farm Road was?
That's across from Pugh Road.
Okay.
We
So-
went across from Pugh Road.
So can you remember at the best of your memory what that conversation is like?
Which conversation?
That you have in the car with Mr. Adams and do you say, where's the shovel?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you confused me. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm trying to understand.
I
So,
testified that I told him that I did not see no pickaxes and shovels in the back of the truck.
You're
because that was
confused
gonna
because
be
you're
pretty
trying to
clear
figure out
from
your
The
story.
moment you got in the truck, you knew there wasn't a pickaxe or shovel in the bed of the truck. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And so clearly.
I recall that from viewing the body at 30 Yellow Springs Road when I was asked.
Okay, so at some point you drove by Mr. Adams' house or very close to Mr. Adams' house. Did you think about going there to get a shovel or pickaxe?
No, I wasn't driving.
Did you make that suggestion?
I did not.
Okay. So before you get across 641 and the road name changes from Pugh Road to Duck Farm Road, what has been the conversation at that point that now you know you're not going to go bury the body?
That was the conversation. I mean, that's a very short drive.
Okay, so tell me the best of your memory what that conversation is.
I told Mr. Adams that I did not see a shovel and pickaxe in the back of the truck, and I did not know to where we could go and get one
Okay,
with a dead body in the back of the truck.
okay.
Okay. I've been doing some digging along with what Kelly was doing here. Let me share this with you all because if this is correct and he doesn't know whether it takes 25 or 30 minutes to get to the location, I can tell you by looking at this, it's at least 25 to 30 minutes. So let me get this pulled up. I know the jury doesn't have this, but the jury kind of does have this because she has been showing the maps. So this, I just put in Yellow Springs Church. This is where Yellow Springs Church, oh, you probably can't see me here. Now you probably can. Yellow Springs Church. All the way down here is where I-40 is. This area here. Now, I don't know exactly where they went through, but I can tell you this much. I can't even expand it and keep it on the same page from where Yellow Springs Church is. And I pulled up where Adams Lane is and Duck Farm Road. And that is off of 69 or 641, which is not even showing on here on this particular map. I keep expanding it from Yellow Springs. Oh, it's much closer, you're saying. Okay, Yellow Springs Methodist. All right, let me do that. I'm good. Let's find out what's going on here. Because I'm like, that is not making sense to me. All right, there's Yellow Springs United Methodist Church. I don't think I'm in the right spot. I don't even know that this is Tennessee. This is flipping Ohio. I put in Tennessee and you give me Ohio. What on earth? Why you got to do me like this? Just why? This is not even taking me to where I need to be. Yellow Springs Church. We're I don't know what's happening here. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to get this pulled up and we would get an idea of what was going on, but that is clearly not the case. It keeps taking me to Ohio. And this is Holiday, Tennessee, but it's not giving me a map that I can see. That's the part that I'm having an issue with. Let me try to go to their website. All right. Well, I'm going to share this screen instead, and we'll see what we can make of this. Oop, there you go. Let me expand. We'll try to make heads or tails of this. So oh, this is Ohio again. I had a different one pulled up. I'll work on it. Let's continue with this testimony. I don't want to be messing y'all up, but I'll see if I can find the location better than what I'm doing right now because I'm failing miserably at the moment. So,
Okay. Did he respond?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So then what did you say next?
I started telling him about the body at the river that I had seen in the past.
So you're saying that in your
That-
past,
Go ahead.
in your past, you saw a dead body at the river.
Right there where you said the bushes were that looked like they were flooded,
Okay.
floating.
So when was that you saw a dead body there? Okay. Did you report that body to anybody?
I did not.
Did you ever hear in the news what happened with that body?
Never did.
Okay. And so
Because
one
it's-
day you
you're
just happened
full
to
of
be at
it.
the river, that same spot where you took Holly's body. And
No, were we.
where I meant you plural, where you too took Holly's body, happened to be a spot that 11 years earlier you had also seen a dead body there.
That's correct.
So when you had seen the dead body there before, the body was floating.
That's correct.
And clearly the turtles had not eaten that body by the time you saw it, had they?
They were working it over.
But there was enough of the body left from the turtles that you were able to see it
Determined. You're correct.
and determine it was a body. And right there in that slough, you would agree with me that there's not a direct river current there because it's a little slough off to the side, wouldn't you?
It's still water. Yep.
Still water. Okay. And so what do you say? You have this memory that comes to you. How do you communicate this memory to Mr. Adams?
How did I tell him about it? Is
Yeah.
that what?
Yeah. How did you tell him about it?
I proceeded to tell him that back years ago that I seen a body floating down there. And the only thing holding it up was the guts and the gases. I proceeded to tell him about the days on the Tennessee River that I'd spent multiple times seeing old dead fish floating belly up, that the guts and the gases until they was what was holding them up.
Okay. And so what did you say next?
We began a course that direction.
So
There was never a let's go down there and do it type of moment. That's just where we ended up.
So he just naturally began to drive towards the river.
I guess I can't read his mind, but I assume that he thought that was a good idea.
So you have a conversation with him. You say, listen, back in 2000, I saw a body floating in the still water of this slough. And I've seen a lot of dead fish. The fish are dead, and the one thing I know about them is they all float to the surface
That's correct.
because of the gases in the inside of the fish. So my suggestion is we go put a body in this same spot.
I never made no suggestion
Okay,
that we go. We just
okay,
naturally
go there. Head
worked
that
our way that way.
Okay. And so when you get there, is there other conversation in the car as you're driving there?
There he is. We talk about, what was that? The one road that you were, Ward Road? Ward Road runs to, Ward Road runs over to a boat ramp.
Yes.
We drove over there to make sure there was nothing over there. We come back. We were discussing not being seen, making sure that quote unquote coast is clear.
Here, let me show you another satellite photo.
Do you want me to come over there?
I'll show it to you first.
Hey, let's take a break. It's stuffy in here. Hopefully it'll be a little cooler up there. We'll take the afternoon break for 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to pause this real quick, and I'm going to share my screen because Kelly gave me a link to the church. And so I think I'm in the right spot here. No, I am not in the right spot. Let me get the right screen for y'all. Okay. So where this red dot is, and I'm going to try to figure out what he was talking about, but it's really difficult because I don't see a lot of these roads that he said. But I'm going to slide that over because I want to expand and show you. This is where the church is. And then this is Duck Farm Road. This is Adams Lane. Adams Lane is, of course, Zachary Adams' family's property is on Adams Lane. This is their long driveway. That's my understanding from what they have said. So I don't know where the Shane's particular trailer was. I feel like that was on Yellow Springs Road, which Yellow Springs Road isn't until we get way over here. This is Yellow Springs Road, and this is the church, which is weird to me that it's on Pugh Road. Maybe he did say that the church was on Pugh Road and Yellow Springs. And then I'm guessing, because I remember him saying they were driving parallel to I-40. Y'all can let me know if I'm wrong. I'm guessing they came this way down here. And I remember something about Bible Hill Road or Holiday Road. That's what, and then I'm lost. I don't know what happens after that, where they finally, because my understanding is it maybe the other way that they went to get under in this area here under I-40 in this. I'm only guessing. So that's the best I can do for you. It is not convoluted like I was thinking now that I see it actually on a map. And I'm going to dig and see if I can find from where Zach Adams' property is compared to the Bobo property while we're continuing testimony, and I'll come back with that. Let me get you back to what you need here. How about that? I don't know if that was helpful or not. It helps me a little bit. And I mean, after all, isn't it all about me? Just kidding, guys. All right. Let me get us flippity flip through this.
If it took place without any law enforcement there, I have copies of district.
I don't know what's
If it
happening.
took
We have
place
found
without
a
any
no.
law enforcement there, but between the district attorney's office and Mr. Autry,
And I would like to have copies of those notes, Your Honor, because Mr. Autry has given so few statements. The notes that the district attorney took are absolutely critical in this case because of the fact that they are material to me doing an effective cross-examination. Prior inconsistent statements is what we have to impeach Mr. Autry with. I recognize that many times notes are considered to be the work product of the district attorney's office. However, there's actually case law that says in special cases, it is possible that they would be discoverable. I say that because the district attorney's office set this meeting up without law enforcement, because normally law enforcement would be there and would write up, having the district attorney's office turn over their notes from that 3-day proffer session, then I would ask that those notes could be redacted in case there's any work product like impressions that they have of the witness or anything. But if not, I would ask that those notes be filed under seal and made part of the record so that on appeal, the Court of Criminal Appeals could determine whether or not those notes were in fact discoverable.
Whether they're discoverable or not, we don't have notes.
Okay, end of it.
And to be clear, we didn't take notes. It's not like.
But that's even more. We don't have notes, we didn't take notes. And I would assume they're talking to every witness, it's just not figuring.
What?
All right, I'm ready for jury.
What? We didn't take notes? I know y'all thought I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention. Oh boy, you know doggone well they did. Give me a break. You dirty dogs. Just dirty. Dirty. The state or any of the investigators didn't take any notes when
Mr. Autry, please.
questioning Jason Autry. Does anybody believe they took no notes? Because I don't. I do not believe that for one hot second. Wow. Whether it's discoverable or not, we don't have any
No,
notes.
you did. Who else? Somebody had one this week. Who was it? The attorney. I thought there was another two are.
What are you doing
I don't
now?
have one tomorrow. Not gonna happen, okay? My daughter went off to school, and of course, anytime she played tournament, you'd win something. And there were 2 dozen probations on the coffee table, and I told her mother, I said, I'm taking them with my stuff, because they'll be dry rotted before she gets to play again. when she goes
Oh
off.
my goodness, I can't with him. Please,
let's-
let's get on to testimony, sir.
Mr. Autry, I've put a map up there in front of you, I believe.
Oh, a map! A map, a map!
Another satellite picture.
Just 1 second here.
You were talking about the boat dock off of Ward Hill Road.
Aha! A boat dock off of Ward Hill. Let me see if I can find it.
That's correct.
Right, and do you see Ward Hill Road on that map?
I do not.
Um,
I do not. No, I mean, this map's not big enough. It's not like the. Can you show me?
Such a damsel in distress way that he speaks.
There's. Is that Ward Hill? I thought that said that Stinson Holler. This map says Stinson Holler.
okay. Is that down where, do you see where the boat dock is that you were talking about?
Is this right here where is this what you're calling the boat dock right here?
Well, I'm asking you if you see the boat dock where that you were talking about.
I can't testify that being the boat dock right there.
You can't?
Not on this map, I can't. I can't see a boat dock here.
Okay, let me pass up another map. This is not a satellite picture, but this is a map with some roads labeled. See if up in that upper right corner you see a road marked Ward Hill.
I do.
Now, if you look at that map and compare it to the satellite picture, can you tell them satellite picture with that same?
If this is the location where the state or federal, whatever it is, boat ramp is, if this is it, then that's where it is. I mean, I cannot see a boat ramp here.
Right, but do you see where a road is marked Ward Hill?
I do.
Okay. Now, when you look at the other map, on the other map, can you see where that same road is but enlarged?
It says Stinson Hollow.
Okay. Does it look like it's the same road there?
Maybe. I don't know if this
Well,
is,
that's fine.
I
If
mean,
you can
it-
identify it, that's fine.
I will say this, it's in the general location, but the names is different. There's no boat dock visible.
Okay, that's fine. If I had a Google Maps, I would pass to you. No, this one good. Next, we had talked earlier about if I can just have those maps back since you weren't able to recognize me.
I think that,
Let me just pass a map up to you. Now, I'm not familiar with this Camden Wildlife Refuge that you were talking about. Is it anywhere on that map?
Highway 70, Camden Landing. I believe, not 100% sure, that this Camden Landing Road that runs into 70
Yes.
before you cross the Tennessee River
Yes.
is the general location of where that is.
Okay. So that morning
When
when,
That's not marked. This is not marked. Refuge, Camden, I mean, I'm assuming that Camden Landing Road is the road. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is not a,
I don't want you to assume. I want you to tell me where you were that morning. Let me pass you this map. See if that map says it a little clearer.
I can't find it.
we're on
I'm-
target now.
I'm looking for it myself right now.
Into Eagle Creek Road. Eagle Creek to Coxburg. Coxburg to Rockport. Rockport to 192. Right here. We need, if we're going all the way to Austin, we need more maps. This one ends at,
Can you look at the other two I gave you?
we need to go further south to get to Austin.
For the other two I gave you, do they?
These are all coming south from Benton County.
Okay.
And these are coming from Benton County to Decatur, south, Birdsong Road. You need south of Interstate 40, is what you need next.
See, that one helps. See, I'm sorry, I don't know which way you went, so that's why it's hard for me to.
Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you, good Jennifer. None of us know where anything is.
Okay, then let's go back to the maps. Did you retrace part of your steps that you did?
I'm here. I've made my way from the refuge to North 40 right now. I need from North 40 to Shane Austin's house maps.
Oh,
That's
helpful.
north of all of this.
well then let's get the exhibits that I put in already.
184 collection.
Oh, I see where you're going now, yes. Those are already in it. So it's the 184 collected, it's the little maps, the sheets.
We need Whole Hammer Road over to Yellow Springs Road. That's what we need. We need south of Interstate 40.
Old Hammer Road. Oh, Hohammer Road. Aha! I found Hohammer to Yellow Springs.
Let me pass
I'm
you
with
what
it now.
You marked as number 2.
Okay. This is after we got in the vehicle and headed toward the alleged quote dump site. This map
The alleged.
is our track.
Wait a minute.
After I got in with,
Yes, but you can make a mark on that map too.
This is an alleged dump site
That's going
now.
to take you down over to Shane
Sure.
Austin's house, right?
You said that's what they that you
no, it
did.
doesn't. You need Whole Hammer Road, P Road, and Yellow Springs Road is what you need here.
I got it. I got it
we're
right in
here.
front of me,
This is
y'all.
Duck Farm Road.
Finally.
You can get from
Woo!
here
Way to
and
go,
go over here to
Misty.
Pew Road, and then I'll hand you the second map.
I stopped on this map right here. We need,
Okay, so you can get to Pew Road from here, and then I'll hand you the next map.
where's Pew Road at on here?
It's right there, across from White Farm Road.
But you got to go down Hohammer Road. I went down Hohammer Road before I got to Pew Road.
We hand you all the maps.
Okay. Thank you.
Hohammer does not go to Pew. He's full of it. You have to take Hohammer down to Yellow Springs Road, and then you
see
can
it?
get to Pew. I don't know what kind of crazy business he's
I do
trying to
not.
explain, but this is what he's saying is absolutely not
We have
true.
part of the route marked out.
Hold on. No, let's don't, I don't know. If you had the east view of this map right here, the eastern view, meaning this portion here,
Western view.
The Western
eastern
view.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That would be what we need to pinpoint the exact location.
Wow.
Let's go over what you have.
Let's do that. Because Hohammer to Yellow
Map
Spring.
number 8. This is from that morning before you spoke with Zach Adams. And you're saying that you were over here somewhere by the river. Is that right? And let me focus it
I
for you.
believe. May I stand up behind you? Wait a minute, you got to go. I believe that this is where you're speaking right here. Can I have the corner? I'd say you're blocking everyone's view, 30 years.
That is a long way away.
What we determined or decided or you agreed to went down to refuge.
Let me be clear. I don't know where the refuge is. I'm asking you.
We never determined there's been a refuge. We decided that Camden Landing Road went to the river.
Okay.
This is not marked the national refuge on your
Okay.
map.
Yes.
We're just in joint agreement that this could or possibly be the spot.
Okay. So next, you're on Highway 70. Is that right? Going west?
That's toward Jayville, that's back toward Camden.
Yes.
Yes, that's west.
Okay. And then you're going to turn left on one of these roads, either
Oh.
Palmer Road or
Caps
Caps Road.
Yeah, you see them right there, they're gonna take it back to the same location right there. Palmer Tool and Die is in this general location right here. Both of them roads runs the Highway 70.
Okay.
As I testified, I do not know the name of the road that I went down.
Right.
I assumed, being it was besides Palmer, that was Palmer Road, but that's only an assumption.
What you know for sure is next you get on Birdsong Road. Is that right?
That's right. Both of these roads run to Birdsong Road. Actually, Caps Road is real clear about it. But I think y'all can make out some type of detail there. It's not a very good map. Over to Birdsong Road, and then we went south down 191.
Okay.
That'd be in this direction here.
So next you travel further down Birdsong Road.
Well, I'm lost now.
Y'all, the reason this is confusing is because I'm looking at the map now as he's talking. Birdsong Road is 191. So that's why this continues to be so confusing when he says stuff, because he's interchanging. He's making it sound like he's going to a different road. He's not. Birdsong is 191. Now there is Birdsong Cutoff Road.
So you end up down here.
Well, we're looking for 191 south.
So this is 191 south.
Okay, down to Eagle Creek, as I testified, and over to Coxburg, then to McElwain.
Then after you get onto McElwain,
Hold on, y'all, because I'm not even finding Eagle Creek like he's talking about. Here's Camden Bay, Birdsong Road, Birdsong Boat Ramp. Coxburg. Okay. Yeah, way down here. All right. I just want to try to follow along. Yes, Kelly, there are 3 different sections.
Over down to 641, down to the interstate, and this is where we run out of.
okay. Then once you get to the interstate, you keep going down 641. further down the interstate.
That's incorrect.
So you cut over on this little side road over here?
If you cross 641 south,
Yes,
if you cross going south,
yes.
there's a road, the first road to the right,
Okay, that's this little Spence Store Loop Road.
and it cuts over to Hohammer Road. Hohammer Road,
I'm
Runs
nowhere
through
close to where
Yellow
Hohammer.
Springs Road, runs through the road. It's all in a location that's very small. That's just, just minutes on each road and it's the quickest way.
No, sir.
The roads ain't what they look like on here, like long gravel. I mean, some of them ain't, like down Spence Road ain't 150 yards before you cut off on another road.
So Hohammer Road cuts over, and are you saying it runs along the interstate right here?
Hohammer Road runs alongside the interstate down to,
Right here, where my finger is. It's running along the interstate and it goes down over here to Yellow Springs Road.
I don't know if that's Hohammer Road there. I mean,
It does. She's absolutely correct.
that may be it right there.
He went
It's running
down.
all the way from up here. It's going all the way from up here.
I gotcha. 641
Follows the interstate until it finally veers away and goes over to Yellow Springs.
Yellow Spring. It sure does.
And I don't see the name of it, but I'll agree with you if that's what, I don't see no name on there. Hohammer Road, Yellow Springs Road, View Road.
Well, would you agree with me that sometimes roads may have kind of country names that don't necessarily make the maps?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, I thought every road was named and was on the map. I mean, the little roads around the river there were, and they're,
I'd like to
this is
have,
a state county road. I mean, it should be named, right?
Oh, sir. Don't
I'd like to
even.
have these maps 7, 8, 8, 9, and 10 be a
Ugh.
collective exhibit.
Let's just add them 8, 9, and 10 to collective exhibit number 184,
Mm.
part of a continuing series and all that.
Yeah, but first,
Ben, is that what you said?
have a paperclip.
No, I don't have a paper.
Not only that, Kelly, I'm looking on the map. There is an entire area called Autry Acres. What do you want to bet that's his family's? I don't know how much is there, but a lot. I'm going to speed him and her up a little bit.
So last week,
If it
when we
gets to
were
be too
in the
much, I'll
process of you
knock
telling
it
your
down.
story, you had arrived at the river. Now, you didn't go on the interstate because you wanted to go to the back roads. Is that right?
What,
To go to the river that morning. with the-
explain by myself, or are you talking about Camden Bottom?
No, I'm talking about when we were last telling your story. You were telling your story step by step about what happened on the morning of the 13th. And before we took the break, you had gotten to the point where you'd gotten to the river that morning with Mr. Adams, and there was a body in the back of the truck.
What do you want to know? I mean,
I'm just
I'm
pointing to
wondering.
where we were.
Okay.
So at that point, you say that you arrived and you were telling us that you had driven down to the boat dock. Did you
I
all drive
wasn't
to the boat
driving.
dock?
I wasn't driving.
You rode down to the boat dock,
That's correct.
which is actually go off to the right to get to the boat dock there. As you're going in towards Ward Hill Road. Is that a yes? Answer out loud?
Yes, yes.
So tell me, what did you do down at the boat dock?
Made a circle and come back. Made a circle and seen no one was there and started the trip back.
Okay. So what happens next?
We drive over to the location of the murder.
Okay, and because this is where you've seen a body before, you clearly then at some point communicate to Zach Adams where you think the best location is. Is that right?
I told him where the deepest part of that slough was, the channel. I believe
Okay.
is what I testified to, the channel.
And what's your testimony where the deepest part of the slough was?
Do you got a map?
Let's get the map back up.
I mean, I can sit here and say it, but nobody's gonna. I mean, I pinpointed it once to the state, but
That's the most intelligent thing he's
You
said
don't
through
need a
his
map that
entire
you have.
testimony.
you're probably gonna need your map, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he can tell us, but
But
until
then
we
the
see it on
map's
a
right
map,
there.
we're not going to know.
Let's try first with this close-up that we have here. that we looked at earlier.
I'm still trying to figure out how close Zach Adams' place and the Bobo residence was, but I'm also wanting to follow along with what he's talking about. Because I don't know where this is.
Would it help if the lights were down? Could you see better?
Go ahead and try it.
The jury can't see. Neither can I, the location that the state had drawn up. I mean, your map is not,
That's not a map. That's just an aerial shot.
if,
Well, this is water up here.
I understand
This
that.
is number 6.
Right
I'm
here is the
collecting
water.
number 184.
Are you in agreement that there's a patch of land right there with a channel through it? 'Cause that's what I testified to.
That's the one.
The map just ain't, there you go.
Right, watch that.
Right. I believe right there. I can't see it, but I believe that's the one right there.
He's handing that.
Well, that doesn't help us at all.
So
I have-
You can shut down.
we put just a little. X
I have
where
no
you-
idea where this
Okay,
area
can't
is
just make
under
small
I-40
They come right.
where they
Yes.
supposedly dumped
This is
her.
the deepest part of that.
Okay.
The water runs this way, and the flow of it, the silt is all back down on this end. It's all marsh on this end. This is
The
the
deepest
bluff
part.
side, so to speak. If you look at it, it's not straight off bluff.
Okay, so make a mark right there where you say the deepest part is. Okay, very good. Next.
What good number is that?
182.
You say X on 182.
Thank you.
You don't.
Aha! I think I found it. I had to put satellite image
So you
on.
suggested to Mr. Adams that the deepest part of the channel was. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And so what happened next?
Excuse me.
This is a drive.
Where was we at? We were coming down. What happened next? I mean, we were coming back that direction from Ward Road, right? Is that
Yes.
where we was?
Yes.
We pulled down that long gravel road that I testified that I run out there and looked at. Went underneath the bridge, went down to the river, circled by the riverbank, come back up, pulled in, made a circle, back into the rock pile, got out of the vehicle at that time. I grabbed Miss Bobo by the upper torso. Mr. Adams let down the tailgate. We brought her out.
No,
Yep.
You haven't mentioned you're saying that you needed to gut her. So where are you along the trip when you mentioned that she'll need to be gutted?
I never told him that she needed to be gutted.
Okay, you just said that other things
Yeah.
floated because of,
Yeah, I never once, he was not acting under my direct command.
okay, so you don't know for sure then he was gonna go get a knife and gut her.
Well, when I walked away from the upper torso, he was digging in a fanny pack in the back extended cab of the truck.
So you don't know what he was doing.
He was digging in a fanny pack in the back seat of the extended cab truck.
And then at some point you said you all sat her down on the riprap. How steep is that riprap there?
Degrees wise,
Yes,
25
25 degrees? So it's-
incline like this.
Okay,
I don't know if that's 25 degrees. I mean, to be honest,
okay. So you set her down there. He walks back, he's digging in the trunk. What do you observe next? Not in the trunk, in the back seat of the truck.
he goes around to the truck. I observe a foot move and I hear a sound,
Okay,
a sound of distress.
okay.
What I believe to be his right foot. I then walk to the passenger side of the 4x4 Nissan and say, this fucking bitch is still alive.
You said this fucking bitch is still alive.
Those exact words.
Okay. What did you say next?
Everything stopped and we met at the front of the truck, at the hood. And I looked at him and I said, she's heard my name and us speaking. At that time,
How would she have heard your name at that point? She's in the back of the truck the whole time this is going on.
we were discussing burying the corpse at Shane Austin's,
No, you didn't, because he said he needed your help.
burying the body.
And I asked you specifically what was said. You never said he said your name.
I object.
You can
Forgive me.
cross-examine, but you can't make statements.
So far, you have not mentioned at what point he called out your name, have
That's
you?
a statement. All right,
Have
ask
you?
the question.
She
I don't think
is.
that I testified to that. You're correct.
Okay. So now you're saying there are some things that you left out of your testimony, conversation that was had, that you've left out. Aren't you saying that?
No,
Wow.
well, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm telling you what a
Yes.
6 year ago conversation was.
Oh, now it's
In the
6
best
years
manner
ago.
that
He
I
was
can.
perfectly clear with everything before.
I'm
The-
trying to
the
go
truth.
slowly. So can you then tell me at what point your name was said?
No, I cannot.
Okay. So you say you moved to the front of the truck. She's over on the riprap. How far would you say the truck is parked from where she's on the riprap?
I think I testified to the jury the distance between this wood and the jury box. Approximately
For the record, can you say feet?
4 to 6 foot.
4 to 6 feet from the front of the truck,
No, from the tailgate, from the back of the truck. We backed in there.
right? But I thought you said you all moved around to the hood of the truck to talk.
We did.
So now how far is she from where you are at the hood of the truck?
Whatever the length of a 4x4 Frontier Nissan pickup is added to that footage.
Well, will you please?
24, maybe 24, 22, 23 foot, maybe. I don't know the length of the truck.
Okay, so you think you're maybe between 22 to 24 feet away from the body?
I suspect that's the amount. I'm not just 100% sure how long that truck is, but
Okay,
I know how the distance that we backed up to the riprap. I don't know the length of that truck.
okay, and so you've just said she's heard my name. What else do you say? Can you be,
I said she's heard me talking and heard my name.
okay. Did you say anything else at that point?
I did not.
What was Mr. Adams' response?
Just a dead look, just 1,000-yard stare, silence.
So he says nothing.
He says nothing. He turns, goes around to the driver's side pickup, to the driver's side door, gets the pistol out of the front floorboard. At that time, I tell him, hold up, let me go over and look. I run to the curb that I testified to down.
You testified earlier that at this point you were angry. Is that right?
I did not.
Okay, I thought you said you were yelling at him.
I did not.
The fact
That's
that you're
incorrect.
still alive.
That's incorrect.
Okay. So at this point, you're not angry. You're not upset.
That
I was
is
on
what
my
he
way
testified
To
to.
the straightaway to look and see if anything was coming.
Okay,
Eesh.
Continue.
continue.
I looked down the straightaway, which was approximately 200, maybe 250 yards. You can see that way. I looked back, told him nothing was coming. And at that time, the pistol went off. I was underneath the bridge and it sounded like multiple shots. They go boom, 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 boom down the river bottom like that. And I looked up, that stunned me. I looked up and Martins flew out from under my side of the bridge. At that time, it was like dead silence.
You all know
I
it
heard
wasn't boom with an
I got
echo.
running back over there, and I said,
We
somebody
heard
seen this
it
or heard it.
ourselves.
That time, we placed Miss Bobo back in the pickup and proceeded to leave.
Saying nothing else between the two of you.
They put her back in the
Not till
truck.
I said something about
Did I miss that
driving
part?
erratic, that we need to slow down.
And that's at the same point when then you suddenly recognize that this could be a possible federal offense?
Correct. I knew from previous experience that firearms are not allowed.
So what was your previous experience?
I mean, I'm born and raised in the South. I understand the rules and regulations of federal property. Plus, it's posted on the entrance, no firearms for everyone to see, gun with a cross in it.
So where's that entrance where it's posted?
Generally, at the entrance of a federal property, it's
That,
posted.
are you saying it's posted on that particular property?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
I
Uh-oh.
know from previous times before at other places. This ain't the only refuge I've ever been on.
Where's another refuge you've been to?
Amber Bottom is a refuge. Duck River Bottom is a refuge. Eagle Creek is a refuge. Bustletown is a refuge. Mousetail is a refuge. I mean,
Are
the government
they?
has property all over the state of Tennessee. Each one, you have rules and regulations that they expect you to obey.
Because I can't find a
And so you would have
Camden
known all
refuge.
this before you headed out that day towards the river. Is that right? Because you say it's all from past experience.
I knew this before. Yes.
So why did
So-
you suggest to leave a
Did you
body on
calculate what
federal
time you would have gotten
property?
there that day? You said you arrived at Shane Austin's house after 9 a.m.
Sometime, yeah.
You said it took you about 5 minutes to get your pill and cook it up. Is that accurate?
I think I testified to about 10 minutes inside the vehicle.
Okay, so that would put it at about 9:10 to 9:15. Then you get out of the vehicle, you have a short conversation.
And he nodded
I'm
his head.
sorry. Can you answer out loud?
I'll agree with you.
So then you get to the river. Would you agree with me? You get to the river no later than 9:35 or 9:40?
I would say between 9:40 and 10 o'clock
9:40 and 10 o'clock.
would be mine. I believe that that's the time. Keep in mind that I was high. So, I mean, the exact minute I'm not clear on.
So being high, then does that affect your memory?
Yeah.
That time, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding,
We're
ding.
discussing an event that happened 6 years ago.
Okay,
That's
so,
twice he said it
in the
now
middle
on
of all this, You
cross-examination.
were able to take a telephone call from your mother, Shirley King, that morning at 9:42, weren't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
You had approximately a 40-second call with your mother, didn't you?
If your records reflect that.
your mother has a telephone number with an area code of 901, doesn't she?
That's correct.
And the last four digits are 5662, aren't they?
That is her husband's, her boyfriend's sister's phone.
Okay, but it's a phone you can call her on, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And then that morning at 10:35, you called Angela Scott, didn't you?
If your records reflect that,
And then at 10:36, Angela Scott called you back.
if your records reflect that,
Okay, so what time do you think you left the Tennessee River that morning?
Aha.
we were
Uh-oh.
there less than an hour. I would say somewhere between 35 to 45 minutes.
Okay. So if you're there 9:45 to 10, then if you're there 45 minutes, you're then leaving about 10:30. Is that right? Is that the earliest you would have left, 10:30?
Maybe. I don't know.
Now, did you take the interstate to go back home?
Wow.
To Yellow Springs Church?
No, ma'am.
So you took, did you take the same route you came with to go back to Yellow Springs Church?
No, ma'am.
Is there a different route you took?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me? Let me get the maps back. Let's see if we can go through which way you went back. It's going to be using the same maps that we've already had, isn't it?
No.
No. Okay.
What on earth is happening? How does
At
he
some
not?
point, we're going to run back into one of the roads.
Okay.
Any sort of timing, he cannot pin it down. How did this jury? I don't get it. It's so vague. It's
Well,
so
I'm
all
gonna pass
over
back
the
Map
place.
number 3, because it's the map where we ended up.
I know
And let me see if I can
exactly
get
how
your
we
pen of a
drove,
different color.
but I don't know the
Black
color
and
of the
blue.
quilt.
3, 10.
All right. You actually handed me the right map. Thank you. This is
Sir,
going to be rather simple.
sir.
Do you want me to date and sign, or do you want me to sign this new route back to
No, for the record, you're looking at map number
3?
and you're putting it in green pen.
That's
So
correct.
if you'll just draw arrows going back the way you came.
We yeah.
Next, let me hand you map number 2.
Okay.
See, on map number 2, you can see where you went.
We're this same. This is good all the way back to I don't know what starting point we had here, Mark, but to wherever this ended, this is the path back. So everywhere the arrow points one way, the arrow pointing the opposite way is the path back.
So that part
The only difference is where the other exhibit you had looped back around to Morgan Creek Road. Yeah.
He's a jackwagon.
So what you're saying, instead of taking the north route up here to go back, you took the north route to go to the river. You took a southern route to go back.
We took a route over to Morgan Creek Road on that map that I marked green right there. Down Ward Road, over to, what was the other road? Over to Morgan Creek Road.
It goes over to Morgan Creek.
And then back down the same path. All we bypassed the 133 exit. Instead of going back up by the interstate in the same way we came in, we went down back around by the landing out.
Okay. So you meet up back over here again, where Birdsong Road runs into Morgan Creek Road.
Is that, okay, let's see here. Okay. Nick's Lane. Ward Road is where we decided, maybe or maybe not, the boat ramp was. John Ray Road still.
Do you not have your pointer?
The other one. This road down here, marked down to here, I think it's, what's the name of it? Nick's Landing. Nick's Landing runs around Morgan Creek. We're going back in out here. That's Jones right there. What that is, this is a shorter path over to the, just a different route, different route out.
And then can I see
Quick path out. What it is.
Can I see the map in your hand?
That's traced back to, I believe, Interstate 40. I believe what we got marked on there.
So this one, you're just going back the way you came.
We'll just, yeah, once we hit Morgan Creek Road, the same roads we tracked in, we tracked out. The only difference was the shortcut along River Road over to Motor Facility.
And so does it take approximately the same amount of time to get back? A
Not even a little less.
little less, okay.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know the exact mileage, but I know that the path back was shorter than the path there.
How much shorter would you say?
I don't know.
Okay, so that morning then, 10:35, you said on direct that you checked your phone and you realized you were supposed to go have lunch with Angela Scott.
That's correct.
What time did you usually eat lunch with Angela Scott?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. And where would you go to eat lunch with her?
Oh,
Benton County Health Department.
Benton County Health Department. And where is that? What road is that on?
Maybe Hospital Lane. There's a hospital there. Maybe it's called Hospital Lane. I don't know. I don't know the road. I mean, I know where it's at.
Why were you eating lunch at the health department?
Health Department was about 1/8 of a mile from her job.
Did you bring a lunch or were you buying a lunch at the health department?
I generally bought a lunch. I wasn't buying no lunch at the health department. I bought lunch at other places and met her at the health department.
Okay.
I've never met her.
You never what?
I never bought lunch at the health department.
Okay. But this was up in the city of Camden, is that right?
I don't know if it's the city limits or not.
But it's kind of close to where the main town is?
Yes, ma'am. It's off 641. Just precisely right there off 641.
Okay, and then at 11:40, you called Jay Taylor again, don't you?
If your records reflect that.
What was the name of her?
Jay Taylor,
Okay, there was Cherry Creek that time right here.
11:40, you called Jay Taylor, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
You had a 45-second telephone call with him.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And then at 12:06, Angela Scott called you.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And at 12:08, Angela Scott called you again.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
And then Jay Taylor called you back at 12:09.
If your records reflect that, that'll be true.
So you had multiple contacts with Angela Scott during this day, didn't you?
I testified to the state that I didn't have time to get there and take her lunch, and that we spent the lunch hour talking and texting. That's correct.
So she usually only had a 30-minute lunch, is that right?
That's correct.
So if you met her, you said at 11 o'clock usually?
That's correct.
So you'd only need from 11 to 11:30 to have lunch with her, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
where would all the text messages and phone calls be if that's what they were doing during her
So
lunch?
what time are you saying
there
then
was
that you saw
nothing.
Zach Adams again?
I think I testified 2:30, around 2:30.
Okay, and how is it that you got back in touch with him at 2:30?
I'm not exactly sure if I believe that I made the phone call.
Well, that you called him.
I believe that's correct. I can't remember the exact.
So on the way back, it's your testimony that Zach Adams has shot Holly Bobo. You've heard birds flew. You heard a boat start up. You never saw the boat that you heard, did you?
That's correct.
You hear a boat start up that you don't see. You put the body back in the pickup truck, and Zach starts driving fast. You tell him, "Whoa, whoa, you need to slow down." And then, as he's driving, you look at your phone and you say, "I need to go. I need to meet Angela for lunch." Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me specifically how that conversation went? Was there anything else to it?
There was not.
No. So do you say, "Please take me back to my car" at some point?
I did not.
So he just naturally took you back to your car.
That's correct.
You got out of the car, no conversation when you got out of the car.
We had the conversation on the way back about how allegedly, or how he knew her and how she got back.
Okay, so tell me how that conversation unfolded.
Allegedly. Why does he say
You said,
allegedly?
how did you know her?
That's correct.
Were you more specific in your question, or
I mean, that's
can you tell
specific
me?
as it gets.
Can you tell me as best you can, word for word, what Mr. Adams said?
I can't tell you word for word
What's the best you can remember?
what I testified to.
Well, can you tell me again, please?
Mr. Adams said Natalie Bobo was stripping at Interstate 40, prostituting, selling her body for drugs, and she had been coming down there at his house, having sex, and she had showed pictures to Zach of victim Bobo, left the impression that she
Victim Bobo. Her name's Holly.
would join them. He also said
Did Zach say that gave me the?
that the victim had been to his house.
Okay, so did Mr.
Holly.
Adams say it that way? Did he say Natalie Bobo left me with the impression that the victim would
I
have
testified that I didn't know exactly word for word, but what I could remember of the conversation. As I told you before, I couldn't rehearse word for word. You asked me that, I can't.
Okay, so that's
Rehearse? Rehearse word for word? Sir, what are you saying right now? That's not me, y'all. I'm not touching anything. I don't know what's going on. It's doing.
I tried to get another appeal. I had done the other
Okay.
half, and I was looking to re-up.
So when did you do the other half?
The time that I spent alone,
Where were you during that time?
north of Interstate 40.
So where north of Interstate 40?
I mean, you would have to get the maps back out for me to show you.
These people never sit still.
I spent a large portion of that day riding around.
So you're saying you're just
Apparently.
driving around north of Interstate 40.
That's correct.
And while you're driving around, you shoot up the methamphetamine morphine combo,
The rest of it,
the rest of it,
the rest of that pill that I purchased earlier.
and you continued to drive around while you were high.
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't pull over and stop anywhere to shoot it up.
Well, yeah, forgive me. Yeah, I did. I mean, obviously I had to stop to do it.
Where did you stop to
Where
do
did
it?
you do it?
I'm not exactly sure.
Wow,
Maybe-
that's a pretty big
Maybe
thing.
near
Like,
my trailer, mom's trailer. There's a back road that cuts through. A lot of times I got high in there.
Okay. So then you drive around. So it's your testimony you never saw Angela Scott that day during lunch.
That's correct.
At 2 o'clock, you call Mr. Adams and you try to arrange a buy. What does he say to you?
Come on.
Okay. Come
did
on.
you ask what'd you do with that body that we left in the
And what do you
box
need
of
to-
your truck?
I go to his residence.
Okay. How long does it take you then to get to his residence?
I arrive at his residence around 2:30.
Okay. And so when you're at his residence, what do you do there?
When I pulled in 235 Adams Lane, Austin, Dylan Adams, and Jack Adams were standing in front of Dylan's Silverado pickup. At that time, we got into Silverado, me on the passenger side, Shane in the middle, Zach driving, Dylan in the extended cab.
So why would you then call him at 2:35 if you were already at his house?
Well, maybe I arrived at 2:38. I mean, I'm testifying that I got there around 2:35.
So why would you call him if you were already about to be there? Why did you call him a second time and talk
No
to him?
kidding.
Why did you try to call him a second time?
Now, I don't recall that, but if your records reflect that, I'll agree that I made that call.
Yeah, you don't have a reason for
Okay,
why
so
you
How long does
did.
it take you to get over to Dottie's?
Minutes,
Okay. And how long are you there before you get your next pill?
minutes.
And do you use the pill there?
I do not.
So then you, as soon as you get the pill, you leave?
We leave.
Okay. And at that time, there's no discussion between you, Dylan, Shane, and Zach as to what happened. Is that right? Not between you.
No, I testified about an argument and a fact.
Okay. But that wasn't involving you, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Where do you go when you leave there?
To Angela's,
Okay.
to the quick stop.
What time did Angela usually get off work?
3:30.
That's what I wrote down. You needed to be back at her work by 3:30. So you had to bail out.
Now, at some point that day, you also texted Michael Douglas, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that'll be true. It's my boss, one boss I had.
Did you ever work for Michael Douglas in the evenings?
I worked when his schedule wanted me to work. I mean, when he said work, I worked.
So sometimes you would work for him in the evenings.
And I've worked all day for him many days, into the evening.
Do you have any specific memory about what your text to him was about that day on the 13th?
Work. I mean, he's a prominent man. He's not into no criminal stuff. It would be clearly work related. Any discussion that pertains to him would be work related.
Okay. So let's talk about the Birdsong Road exit that you went to. You're saying that day you went to the Birdsong Road exit for the purpose of dumping a body. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Okay. You'd also been to that same Birdsong Road exit or the Tennessee River. You were also at the Tennessee River on April the 6th at 12:13 p.m., weren't you?
I don't know.
It's possible you were there on April the 6th at 12:13 p.m.
I don't know.
Is it possible that you were still there at Birdsong Road exit at 2 p.m. or 1:56 p.m. on April the 6th?
No, I don't know. I don't recall April the 6th.
April the 9th, is it possible you were at the Tennessee River
Good job, good
area
Jennifer.
at 5:03 p.m.?
I don't recall that.
Doesn't recall any
Do you
of these
remember
times.
being there on April the 9th as late as 8:13 p.m. on April the 9th?
I don't recall that. And there obviously wasn't nothing dramatic that happened that I would recall. I mean, if you got proof I was there, I was there.
Do you remember being there in the Tennessee River location on April the 11th with Zach Adams at 9:55 a.m.?
That's correct.
So this is 2 days earlier you were there at the river.
Well, 2 days earlier, they wasn't kidnapped, or they wasn't a murderer. So I mean, I have no reason to. I mean, if your records show I was there, I was there.
And there with Mr. Adams.
If the records reflect that, that's true.
He remembered
Okay,
that it was the
and-
wrong date and then corrected.
Do you remember being over there at the Tennessee
He's a
River
good liar.
on April the 14th at 6:44 p.m.?
That's 133. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying on April the 14th, the next day, you were over there at the Tennessee River at 6:44 p.m.
Where this occurred?
Yeah, in the Tennessee River area, yes.
Okay, yeah,
And you were there with Mr. Adams on that day.
that's incorrect.
So if the records show you were both over by the Tennessee River, that would be incorrect?
I'm not saying he wasn't over there, but he wasn't with me.
Sir, your
Okay.
records are going to show the same thing. Don't
So
lie
on
about
the
things that can be
14th, you were
proven.
there from approximately 6:44 p.m. until, let's see, still there at 10:30, does that sound right?
Object at this point. I waited. We've heard 4 days. She keeps saying, were you there?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't understand the question. I don't understand how he can know what there is. Somewhere by the river is a big, big area. If she wants to ask him specifically.
We don't know what it's
Yeah,
about, bad
Be more
Jennifer.
specific on your dates and places.
Nasty,
I'm
fat
specific on the day. I'm saying
down.
on April the 14th, 2011, were you by the Tennessee River Birdsong Road exit area?
Yes, she made it very
Right
clear.
there, and I'm talking about east of Birdsong Road. Were you over in that area on the 14th at 6:44 p.m.?
If your records reflect that, that will be true.
Okay.
If you have facts of that, that's true.
Okay. And then you stayed there that evening until quite late. You were there on the 14th until at least about 10:30 p.m. at the Tennessee River area off of Birdsong Road exit. That would be true, wouldn't it?
If your records reflect that, yeah.
And then on the 15th at 1:26 p.m., you were back over there at the Birdsong Road exit area near the Tennessee River.
There's one thing that you need to realize, is there's a bar less than a mile from there. So it's possible that I'm at this bar. I mean, I visit the Sunset Bar quite often. I don't recall all these days sitting at the river that you're allegedly saying I'm there. Is it possible I'm at Sunset Bar? Possibility. Got a lot of friends in that area. I mean, I don't know, just because you say I'm a river, I don't know where you're saying I'm at. I'm lost.
So it's possible you were over there at the bar some of these times.
That's correct, yeah.
But that doesn't explain why you would be there at 10 o'clock in the morning. The bar wouldn't be open at 10 o'clock in the morning.
That's an old redneck bar. It runs as long as you got money.
Okay.
That's not funny. That's not how it works.
So then that might explain why you would be over there on April the 16th at 5:30 p.m. You could have been at the All Tennessee Redneck Bar.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And the same with April the 22nd at 1:58 p.m. You could have been at the All Tennessee Redneck Bar, couldn't you?
That's correct, yeah.
And the same
What was the last date?
April the 22nd at 1:58 p.m. And it's possible you were there that day with Zach Adams at that old redneck bar, April the 22nd.
That's incorrect.
Okay. How about April
I'm
the
not
27th
sure.
at 2:30 at 2:53 p.m. It's possible you were there at this redneck bar that day.
It may very well be because I know Bob is
Yeah, it's possible,
interested in a Tennessee case.
I mean, you're discussing stuff that I don't even have a clue what was going on April the 27th. I
After
mean,
the
if your
27th.
records say that I was in that area,
Exactly.
then I was in that area. I'm not going to sit and try to argue the facts. If you have facts, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're not presenting nothing to me where I can see them.
It's true that Terry Lynn Renfro used to buy stolen goods from you or trade you stolen goods and give you drugs in exchange, isn't it?
That's correct.
And a lot of times you would meet Terry Lynn Renfro off of the Birdsong Road exit to exchange drugs for stolen items, isn't it?
That's incorrect.
And you talked about the deer stand and when the deer stand was stolen. And you said Zach Adams stole a deer stand and you stole the trail cam that was there at the same place. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And now where you stole that from, that was off of the Birdsong Road there by north of Interstate 40, wasn't it?
That's correct.
It's over by the Tennessee River.
It's on Eagle Creek.
It's Eagle Creek right there by the Tennessee River.
It's within 5-6 miles from it.
Okay. And it's right there off of the Birdsong Road exit.
There's multiple ways to get to it, but you can get to Eagle Creek from 133.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to ask you some questions. First, here, let me have a picture here.
I got a mugshot, looks like the younger Mr. Autry. I guess I need to ask what the relevance would be. Generally, she was asking about his record, you don't introduce his mugshot. I don't know what it tends to do.
I'm going to introduce how tall he is. That he's 6'7". Yes.
Without, which is generally the way you do it without trying to introduce his mugshot.
So, Mr. Autry, how tall are you?
He's incarcerated, woman.
That's pretty close.
And how much do you weigh about?
I know she was not complaining about a mugshot being entered when he is testifying in jail clothing. What is wrong with this woman? I mean, what is actually wrong with her? Because this doesn't make any sense for you to object to something that is so obvious. Do you think he just chose to wear those kinds of clothes? You started your direct examination saying he was in custody. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Get the net.
I guess about 250.
And your hair is dark brown, is that right?
6,
I thought it had a little gray in it.
7.
Oh, its original color was dark brown, is that right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
What are we doing here, kids?
Gotta have a jury out.
Right, that's the jury.
I won't keep it. Get over and get it. I won't keep it. Get over and get it.
Judge, we gotta have a jury out.
Right, that's the jury. Let's give him about 10 minutes.
Caucasian, and the witnesses, for the most part, are all Caucasian. I understand this leap that she's trying to make. You can be asked all of these questions without, doing it, not doing it, and all that, without getting into his membership or ex-membership, I guess, in that organization.
Court deems it irrelevant. Whether or not he is or is not under variations has nothing to do with the case of Zach Adams is on trial today. I don't see it as something that should tarnish his credibility. You can ask him things to impeach his credibility, but whether or not he's a nation, that's a totally collateral issue. We're having enough trouble concentrating on this case without trying collateral cases, which is exactly what that would be. So no, it's not coming in.
Your Honor, for the record, it's my understanding the court intends to go tonight until I finish with Jason
I would like to,
Autry.
yes.
But I would like the record to reflect it's very hot in here right now. I'd say it's 80 degrees in here. I see the jury sweating, different people in
I'd
the
like
courtroom
to-
fanning
everybody-
themselves.
I've been watching this jury. They're ready to bring this thing to a conclusion.
I recognize that, Judge, and so by making us go late at night, the jury's only going to be harboring
I
ill
don't-
feelings
I
towards
hope we
me.
don't go late at night.
Well, I still have quite a
If you
bit to do.
continue to go through this, you do so at your own peril. Ask legitimate cross-examination questions, but let's focus. We spent,
Did he just tell her that continuing questioning a witness is at her own peril? I need to come up with a new word for how I feel because I am so furious right now. He is dressing her down because they have crappy HVAC system and they intended to go until this particular witness was done because they didn't want to have to transport him again, I'm assuming. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh. Woo!
I guess well over an hour on these maps. Certainly that could have been done in a more succinct manner. So let's try to focus, and I'm not against you bringing up legitimate points, but let's don't be redundant, let's don't be repetitive. I think it's in everyone's best interest that we finish this witness today. So let's bring her.
I'd like to do an offer of proof as to the Aryan Nation information, Your Honor.
You need Mr. Autry out to do this?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, bring Autry.
Oh my word. I want to unleash Alan Jackson, or even better, Mr. Alessi. I would love to unleash Mr. Alessi on this little twit that's sitting on the bench. Wow. I can't say I have ever seen that.
Like, if at all possible, for us to conclude the testimony of this witness today. As a result, we'll be running a little later. Defense counsel has an absolute right to cross-examine the witness to cover any areas that you feel appropriate. I told both sides to please try to focus their examination. So hopefully we'll pick it up a little, but I would like to finish this witness.
Mr. Autry, I wanted to review when you said that you and Mr. Adams.
By the way, O'Bailey's that the jury was out when he was saying that. So I will give him at least that. But oh my word.
Set the body of Holly Bobo down on the riprap. I wanted to understand exactly how you set her down. You were holding the quilt. You said the quilt is wrapped up and you just grabbed the quilt with your two hands
That's correct.
and you just lifted the quilt up and set it down on the riprap.
I drug the upper torso to the end. He let the tailgate down. I proceeded out the tailgate. He grabbed the feet. And at that time, we set the body down on what we decided was a 25-degree angle.
Okay, and as you lift it up, I'm assuming that as you lift up the body, the feet on one end and you're grabbing the torso on the other end and set it over, it's kind of folding in the middle. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you set it down, and you believe you set it down so that the torso is towards the top of the riprap,
That's correct.
and the body, I guess, is kind of bending in just a little bit with the feet down at the bottom
That's correct.
near the ground. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Autry, you are a prolific letter writer, are you not?
That's correct.
So if I had 10 notebooks full of letters that you've written while you were in jail, that would sound about right to you, wouldn't it?
If that's what you got, yes, ma'am.
And I mean, you write a letter to every day, don't you?
That's correct.
Look at
I read
that.
The TDSC has been collecting all your letters to give.
Y'all.
You know, they've been making copies of them.
That's correct.
Look
matter of fact, your
at
attorney has received some copies of your letters. hasn't he?
that.
You're asking me if I've ever mailed an attorney a letter?
No, I'm saying you know that your attorney has gotten copies of letters you've written to other people while you're in jail as part of discovery.
I suspect he has access to the discovery, yeah. I guess he has access to every letter I've ever wrote if he wants it.
Matter of fact, when talking about access to discovery, when Fletcher Long was representing you, he even gave you a copy.
I have an objection as to prior representation, the statements made between the two. In fact, it was objected to when I wanted to go into something about that earlier, and I don't think it's fair at this time.
She hasn't let me ask the question yet.
Next question.
He gave a copy of the entire discovery disc to your mother, didn't he?
Answer.
You can answer.
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow, that might be one of the reasons he's disbarred. That's why Jason Autry knew exactly what to say
You
on the
remember when you were
witness
arrested
stand.
on this case in March of 2014, don't you?
I think that I was just carried to a room at River Bend and given warrants by 2, maybe 3 TBI agents. I don't think they ever arrested me.
Okay, well, they handed you a copy of the indictment, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay. And even before that, Jeff Jackson had come to see you in Carroll County and had taken you in for inquiry at that time, hadn't he?
That's correct.
And at that time, you had complained to your mother because you said that they had almost broken your fingers when they did that, didn't they?
That's correct.
Two of your fingers on your right hand, didn't they?
That's correct.
At that time, Jeff Jackson told you,
Objection on hearsay.
You say,
I am not offering it for the truth that what Jeff Jackson said is true. I'm just offering to show what effect it has on him.
all right, you're not considered for the truth.
Jeff Jackson told you that Zach Adams and Shane Austin had already signed complaints or had signed statements against you, saying that you were guilty, didn't he?
That's correct.
And at some point, Jeff Jackson told you that the whole reason that this case started was that that Zach Adams and Shane had showed up at Clint Bobo's house to make meth. Didn't he tell you that?
That's incorrect.
So if you wrote that in a letter to your mother, that would not be accurate?
Oh boy.
That's correct.
So you would have lied to your mother about that story?
That's correct.
And what about a telephone call with your mother?
Boy.
As I testified earlier, I denied any involvement until Mr. Parrish and Mr. Shule come on board.
Now, they came on board in 2015, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
They came on board
Excuse me.
about the time the state filed the notice of intent to seek death penalty against you, didn't they?
Ooh.
I guess so. Yeah, I'm not for sure of the exact date.
You do remember giving an interview with Nick Barris, don't you?
That's correct.
And in the interview with Nick Barris, you specifically said that you were not a killer.
That's correct.
You said that you were a drug addict and a thief, but not a killer, didn't you?
That's correct.
You said you didn't want to speculate or make any kind of rumors of what happened to the girl,
That's
referring
correct.
to Holly Bobo.
That's correct.
He asked you, did you kidnap and kill Holly Bobo? Were you a part of that? And you said, by no means, Nick, did I bother that girl.
That's correct.
And you said, I can't figure out why I've been done like this, didn't you?
I don't know if I said them exact words or not.
Okay.
Do you have a transcript that says that?
Yes, if I have a transcript that says that, then would that be accurate?
If that's what the records reflect, I guess so.
You guess so?
Um,
Would someone have transcribed it incorrectly
And
for you,
referring
sir?
to Dylan Adams, you said that he was lying to get out of trouble. He's down there. He's waited all this time. You know, he ain't been seen. He got himself in a little bit of trouble. He's down there in Obion County, and he don't want this time, and he's making stuff up to get out of it. Didn't you say that?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, can we read that one again? I missed the question.
All right, do it again.
Okay. You said, and you were referring to Dylan Adams. First of all, he's lying to get out of trouble. Didn't you say that?
That wasn't the whole question.
Well, I was just going to go through it piece by piece.
Just do the whole question,
Okay.
okay? We're trying to focus.
Okay. First of all, you said he is lying.
This
to
is
get out
why
of
it's
trouble.
taking
He's
so
down
long.
there and he's waited all this time. You know, he ain't seen that. He's got himself in a little trouble, and he's down there in Obion County, and he don't want to do his time, and he's making stuff up to get out of it. Didn't you say that?
That's correct.
And you said at the time that it was a try to be you said it was a try to be a forced move to get me to bear false witness against Zach Adams, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, I said that.
Because at the time you were objecting to the fact that the state was trying to get you to cooperate, weren't you?
I had not spoke to the state,
Not until there
No
was
time
death
during that
penalty on the table.
nor made any suggestions that would link anyone to believe that I wanted to cooperate with the state.
Right, but you knew that there was pressure to have somebody cooperate, didn't you?
I was under the assumption it was Dylan.
You knew law enforcement, they tried to get you to cooperate directly, didn't they?
When
Jeff Jackson came and talked to you and tried to get you to cooperate before you had an attorney.
he
Is this before the charges?
yes, before the charges.
Process, I think, is what she referred to earlier.
Before the charges, yeah. Jeff Jackson wanted to know where the body was. That was his focal point.
Right. And you said, I mean, I would have taken 5 years and $280,000 for my freedom if I knew. If I knew, Nick, I'd tell them. You said that in your interview, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
That's what I said.
You said,
$250,000
"No, sir,
is a lot of
right
money.
hand before God, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I did not bother that girl in no form or no fashion, didn't you?
And that's a fact.
Oh boy.
You were asked, do you know who did? You said, no, sir.
That's a lie.
But didn't you say that?
That's correct.
You said it had caused you a lot of sleepless nights, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
And you told Nick Barris that you were kin to Holly Bobo through your dad and her dad, didn't you?
I think that's correct.
And you said that
Wow.
growing up, her mother was your school teacher, didn't you?
I believe that. I believe I said that. If your records reflect that, that's true.
I give good Jennifer a lot of credit.
And you
She
said it never
she's
dawned
done
on me,
well.
you know, that someday I was going to be falsely accused of this. Didn't you say that also?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
And you've had a lot of telephone conversations with your mother, Shirley King, haven't you?
Numerous.
And you know those telephone conversations are recorded.
It tells you every time you pick up the phone.
And you know that those telephone conversations are being provided to everybody in Discovery, don't you?
It tells you that it's been recorded. Yeah.
Too bad Donna Adelson didn't remember. I mean, I'm
You
not
told your
really
mom, "Mama,
sad
I
about
did-
it.
I swear right hand before. You said, I mean, I'll testify to what I know. I mean, and I'm going to. But Mama, I'm innocent. That's right hand before God. I'm innocent. That's what you told your mother on the telephone, isn't it?
I reckon that's what I'm here doing.
But you told your mother that on the telephone specifically.
Yes.
I mean, that's just one instance, but you told your mother that time and time again, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you have actually a lot of people that you are pen pals with in prison, aren't you? A lot of people you're pen pals with in prison,
Yeah, I have a lot of.
and a lot of women that write you letters, and you write letters too, don't you?
That's correct.
I mean, you've always had a girlfriend in the past, haven't you?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, at the present time, you're still married to Lisa Autry.
That's correct.
And recently, you wrote letters to Lisa Autry, or last January, saying that you would be home by this Christmas, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Okay, I'll let this. You said that initially you were going to get back together with Lisa and go back home and be a family by next Christmas, didn't you?
If the letter reads that way, I said that.
And I think it
You know,
really
may I
happened.
Explain a little bit to that. A prior letter coming into that was, a response to that letter was, it was Christmas time and the kids was feeling some kind of way. And, you know, maybe that was an exaggeration. I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult position, but if your letters reflect that, that's what I did say. I'm not denying it if you have that on the mail. In fact, I believe I recall writing it.
Your kids are grown. I mean, they're over 18.
That's correct.
Oh,
And you also have a relationship with a woman named Linda Wallace, Linda Kimball Wallace, don't you?
That's correct.
I mean, at this current time, are you all still planning on getting married when you get out of prison?
No, I don't. I mean, you know, love letters have wild endings, wild twists to them.
But you've been writing to her saying she's going to be a preacher's wife and you all are going to get married, haven't you?
I have told her that.
And that you're expecting to get out of jail soon, haven't you told her that?
That's correct.
And right now, I heard you say you're serving a sentence. Has your federal time started currently?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no, I'll assume it's running.
You have a federal sentence that you're facing, don't you?
922G.
And that's a felon in possession charge, isn't it?
It's 30-06 deer rifle.
Okay. And what kind of time do you have on that sentence?
I don't know at what period I'm in that. I mean, I don't know. I've not been in contact with the Federal Bureau of Prisons to know if the clock's running or the clock's not.
What did you get initially? How much time?
100 months,
And 100 months is just
85,
what?
85%.
Right, but 100 months is like 8 years and a third.
Well, it's 85%, and 85% of 100 would be 85 months, right?
And that's because prison has no parole.
Federal prison does it.
Federal prison has no parole, and so if you get a sentence, you have to serve at least 85% of it. Isn't that right? Can you answer out loud for the court?
Yes.
And so if you have a 100-month sentence, you still have that to serve at some point.
I assume I'm serving it. I mean, a day's a day. That's the way
And-
I've always understood it.
In December, you actually wrote to the federal court asking how much.
December of what year?
December of 2016, you wrote to the federal court asking how much time did you have remaining on your sentence, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
Because
oh,
in December, it became pertinent as to when you might be getting out of custody, didn't it?
yes.
I mean, I'm curious after 60 months, how long I've got and if the time's running was the purpose of writing. The purpose of writing the letter was to find out if the clock was running or the clock wasn't running.
So when you initially came into custody, you came into custody in 2012, is that right?
September the 22nd, 2012.
Okay. And at that time, you got a state sentence to serve, didn't you?
It was run concurrent with the federal sentence.
Okay, what was the state sentence to serve? How long was that?
I believe it was 3 years. For the theft of the deer camera, is that what you're speaking on?
Yes.
I believe it was a 3-year sentence run concurrent with federal sentence.
Did you have any parole violations or probation violations that were put into effect also?
I did not.
And so while you were at Riverbend, you had complained bitterly about your treatment there, haven't you?
Objection relevance.
It's relevant because if he's getting really bad treatment, that gives him a motive to try to do a deal, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You had real complaints about your treatment while you were at Riverbend.
Good girl.
That's correct.
Matter of fact, they have had you in solitary confinement, haven't they?
That's correct.
Solitary confinement is very hard to take, isn't it?
I mean, I would rather be there than Henderson County Jail. I have a TV and a radio, can go outside. I don't know how you would I mean, it's,
So Henderson County Jail is also hard to take, isn't it? Is that what we can
I think
conclude?
jail in general can be difficult.
Okay. I mean, certainly if you were considering spending a lifetime in jail, that could be very difficult, couldn't it?
Yeah, I
And
guess so.
there's a lot of stress that comes knowing that you have a potential death sentence hanging over your head, isn't there?
That's correct.
I mean, that has to bother you and eat at you every day, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, because I bear a clear conscience. I know in my heart that I did not kidnap her, I did not rape her, and I did not kill her.
Well, you were right there wanting Holly Bobo
Not
killed, weren't
what-
you?
She was
That's
asking.
correct.
So it was your intent to see that she died, according to your story, isn't it?
It was not my intent to see that she died.
Well, after you got there and you realized that she had said your name or heard your name, it was your intent then to make sure she was eliminated as a witness against you.
Yes.
That's incorrect. I was under the impression that she was dead before I got in the truck, and we never.
But then you
established
found out she
that heard my name.
wasn't.
Remember, we said it is possible.
Oh, I remember that. But,
I mean, I'm just,
but you're saying at the time when you thought that she had heard your name, you knew Zach Adams, according to your story, was getting ready to shoot her. You never said, stop, don't do it, did you?
that's correct.
You said, wait a minute, let me make sure nobody's coming.
That's correct.
So you did something to help him kill her, according to
You
your story.
go,
didn't you?
Jennifer.
I did, and I have lots of remorse over that.
So, but at the time,
Go.
you were there, according to you, to assist him in killing her, weren't you?
No.
That's a mischaracterization of what it said. We all
We've been over and over and over and over. Let's move on.
You've written letters where you said they don't
Sir.
have a case, I'm innocent, didn't you?
If your records reflect that, that's true.
You've written letters where you said up front, I have nothing to do with Holly Bobo, no form, no fashion, right hand before God, that's the truth. You said that, didn't you?
I testified earlier that I had lied multiple times in the mail and on the phone calls.
Okay. And you said, Mr. John, there is no way they have a case. I am an innocent man. It's awful funny, man. My attorney still hadn't got no motion of discovery, 11 months and still no evidence. Did you say that? At some point you did, didn't you?
And
If your
there's
le-
still
your
no
records reflect that, that's
evidence.
true.
Okay.
I never got no portion of discovery from Fletcher Long or John Herberson. Nothing.
But it changed after you got your new attorney because he began to send you your discovery, didn't he?
He sent me a small portion of them letters that you're reflecting to.
No, but he was printing for days and days all kinds of materials to send you.
He did not.
So,
He sent a very, very small portion.
so you had materials
Of
of your
4
discovery
terabytes, that's
in
probably
your cell,
true.
didn't you?
For probably a month or so, I was taking out of the cell for painting and cleaning for about 4 hours. And when I come back, a large portion of it was missing. On over a
Oh,
month
I'm
or so
sure.
later, some guys from TDOC come in and seized another large portion of it. And that was sent, what wasn't kept, to Mr. Show's office. So what I ended up with was a stack of letters that I wrote.
So sometimes when your Aunt Rita and Uncle Jimmy would come to visit you, you would bring them portions of your discovery and show them through the glass different areas you had highlighted, wouldn't you?
Wow.
I don't recall that.
It's possible you did that?
What was it I showed them?
Different items in your discovery where you would highlight different things and show them different
I mean,
pages where people had made statements, evidence that you thought was false.
I don't recall that.
I still can't believe they convicted him on this. I remember hearing, well, when we do our wrap up today, I'm going to make myself a note. Okay, good, Jennifer. What are we doing?
From the Department of, okay, so agreements, immunity agreements, don't you?
I do not.
Okay, so you have an immunity agreement through the federal courts from the Department of Justice, don't you?
That's correct.
And initially, the prosecutor in this case was a woman named Beth Hall. Do you know Beth Hall?
I do.
She was a state prosecutor when Hansel McAdams was the district attorney, wasn't she?
I believe you're correct. I'm not really sure who
And then she was your federal prosecutor when you had your gun charge, wasn't she?
that's correct.
And you're aware that if you testify in a helpful manner in this case, it would be possible for the federal case, the sentence you've already received, it would be possible to get that sentence reduced or completely obliterated.
Poof.
using a Rule 35 motion, wouldn't it? So
I'm not
that is-
aware of Rule
is-
35s and how state and federal stuff operate. I'm sorry.
As you call
So you're
your
testifying
particular
here today,
case
you're
is
telling the jury today that you have absolutely no
955G.
knowledge that what you do here
Sir.
might affect the federal sentence that you have to serve of 100 months.
I do not. I have immunity with the federal government. Other than that, there's no deal. Set plain and simple.
Right, but there's a potential deal. It remains out there.
You're saying that, not me.
I'm asking you if you're aware that there's a possible deal that could be made in the future.
Have you ever heard of it happening before?
Yes. Have you?
Just then.
Okay, so your federal deal,
I thought there was a difference between
Smirky.
state court and federal court. Obviously, I was wrong.
in your federal case, I'm sorry, you face a potential death sentence in a federal case if this killing occurred on federal property. Isn't that right?
No, I've been given immunity.
Well, but that's what you were given immunity from. Were any federal charges?
I don't know what I was given immunity for. You'll have to ask Mr. Scholl. He's
Sir,
counsel
it's
that-
your
I did not
life.
handle that.
And you have a federal immunity agreement.
I've never seen it. I mean, nor was I present when it was worked out with the federal government. That information I was privileged enough to get through Mr. Scholl and Mr. Parrish.
Well, I'd like to pass this up to you and have you look at this document and see if you recognize it.
What is this?
That's your federal immunity agreement. Is that your signature on the second page, along with Mr. Scholl's signature?
It is.
So you've signed that federal immunity agreement.
That's correct.
And now do you recognize it that you've looked at it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer that as an exhibit.
Do you want me to sign it?
No, you've already signed it.
Who did I give this to?
Give it to the bailiff, give it to court reporter, that would be 186, correct?
Yes, sir.
The next is his proper agreement with the state. It's not any kind of immunity. It's just saying he has to tell the truth when he's talking to us. I don't really have an objection, I don't guess, but it's not an immunity agreement. It's just him saying,
They said they have no objection. Going in?
Yes, please.
All right, pilot 187.
I'm sure it says that they won't prosecute him for anything that he says on the witness stand if it should
Now,
incriminate
this agreement
him.
that you
Come
have
on,
with the
woman.
state, did you get a chance to look at it? Your signature is on it. Do you have any reason to believe it's not your signature on this agreement?
No, I do not.
And what this says is that anything that
that's what this is.
this immunity, not this
Proper.
proffer letter that you have with the state of Tennessee.
Proper is for the interview that we had with him. That was an agreement between his counsel and my office that we could talk to him. Period.
Yes. And so what this says is anything that you said, and it doesn't specifically say it's only for
It's your
one session.
fat
It just
butt
says
down.
the things that you tell the state
linebacker
during a
Jennifer.
proper session will not be used directly against you. Isn't that right?
Ah,
If the letter reads that, that's correct.
Okay. So, well, you went over it with your attorney, didn't you? Mr. Scholl and Mr. Paris?
I looked over it. That's correct.
And so you understood that by going into that proffer session, what you say in that meeting, they could not then turn around and use it directly against you.
That's what the agreement states.
Yes. And, but what it does depend on is you testifying honestly and cooperating with the state from that point forward, doesn't it?
That me signing that paper wasn't agreement to testify.
No, it specifically does require that you need to be honest in what you do, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, it says third, in the event if your client becomes a witness in any judicial proceeding, including the prosecution of him in any criminal case, and offers testimony materially different from any statements made during the proffer, the state may not cross-examine concerning those statements made during the proffer. However, if he's called to testify at trial against any or both of his co-defendants, then the substance of this proffer and material differences shall be disclosed to the other defendant or defendants. Doesn't it say that?
Yes. I mean, if you read it right off there, yeah, that's what it reads, yes.
But it also says that they can take the information that they get from this and they can make derivative use of it, meaning they can go out and do their own investigation and then use that information against you, doesn't it?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I'm not understanding the full scope of what you're saying, but I'm not disagreeing either. I mean,
sir, don't
I'm
play
not an
down.
attorney. I don't understand the language.
So what happens to
Bull.
you in the future
You're a
really depends now
prolific letter writer.
on how your case goes, doesn't it?
I mean, that's an answer for the DA and the council.
Well, you recognize that if the district attorney decided that you were, quote, lying, they could come back and continue prosecuting you, don't you?
If you say so.
And you're really expecting that you're going to do little or no additional jail time after this case is over, aren't you?
I testified at the beginning that I was hoping for leniency.
But by leniency, you wrote to your family saying you were hoping to get out by Christmas, didn't you?
May I ask the date of that letter?
We all know that that's not going to happen.
He answered that earlier. He actually offered a further explanation. He wanted to explain it.
Why is the judge objecting and just ruling on crap? What the world? He's like, he's asked and answered. Sir. Oops, I went the wrong way. Sorry.
Shane Austin had was during your proffer session, you specifically said that the gun that Shane Austin had was a 38 or a 357, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what I was under the impression of it being.
Well, that's before they found a gun in a creek, isn't it?
The gun,
And the gun they found in a creek is a 32, isn't it?
Oh,
if you say so.
You don't know what caliber that gun is?
I do not.
So you just eyeballed that gun and you're just pretty sure, even though it's rusted, it's the same gun.
That is the same gun.
It's the same gun, but you have to admit it's much rustier than it was when you claimed to have originally seen it.
The blue end is off of it and it's aged.
Okay.
now we know it was a 32 that was found. I don't think we knew that. I remember asking, they said, is this the gun and all that? But nobody ever said what caliber of gun it was. So I'm checking my notes, y'all. I think that's too little. I think that gun is too little. Okay, good, Jennifer. What are we doing? There's only a few minutes left here, so I'm sure she's wrapping up.
You also wrote him. So not only did you give an interview to Nick Barris with Channel 5, you also wrote him some letters, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you wrote him letters saying that Lisa Autry was a wolf in sheep's clothing and lying, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you knew that she was lying and a wolf in sheep's clothing because you had seen the discovery that included reports of what she had told the police, didn't you?
That's incorrect. I mailed her a letter. I mailed Nick Barris a letter that Lisa had written me. I've never seen nothing that links Lisa to the discovery. Lisa wrote
How
me a
would you know
letter,
what the
a
discovery
series of
is?
letters claiming that she had.
I don't want to hear what she said in the letter. That would be hearsay. So basically what you want this jury to believe here today is that you're facing a death sentence in this case, and that you've now come in and you've testified before them about the quote truth of what happened that day, but you only hope for leniency and you have no other expectation as to what's going to happen to you.
I've come in here and admitted my wrongs, admitted where I've lied, testified to the truth, and I hope for leniency. That's correct.
No further questions.
Further direct.
When you got to Shane Austin's house on April 13th, 2011, you were asked to draw 2 cars in that diagram from Ms. Thompson.
That's correct.
What other cars were there, or trucks?
Behind the house was a black S10,
Whose truck was that?
Mr. Austin's.
What about Dylan's truck?
It was not there.
You were asked what you were wearing on April 13th, 2011. What was Zach Adams wearing?
Camouflage.
What was on his feet?
I don't recall.
Nothing else, Sean.
And yes,
No, you don't.
all right, we're gonna recess for the day.
That was her redirect?
I want to finish this witness. Probably, I gave you that, set. You notebooks in here. We'll leave it here.
That was her redirect? Wow. All of that in her redirect was what was Zach Adams wearing? He couldn't even remember what he was wearing. He was like, Levi's this, Levi's that, because that's what I always wore. But he remembers what Zach Adams was wearing? This is redonkulous. Wow. Whew. That was a lot, y'all. Let's head on to the next day here. How are we feeling? Everybody still with me? That was a lot. That was a lot. One of the things that is really weird about this, and I think this played into why a lot of things were believed that really probably shouldn't have been believed. And I remember being a resident of Tennessee, and this happened. I lived in Middle Tennessee, and this happened in the far, I don't want to say far, but east of Knoxville, Tennessee is where this took place. And I was going to check and make sure I was remembering this correctly, but I believe this particular jury was selected and this case was heard in the far western side of Tennessee. I guess it's not as far west as I was thinking. In between Memphis and Middle Tennessee. So Jackson-ish, Hardin County is like in between Memphis and Middle Tennessee, almost like smack dab in the middle of those 2 points. So these people on this jury, because there was a change of venue and all of these jurors are being sequestered, and that's why they're going until 7:30 at night, because these people have nothing else to do anyway. They're not speaking to family. They're not spending time with their family. And so that's why they're going so long. But there was such an outcry to find out what happened to Holly, because it was so unusual the way she was taken, how quickly it happened, what little evidence there seemed to be, the fact that her brother was home when it happened. There was such a clamoring to find out who did this. And so when people were finally arrested, we so badly wanted to believe, yep, they got the bad guys. They got the bad guys. And I don't think anyone really wanted to dig too far or too deep into it to find out if we actually had the bad guy. And so a lot of this momentum and the way that this jury feels as they're listening to the testimony coming in, I have to remind myself of what it was like in Tennessee, waiting and wondering what happened to Holly Bobo. Those 3 years until her remains were found. And then when her remains were found, oh gosh, now you have a whole different story or issue that you're dealing with. And then quickly, it wasn't very long after her remains were found, bam, we started getting arrests. Well, actually, I think it was shortly before her remains were found. And then it really started to snowball after that. Her remains were found, I want to say August, September-ish timeframe. And the arrests had already started in March, April-ish timeframe of 2014. Shane then committed suicide in the end of February in 2015. And I'll guarantee you the reason that he ended up taking his own life is because of the burden, the accusations, and knowing there really wasn't any way he was going to get out of being involved in all of this, that I think he just became that desperate. It was not a drug overdose. He died of hanging. So it was definitely intentional. It wasn't an accidental overdose. It wasn't an overdose that he ended up taking his life. He hanged himself. So I don't know if that helps anybody, but just to kind of give you an idea of what the temperature and what the feeling was in Tennessee. Holly was such a beautiful young lady. She had a relative that had a connection to the country music industry. So there was a huge outpouring. And so when the word was heard that they had anybody in custody for it, everybody just wanted to believe that so badly. And so I think that's what happened on this jury. Just saying. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm not. So didn't mean to take up a bunch of time on that, but I thought it was good. Y'all would have some sort of reference since I did live there at that time.
First of all, it's something you need not be concerned with, but I'm going to give you a general explanation, kind of as part of your law school education. I bet you that wrap will come off before the day's over. Yesterday it was a little muggy, so we should try to start out with. The law has evolved. At one time, they called things trial by ambush. One side did not have to tell the other side anything. As the law evolved over time,
What is happening?
in its strongest sense, is a search for the truth, whether it be a criminal case or
Well,
whether
this
it be
wasn't a
civil
search
case
for the
or someone
truth,
who
that's
sued
for
somebody.
sure.
Discovery is applicable in both of those, civil and criminal, and it's where the attorneys, because of court rule, have to furnish to the other side certain material so that we do not have trial by ambush. They have to advise them essentially of what evidence they intend to present, and it can apply equally to both sides. So I hope that answers your question. It's not something you need to with others.
Oh,
You've heard 404B, you've heard discovery, you've heard all kinds of things that
Oh.
might be outside something we're used to. Those are things that we must concern ourselves with. And all right, call your next witness for the state.
Brian Vitt.
Including so much further testimony about this. It's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated.
Thanks, sir.
I want you to state your name first and last and spell it present to the court.
Okay. My name is Brian Vitt. Common spelling on Brian, I. Last name is V as in Victor, ITT. I'm a City of Camden police officer with Camden Police Department.
All right, thank you, sir. Keep proceeding.
But you're really not here today about your police duties, are you?
No, sir.
Sort of about your ordinary life.
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
I live at 926 Yellow Springs Road.
Is that in something called Yellow Springs, like community?
Yes, sir, the Yellow Springs community.
And generally, where is that?
It's in the northern part of Decatur County.
Is it-
Not very long when this took place.
Do you know whether or not Juanita Hickerson was related to Shane Austin?
It was his grandmother.
April the 13th, 2011. Well, let me ask you, did you have like a routine basically for how you got up in the morning and stuff like that?
I work swing shift. I change shifts constantly. Once a week, I'm on midnight for a week, and I'm on day shift for a week.
Okay, so that night before,
Mhm.
that, April 12th.
Okay.
What time did you come home and stuff like that?
Working a midnight shift. Came home, got home about 6 a.m. On that morning that Holly disappeared. Came home.
Now, did you know Holly?
I did not know her personally. My daughter knew her. My daughter, they weren't best friends, but they was in the same circle, so to speak. Came home, parked patrol car, went in and cooked breakfast for my wife and I. I'm trying to remember if my daughter was there at the time or not. But I fixed breakfast for my wife and I. We sat around, talked for a little while. She got ready to go to work.
What time she go to work?
She generally leaves.
what in the world?
Mr. Vitt, I'm Jennifer Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even know what the
So you were a
testimony was.
Police officer with the Camden Police, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also, or at the time in the past, you were part-time at Tennessee Wildlife, is it
Yes.
TWRA
Yes, ma'am. TWRA. Yes, ma'am.
officer. And so you've been a police officer for years,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're trained to observe things, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're certainly trained to listen for people in distress.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would, while you may not have noticed cars, you certainly would have noticed something that was suspicious driving by, such as if someone had driven by at a really high rate of speed. Isn't that right?
I would hope to. We have several that go by at a high rate of speed from time to time.
Okay. And so you didn't notice anything that morning unusual.
No, ma'am. Like I said, I was in the house from 6 to 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Inside.
Now, you've given a statement about this before.
Yes, we talked.
Okay. Matter of fact, Josh Carter came out with the TBI and spoke to you in September of 2014.
Okay.
Does it sound about right?
I don't remember the name. I mean, I spoke to several people, agents.
I don't know
throughout
what
the
his
time.
testimony
Okay.
is.
So, and as a police officer, you're familiar with the fact that you write up reports after interviewing witnesses.
Yes,
It's standard practice among law enforcement.
correct.
And so at that time, and you would agree with me that memories fade over time.
Correct.
At that time, when you gave that interview, you told the TBI agent that you were outside mowing your lawn sometime between 7 a.m.
Ah.
or you started at approximately 7 a.m. and finished around 9 a.m.
Okay. I'm looking back. I mean, I'm pretty sure though. I'd have waited till she left. I normally do. Do what I did.
So it's possible then you're saying this report is wrong? If
I'm
it's
saying
just 7 to 9?
I'm saying I may have been wrong on the 8 o'clock. It may have been 7 o'clock that I went out there and started mowing.
Okay, because memories fade over time.
Yes.
And even before that, though, you had shared with law enforcement the fact that you were outside that morning, hadn't you?
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Because as soon as you heard that Holly Bubba was missing, you knew that you might be a key witness or that you might be able to provide information to the police.
No, not necessarily because I didn't know that she'd come through that area.
There were items that belonged to Holly Bobo that were found on your road, weren't there?
I've heard that. Yes, ma'am.
And so once you heard that, you recognized that you might have information that would be helpful in terms of the absence of information.
If I had information, yes, I would have definitely give the information. But unfortunately,
It's absent.
Correct.
There's no information to give. Is that right?
yes, ma'am.
Y'all help me walk through this one because I'm trying to piece together what his testimony actually was since we didn't hear any of it. It cut out. He lives on Yellow Springs, so I'm guessing he's a neighbor to Shane Austin, and he was out mowing his lawn from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. that day, the day of the incident, which, okay, fine. What he obviously didn't see a vehicle speeding because he's just testified to that. So did he see nothing? Like, I'm confused what this is. Help me out, y'all, in the chat if you can, because I don't know what's going on with this.
Did you observe Jason Autry's testimony yesterday?
Bits and pieces of it.
And he had a different demeanor yesterday from the Jason Autry you know, didn't he?
I'm not really familiar with Jason Autry. I know of him.
Why did
never
he
really
watch
been around him or spoke to
testimony?
him or anything.
Oh, I thought you had spoken to him before.
No, ma'am, not Jason Autry.
When you were out in the hall, you didn't say that he had a different attitude or a different demeanor yesterday than he has in the past?
No, I said he was very sharp yesterday.
No further questions.
All right, free to go.
Thanks, sir.
I don't even know what this testimony was about, except it's
Randy McGee.
what just happened. Oh boy.
Would you like to please? Shall we swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and the truth of everything? Yes. Be seated. State your first and last name and spell them for the benefit of the court.
Randy McGee, Randy, MC, capital G-E-E.
Thank you. Proceed.
McGee, what do you do for a living?
I install satellite systems, TV, satellite systems.
Oh, the satellite guy.
Yes, sir.
And in what area do you do that?
Then probably 2 or 3 counties out here. One time
Speak up a little bit, please.
I would go like from Memphis to Nashville. That was years ago when I was a lot younger.
Years ago when you were a lot younger.
Yes, sir.
You might get a little closer to that mic.
Okay.
It's a hot mic.
Here, didn't move. Let me move this.
That's there you go.
That area in 2011 included Decatur County.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to install a satellite system or cable system, Mr. Shane Austin, on Yellow Springs Road?
Yes, sir.
What did you do that morning?
That morning now, it was just lunchtime or a little after when I got to his place. That morning I had a service call, but I can't really remember what it was about.
That was on April 13th, 2011.
Yes, sir.
And just tell the jury what you were going to do, Mr. Austin.
Oh, I was going to install a DirecTV D12 IRD receiver, 18-inch round dish. Just one room system. It's not that bad. Most time, a couple hours you can be through. Sometimes maybe it's 2 or 3 hours.
How did you get started?
I'm going to say around lunch, maybe a little after. I'm not sure.
Mr. Austin present there at 30 Yellow Springs Road when you were installing that system?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody with him at that time?
I didn't see anyone.
Did you have a chance to observe him and how he was acting or what he was doing?
I show him where I'm putting the dish. I'm getting the cable in the house, how everything's supposed to work. So mostly it's all the talking I do to a customer until I get through and I explain how to operate the system.
What was he doing while you were installing the system?
After I showed him about where the dish and stuff was and inside, he just stayed inside there. Was in the house.
Started drinking that morning?
Yeah, he had a beer in his hand.
You know how many beers he had?
No, sir, I have no idea.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Blue?
Did you smell anything burning? Was there a big burn barrel that had stinky,
Now,
gross
the fact that
meth
you were going to come
materials?
install television services for Shane Austin, that was planned in advance, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was all my calls go to my store. My wife for her help takes all the orders.
I'm sorry, still having a hard time hearing you.
They call the store and order everything, and then they let me know my wife or the people who work for us.
So that day when you were working with Mr. Austin, you actually had to go back and get a chainsaw. It was kind of an extended ordeal to install that.
Oh yes, I see.
that
I live across 641, which is not that many miles from her, and it was just small trees. I'm saying something like that.
A small what?
Trees. Did you say something about chainsaw?
Yes.
I just knocked, I don't know, 2 or 3 down the other way. And he said that was fine. And I said, you clean them up. I said, I don't mind getting them down so you have TV.
Okay. So when you got out there, and you think it was around noon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you actually, because it was a scheduled visit, you call in advance before you come, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Usually, but that day I can't remember. Sometimes I can't remember if I did that day, but most time I always call before I get there. And half the time the people don't answer anyway, so I'll wind up going.
And you had several numbers, telephone numbers at the time that you used for your business, didn't you?
Oh, what you talking about, the store numbers or?
Yeah, well, store, cell phone.
Yeah, mostly the store and my cell phone.
So one of the telephone numbers you used was 731-847-7813.
That's store, Tapestry.
That's the store.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you used 731-549-7532.
That's my cell phone.
And then you used 731-847-6070.
That's my home.
And so
Please don't
those
call
were
this man.
3 numbers that Shane Austin might have called you on in order to set up or discuss with you the logistics of getting his television installed, isn't it?
More likely it's going to be the Tapestry. As for most people order anything, it'll be the 7813.
Okay. 7813, and that's the store number.
Yes, ma'am.
So you ended up installing, is it DirecTV?
Yes, ma'am.
Initially, you were going to do Dish because that's what Jimmy and Rita Austin had, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe they did. But it was probably too many trees because Dish Network hit more satellites and they're lower. The elevation is lower. Where just a little 18-inch Dish Direct, it's only one satellite and it's a good 10 degrees higher elevation. So it give me a better chance of clearing the trees. There's, lots of tall trees around that place.
Okay. And so that day, let me just, because you say that the number most likely to have been called would have been 7813. And you called Shane that day to let him know you were coming, didn't you?
That I'm not sure. I can't remember.
So if the phone records show that you called Shane, because actually before he came, Shane had kind of called you a lot or was very interested in the satellite dish setup, wasn't he?
He may have called the store a lot. I'm very seldom inside the store. I'm out on jobs all the time. I do all my own installs.
So that day, if there's a call from you, number 7338, I'm sorry, number 847-7813 at 11:22 a.m., that would sound about right, wouldn't it?
It may have been my wife or our secretary calling and letting me know. Or, yeah.
That's the
probably.
store number,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's a landline, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it would take you approximately, 20 minutes to get from downtown Parsons to Shane's trailer?
Yes, but I come from somewhere else that morning. I don't really remember where that place was.
Okay, so perhaps your family had, or like you said, someone in the office had
Yes,
called.
ma'am.
And then after you installed the satellite, Shane called multiple times because he was having some trouble getting it work, didn't he?
No, I don't remember that.
And so you have no memory of there being additional telephone calls between you two?
No, ma'am.
Um,
Call my cell phone number or store number.
Well, on April the 13th, 2011, at 1:41 p.m., Shane called your store number and had a 46-second telephone conversation. You have no-
I don't believe I was through
Memory
at
of
about
that?
1 o'clock.
She's asking what Mr. Austin did about calling the store if he's not had. I don't think that's a problem.
I don't have any problem with relevance as to the whole thing, but nobody's objected on relevance.
I'll check on relevance as well.
All right, sustained.
Well, Your Honor, if Mr. Austin is making calls to Mr. McGee that day, that's relevant as to what he was doing.
Does the
He
clerk
went
have to?
over and over and over. I'm going to let you go, but I'm having problems with this.
That is in front of the jury. Oh my gosh, she just gave up. No, you were on the right path. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. Okay, that right there was full on bullying, and she went, whoop, done. I can't believe I just witnessed that. I may have lost my entire chat. No one is saying anything, but I could tell you, I can't believe he just was so condescending to her and said what, oh my gosh, what in the world? Because she was on the right path. Oh. And she gave up. Oh, you're shocked and speechless. Okay, I just want to make sure you're all here. Because I'm like, what just happened? She was on a really good path. I wanted to know, what did you smell there? Did you see a burn barrel? Were there 3 to 4 foot flames? Wouldn't that have been really good to find out? Because that would have completely started to impeach Jason Autry's testimony. Wow. Oh, that right there is ineffective counsel. That is absolutely. But don't forget, y'all, we're on day 5. So this is the 5th day in. I'm sure she is worn out. He literally said, I'm having a problem with this over and over and over. Yeah, sorry, I'm defending someone's freedom. I don't mean to make it inconvenient for you, Your Honor. Woo-wee. Wow. And then this smug little turkey out there. That's why I'm going to start calling her heifer, turkey, linebacker, fat butt. I got all kinds of names for her. Completely gave up on that line of questioning.
Brenda O'Brien, BRENDA-O''BRYANT.
All right, please proceed.
Ms. O'Brien, where do you, back in 2011, April 2011, where did your parents live?
3703 Cox Road in Holiday. It's the road that runs parallel to the interstate.
I'll ask you to lean forward because you're soft spoken. I want to be able to hear you. Will you give the address again, please?
3703 Cox Road in Holiday. It's the road that runs along the interstate.
This Cox Road, the area that your parents, property that your parents own, is it anywhere in the vicinity of an area that's known as Kelly's Ridge?
Kelly Ridge is basically directly across the road from their home.
And Cox Road, where at least your father's house was, is that sort of small, narrow, windy road?
Yes.
And you said this Kelly's Ridge is directly across the street from your father's property?
Yes.
And what is Kelly's Ridge? What does that mean?
It's basically just a dirt road through the woods. There is a gate at the entrance.
Do people hunt there?
Sometimes I think so. And
Did you say there is a gate at the entrance to this dirt road?
there is.
And will you describe that property that your family owned?
Let's see, it's a lot of wooded area. It's a home with a shop and 3 ponds.
Okay, and these ponds, how far away from your home are they? I mean, are they visible?
From my parents' home?
Yes.
Yes, very.
I want to draw your attention, please, to, well, let me ask you this. Do you know the Holly Bubba?
Yes.
And how did you know Holly?
She played on the same ball team with my daughter many years ago.
And would you say that you were close friends with her family or just acquaintances because your daughters played ball together?
Acquaintances.
Do you remember on April the 13th, 2011, hearing that Holly was missing?
Yes.
Is that something that I guess you watched unfold with respect to searchers in the area and what people were doing to try and find Holly?
Yes.
Do you recall the weekend after she went missing, like that Saturday?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing?
I was at my parents' home.
And is that the home on Cox Road that's across from the Kelly's Ridge dirt road and gate?
Yes.
Was your father and other family members in the home, or were they out talking to searchers and trying to help?
My father and brother-in-law were in the woods helping them search for Holly.
And who was inside the house?
I was in the house with my mother and sister.
And did something happen which struck you as odd that you later felt like you needed to report?
Yes.
Direct your answers to the jury, please, and tell them what happened.
I was in the kitchen with my mother and sister, and a silver PT Cruiser came up the driveway.
In here.
Yes.
None of us were aware of who this person was. I went to the door, and a guy asked me if he could fish in the ponds. And my mother happened to be sitting at the table, right there, and she heard the conversation. And she said, well, really, I don't know that there are any fish in these ponds. We've had problems with otters, and we just don't really have any fish right now that I'm aware of. And
What did you tell him? I mean, your mother chimed in, but did you tell him?
I told him that he would have to talk to my dad.
Okay. And what did this person respond?
And he asked where my dad was, and I told him that he was helping them search for Holly.
And what, if anything, did you notice about this individual's demeanor?
When I mentioned Holly, he became very stressed. He rolled his eyes, ran his fingers through his hair, just looked extremely stressed. And at that point, he said, okay, I may come back later. And he got in his car and he backed out.
Now, did you report that day, Saturday?
A few days later.
And why did you report it?
Because to me, it was just the way he reacted when I mentioned Holly.
Let me ask you this, in all the years that, as far as you know, the years that your parents have lived there and you've been in and out, had anybody ever driven up your driveway before or come to your porch and said, can I go fish in those ponds?
Never.
And did that strike you as odd?
That was odd as well.
And you said he backed down the driveway and left?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
No problem.
I asked for this earlier, so thank you. When Jason Autry was testifying, I don't know how this is helping prosecute Zach Adams, but
So
okay.
you actually sent an email to Officer Helm about what had happened, didn't you?
I emailed, I can't say who.
Okay.
at the time.
You sent in an email explaining this very odd incident that had occurred.
Yes, I did.
And just to be clear about where this occurred, I won't get out a map. Let's see if we can do this as talking. Your parents and you also live on Cox Road.
Yes,
And Cox Road runs parallel to Interstate 40.
yes,
And it's north of Interstate 40.
yes,
And this Kelly Ridge Road that you're talking about kind of T-bones into Cox Road.
correct.
But Kelly Ridge Road has been blocked by a gate for years and years. Isn't that correct?
A few years.
It was blocked by a gate back in 2011, wasn't it?
I really can't remember that at that time. I can't remember.
So if there were testimony that was gated back in 2011, that would probably be accurate.
My dad actually built that gate, but I
Yes.
cannot say when.
Okay.
I really do not remember that.
And that area, your parents, so they live across the street, kind of in front of the T-bone where Kelly Ridge Road T-bones into it, don't
Yes.
they? Okay. And their property is then between Cox Road and the interstate.
Yes,
And at this point, they have done a lot of timber cutting back there where Kelly Ridge Road is. I mean, a lot of that area has been cut bare at this
Yes.
point, isn't that right?
And Your Honor, if I can just ask for clarification. When she says at this point, does she mean now, or does she mean 2000?
I mean, currently, it's
And I would object to relevance as to what the land looks like.
it's relevant, Your Honor. If they're trying to imply somehow that Mr. Adams has dumped a body back in there, now it's clear cut. I can argue to the jury later that that whole area has basically been mowed down. There's not trees
Excavated.
there. There's not coverage anymore. People have been back in there working.
How it is now, I'm sustaining your objection on grounds of relevancy. You can ask anything about at that time.
Right, but it has.
I wrote, please.
Yes. No further questions.
Anything else?
Oh my gosh, she gave up again. She gave up again. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so frustrating to watch.
Angela Scott Smith.
Oh my gosh. Y'all. Oh my word. She was right there. She was right there. Keep pushing. Ask it a different way. Don't give up. Oh my gosh. You know, I watch Peter Tragos. He talks about this. The lawyer, you know, talks about this. You can't give up as a defense attorney. You can't give up on your client. You can't. She was so close. Yes, keep asking the questions. Yes, if it's all been excavated and it's now clear, obviously nobody put any body back there. Of course, I think it's clear anyway because Jason Autry was in his vehicle by himself the entire day. There was nobody else with him. So why, I don't even understand the point. Yes, Ava. Good, Jennifer. Make good choices. Come on. Oh, yeah, she's thrown in the towel. Yep, she's done.
Angela Smith, Angela as my PH.
Yeah,
I
gum.
think I may have sort of called you by the wrong name or something. Is Angela Smith? There's also Angela Scott too.
Yes, it used to be.
Okay. And if I were to put them up together, is it Angela Smith Scott or Scott Smith?
Scott Smith.
Scott Smith. Okay, so Angela Scott Smith. And you're gonna keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
You may want to get closer to that microphone. You don't have to be around point, maybe a little closer.
Use your
You gotta go
stage
over here.
voice, ma'am.
Right here. Okay. Do you know Jason Autry?
Yes.
How do you know Jason Autry?
Me and him dated.
You and him dated?
Mhm.
Again, you keep your voice up a little bit higher, okay?
I just cannot hear it.
You're going to have to speak up. You can use that mic, but we've got to be able to hear you, okay?
Speak.
Wake up, okay?
Oh, and we got
Say something.
Hello?
A little louder.
Whispering Rocks.
Okay.
You're still not loud enough. You might have to go where you feel like you're yelling.
Okay.
Talk to me way back here, okay?
Okay, this better?
This is better.
Okay.
You know Jason Autry?
Yes.
How do you know Jason Autry?
Me and him used to date.
Back in 2011, were you dating Jason Autry?
Yes.
With Jason Autry, when you say you dated, would he ever spend a night at your house?
Yes.
Once in a while or frequently?
Frequently?
Was he supposed to be spending a night at your house?
No.
So tell me how y'all would arrange things.
He would park down the road at the convenience store. I'd go pick him up and take him back the next morning.
What kind of car was he driving back then?
PT Cruiser.
You come up there, pick him up, and take him back to your house.
Yes.
Do y'all have a routine? I mean, that's a routine right there.
Yeah.
Hiding out his car, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you have a routine for how your days would go, just spent together?
On days I worked, I'd take him back to his car. He'd go to work or whatever he was doing, and then I'd go work and get off work, and we'd meet back up and
Where were you working at?
Carhartt
What were you doing at Carhartt?
sewing
What time would you start working in the morning?
at 7 in the morning.
About what time would you drop him off at the convenience store?
Probably around 6:30.
Once you dropped him off, talking about a routine, and before I do that, do you have any particular memories about April 13th, 2011?
No.
Talking about this routine.
Mhm.
After you dropped him off 6:30ish at the convenience store,
Yes.
would y'all stay in contact throughout the day?
Yes, we text a lot.
Text a lot?
Mhm.
In the mornings?
All day, pretty much.
All day? And when were you supposed to see him during the days?
On days he wasn't working, he'd bring me my lunch, and days he was working, I'd see him later in the evening.
He'd bring lunch to you?
Yes.
And if y'all ate lunch, about the worst place possible?
Health department.
The health department.
In the parking lot.
Why'd y'all meet at the health department?
It was close to my work.
Is there a place y'all could eat there?
Just sit out in the car in the parking lot.
About what time was he supposed to meet you for lunch?
Around 11:30ish.
Oh, it's 11:30 now. I thought it was 11.
Eat lunch and go back to work.
And then the afternoons, when would you get off?
He was around 4:30 on most days.
And at that point, would leave back at the
Yes.
convenience store and then back to the house with the car, get out?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
So that was daily routine.
Pretty much.
And her day ends at 4:30.
Show up for lunch like you were supposed to?
Not very often.
But were the days that happened?
Yes.
Days that he'd get himself in trouble with you?
Yeah.
Do you remember April the 13th, 2011, in particular?
No.
Do you remember anything about that?
The only thing I remember is the Holly Bobo missing the Amber Alert came across my phone.
Remember getting an Amber Alert?
Mhm.
Did you know any of Jason Autry's friends, people he hung out with?
Yes.
Did you know Zach Adams?
Yes.
Did you know Shane Austin?
Yes.
Did Jason hang out with those two?
Yes, he did.
That's all.
Hello, Ms. Smith. I'm Jennifer Thompson. I wanted to ask you, you had a cell phone back in April of 2011, didn't you?
Yes.
And your cell phone number was 731-441-1789. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you had a home number. Your home number was, didn't you?
Yes, I think I did at the time.
It's 731-584-1064, wasn't it?
Yes.
And at the time that Holly, you've given a report, you've given statements to law enforcement regarding this case, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, your first statement that you gave to law enforcement was in February of 2014, wasn't it?
I'm not sure on the date, but
It was several years after Holly had disappeared, wasn't
Yes.
it? Okay. And at the time that you gave your first statement, you said that Jason told you right after Holly disappeared that she was his cousin, didn't
yes.
she? Okay. And back in those days, Jason was a heavy drug user, wasn't he?
I didn't know how heavy, but yeah, same he was now.
No further questions.
None. All right, you can step down, you're free to be excused, or you can come back to courtroom if you want.
Thank you.
Oh, you're next.
Why didn't she ask more? Why didn't she ask her more? Oh, Mono, that really freaks me out.
Yes.
All right, you'll be seated. Take your first and last name.
Victor Wayne Dinsmore, Dinsmore.
I'm gonna raise this, Judge. The last one was shorter.
Okay.
And let me also say this, you're aware that mic is hot because you heard it.
Yeah,
That will amplify you where you can be heard.
Okay.
You might be aware of
Okay.
that. The other thing in courtroom setting, once you listen carefully to the the questions that are asked of you, respond to that.
Okay.
Don't volunteer information unless you think it's necessary to explain your answer.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
I live in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, how long have you lived in Indianapolis?
5 going on 6 years.
Who do you live with?
My wife
Prior to moving to Indianapolis, where did you live?
lived on Yellow Springs Road, Holiday, Tennessee.
Right, and you're actually, I'm not hearing you, so I'm gonna get you to lower the mic or just speak up, okay?
All right.
And where did you live prior to moving to Indianapolis?
On 1551 Yellow Springs Road,
And how long did you live there?
about almost 7 years.
And before I ask you about maybe some of your acquaintances that you have in Yellow Springs, let me just go ahead and get it out of the way. With respect to your background, you were convicted when you were 19 or 20 of a rape, I believe.
I was 23 years old.
And how long did you do?
I did 2 years in penitentiary.
And have you done other prison time?
No.
So I want to jump forward, if you will, to 2011 and ask at that time, did you know an individual by the name of Zachary Adams?
Yes, I did.
You see him in the courtroom today.
Yes, he's there.
Would you point him out just so the judge sees you?
Right there.
And in addition to Zachary Adams, did you know his brother Dylan?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Shane Austin?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Jason Autry?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Carl Stabler?
Yes, I did. Stabler.
Stabler. Okay. I asked if you'd done any more time, and you said no, despite not having been caught. Were you selling drugs off and on back at that time?
Yes, my disability money, it wasn't a lot of money, and I was doing whatever I had to do to survive. I was actually selling a little bit on the side.
All right, what did you sell?
Morphine.
And you said your disability, you have a significant,
I've had 7 back surgeries, so.
despite being on disability and selling morphine on the side, you also appeared to have a pretty strong work ethic. You were working at that time.
All the time.
Right? And what kinds of jobs did you do?
Basically any kind of remodeling.
Different people in the area, you were pretty much on a project a good bit of time.
Yeah, about every week or so.
I asked about selling morphine. Did you or have you at that time ever sold morphine to the individuals that I asked if you knew? Adams, Autry, Austin.
Yes.
Of those, were you closest to Zachary Adams? Between him and Autry?
Yes. Yes.
So if Autry, at least in the beginning phases, if Autry wanted morphine, would he go through Zach?
Zach or Shane?
So those were the two that you had the most contact with?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention, please, to April the 13th of 2011. Do you remember what remodeling job, if any, that you were involved in at that time?
Yes, I was at Miss Dottie's home residence. I was redoing their garage and their kitchen. And I was in the garage at that time, finishing up the trim and painting the doors and stuff.
Right. Everybody talks about Miss Dottie's. Who is Dottie?
Dottie's, they own a BP and a marina there right at the exit, and they're pretty well known right there. They're good people. So
Is the name of it Dottie's Marine?
Dottie's BP and marina.
Okay. And you said right there at the exit. What exit?
Exit 126.
And that's off the 4th.
Yes.
And she didn't live there, of course. So where did she live? Where was her house?
Miss Dottie's was right around the corner.
But not at the BP.
No.
Okay.
No.
But close to 126. Do you know where, of your own knowledge, where Zachary Adams actually lived?
Yes, he lived on 641, right up just down the road from Dottie's.
Well, I was going to ask you, how far from Zach Adams' house to Dottie's?
I throw a rock there almost. It's not very far. So
And what about, and you lived on Yellow Springs Road, you know where Shane lived?
yes,
Where did he live?
about a mile down the road.
Same road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll wait. So I asked you to think back to April the 13th, 2011. You said you were doing this remodeling at Dottie's home.
Yes.
Do you recall an incident that happened in the afternoon of the 13th?
Yes, I do.
And we did. Direct your answer to the jury and tell them what happened.
I was inside the garage doing some work. The cleaning lady had showed up, Debbie. Her and I had talked a little bit. She went to work. I went back to work. And then Zach and Shane and Train pulled up in Dylan's truck. And they got out, and one of them came in. Zach asked me if I had a joint. And I said, yeah, I've always got one that I took to work. And I went out and smoked it with them. And within 2 or 3 minutes, there was Zach and Shane Austin were arguing and fighting. And I heard a few little spurts out of their mouth about who was going to hit it first. And I never even put it together at all. And I told them they couldn't do that there because this was my job and they had to go. So they loaded up and took off. Train actually kind of broke them up and they loaded up and took off. So
And do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were
no, not there.
there? This fight, how much of a fight was it?
Jumping around basically, swung at each other a couple times. One, I think Zach hit Shane, about black as eye. That's about all there was. So, and I went out, told them they couldn't do it. They had to go. So
You said that they pulled up in Zach's, no, Dylan's truck?
Dylan's Chevy,
Right. And what color was that truck?
black.
And while they're on the property, does Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife, going to your wife's house, and putting a car in your shop?
No,
You did not say
no,
at any time. Did he tell you that?
no,
Has he ever hidden a truck in your?
twice.
You ever had his Nissan?
Yes. That was a very short time.
But you don't recall him mentioning it?
No, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Dottie showed up.
Interesting. So that
You
testimony
recall
doesn't pan
being
out.
interviewed by law enforcement several years after this happened, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement, if you told the,
Your Honor, I object. I don't think he had said it. I don't understand what she's getting ready to do here.
no, wait, Mr. Dinsmore, till the lights are off and ask you a couple of questions.
I don't know what happened there. It just cut out. Now we're back.
Let's get one more roll, please. wrong road. At the first break, I want some color tape put on the appropriate breakers.
Row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4.
Is there something to positively done about?
Okay, maybe,
Row 1, 2.
What is happening?
Road
you,
is
you'll use a pointer, Mr. Dismal, go ahead and show the jury, if you will, where Yellow Springs Road is.
Yellow Springs Road is,
You'll use a pointer.
Yellow Springs Road is the road that's adjacent to I-40.
Okay.
This is Yellow Springs right there.
Yellow Springs is the very small road to the right of what appears to be 40.
Yes,
Okay. And you said there's my spread. Where did you live?
right there.
That's your driveway?
Yes, I had a horseshoe driveway that went up with an 1/8 mile straight back. So
Can you show me, even if you can't spot it, can you tell me where Shane Austin lived?
if you went right here, turn the corner, it's right in here by the church.
Now, it looks like a long distance, but you said it's actually about a mile away.
About a mile.
Now I'm gonna put the next picture up. All right, now you mentioned a horseshoe driveway.
Yes,
You'll show the jury what you're referring to.
right there's my horseshoe driveway coming either side and come back to the property.
All right, and then if you'll show the jury which is the house and which is the shop.
The shop, the house.
The red roof is the house.
Yes.
White roof is the shop.
Yes,
And is that the shop that Zachary Adams hid his grandfather's white Nissan?
yes. He hid the Nissan in the double door right there.
All right, thank you. And I take it that you indicated you do not recall there being a discussion about that Nissan on the day of the 13th, but that you know that truck was hidden in that
Yes,
shop
yeah.
after Hollywood missed.
Yes,
Okay. So you freely gave that information to law enforcement when they asked you.
yes.
Now, lights come back up.
How does that help things? Because Jason Autry, we've heard several people talk about the Nissan truck being seen all over the place after Holly went missing. Am I missing it? Am I missing something? Has the day just gotten long on me and I'm missing it? Because I don't see how this helps in any way. I'm going to need somebody to translate for me because this is not making sense. Because he said it wasn't on that day that it was hidden, and that what was said about moving the rims and then hiding it in there that day didn't happen. So I don't know how any of this is beneficial. Somebody get me a decoder ring, please.
Do you recall,
I've got 20 officer every day. We swap it out on big stuff.
do you recall when you moved from that house and relocated to Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Do you remember what month, what year?
It was going into 2012. It was 2012. I was out of there. I had to leave.
So sometime by the end of 2011.
Yeah.
All right. After Holly was missing, did you become aware of sort of massive searches in the whole area?
Yes, they came up and searched my barn, everywhere on my property too. So.
With your permission?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And when they came to search your barn and your property, I take it at that time the Frontier was not hidden in the shop.
No.
Did you allow them to go wherever they wanted to go?
It was already basically gone.
So my next question was, did you allow them to go wherever they wanted to go?
Yeah.
Did you continue to have associations with Zachary Adams, Shane Austin after Holly was abducted?
That's when they started going downhill. So
Now, when you say that, did you have an opportunity to observe Zach Adams in the days that followed the abduction? Now, and listen, my question was, did you observe him? Did you see with your own eyes him?
No.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
For what period of time?
2 to 3 weeks
And before that, how often would you see him?
every day.
What about Shane?
For the last couple months, every day I'd see him too.
And what about after Holly was missing?
He was still around. He was still coming around a little bit.
Do you recall within a relatively short period of time, a month or so after Holly was missing, Shane bringing you a gun?
It was a couple months maybe after she was missing.
And of course, as a convicted felon, you weren't supposed to have a gun.
No.
Is that something he had done before? To trade drugs or
Never a pistol.
Was this time was it a pistol?
This time it was a pistol.
I want to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 180.
Do y'all think it was the 32 that was used to shoot
That's
Holly?
good.
When he brought it to you, who was with him?
He had a Jason Autry with him.
And who did you actually do the transaction with?
With Shane. I didn't trust Jason, so
And was it for money or was it for drugs?
for pills.
And you couldn't go around carrying,
He didn't
No,
trust
no.
Jason.
even though you traded it.
I traded
were
it, so I thought I could make a
BFFs.
profit off of it.
Like
Who did you
that.
give this gun to?
I gave that gun to my wife because of what happened to Holly to protect herself.
And your wife's name is,
Sandra Dinsmore.
and she's here as well, right?
Yes.
And you guys came in from Indianapolis a day or two ago?
Yes.
Um,
Why did he have to move?
after
That's
you
what I
gave
want to
this
know.
gun To Sandy, and before you moved to Indianapolis, did you tell her something?
Yeah, I told her that she needed to get rid of it
And why did you, after what she said, why did you tell Sandy that she needed to get rid of that gun?
because I was told if it had it might from who it came from, there's a lot of chance it had a body on it.
Don't say what somebody told you.
Because I was afraid it had a body on it.
And when you use the term, you were afraid it had a body on it, what does that mean?
That means it had killed somebody.
That you told her to get rid of it for that reason?
Yes, I did.
Now, let's jump forward from, and that was before you moved to Indianapolis?
Yes.
So sometime in 2011?
Just right before.
And after you told her that, did you ever see that gun again?
No,
Until very recently?
very recently.
So let's jump forward from 2011 to 2016, or perhaps earlier this year. Do you recall having a conversation with TBI, not asking what was said, and with me?
Yes, I do.
Did you provide us finally with the information about where, or about your knowledge about this gun?
Yes, I did.
And again, can't say what Sandy said, but were you present when she gave information about where this gun could be found?
Yes.
And in response, passing on that information to TBI and to me, were you flown down to Decatur County with your wife?
Yes, we were.
Where were you taken?
We went out off Holiday Road and helped them look for the gun in a creek along Holiday Road.
Okay, and how far is Holiday Road from Yellow Springs?
Probably 3 or 4 miles.
So 3 or 4 miles from where you and Sandy were living, is this John Holiday Road?
Yes, Joe Holiday.
Joe Holiday?
Yeah.
Right, so you said help them look. Were there a number of individuals out there
Yes,
to go up and down the road?
yes,
Digging involved?
yes. Metal detectors.
Backhoe?
Yes.
On the day that you were here helping them search, was the gun found?
No, it was not.
After returning to Indianapolis, did you call and give additional information, a better description of where on that road you guys thought we should look?
Yes, after we came down, we saw that the road had been graded and everything was changed. And Sandy and I sat up a few nights and talked, and she figured out basically exactly where it was. And that's when we called.
Because everything was different. in
Oh, yeah,
2017.
totally different. So
You said it had been graded. It had actually been repaved, graded.
it widened, repaved, and they covered up everywhere where she thought the gun was. So
And after calling and providing that information, were you then shown photographs of this gun and then the gun?
yes,
Is there any doubt in your mind that this is the gun that
No.
you gave to your wife?
no doubt.
Any doubt in your mind that this is the gun that you bought or traded?
12 morphine pills for.
Mr. Hagerman pointed out that when I asked you about the fight at your house.
Yes.
Or not your house, sorry, at Dottie's house.
Yes.
That it was unclear who said, I let you hit it. Whose mouth did that come out of?
That was coming out of Zach's and Shane's. They were talking about who was going to hit it first. And after all this came about, I figured out what they were saying. So
But there's no
Who
doubt in
was
your mind
gonna
that that
hit it
conversation was between the two of them, not Jason Alker.
no, that was those two.
Hang on. I thought I wrote it down. Who was going to hit it? Who was going to hit it first? Not, I let you. This is like Karen Reed all over again. Not, I let you hit it. He just testified who was going to hit it first. More defunct testimony for me. Come on, Jennifer. Don't give up this time. Don't give up. Come on.
Mr. Dinsmore, I'm Jennifer Thompson. We've met and spoken, haven't we?
Yes.
So you have a federal immunity agreement in this case, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, first off, didn't know that. That's very interesting. And secondly, why weren't we told during this testimony where the stinking gun was actually found? Where was it found? Why did he have to move to Indianapolis? I have questions.
And it's protecting you from any federal charges that you might get related to your testimony here today, isn't it?
I object, Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization. The immunity was against weapons or guns from back then.
For that year.
Yeah.
But what he would testify to today, such as owning weapons or guns. I think that's a clear characterization of it.
It's not the testimony.
No, it's for anything he admits to. He's immune from what he might admit to today.
Surrounding potential gun charges because of his testimony today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that's clear.
And I want to pass you up my best copy that I was provided of your immunity agreement.
This judge doesn't understand what the objections are. That's a really, really hard thing to practice law in a courtroom. Why is he talking to the witness?
I really didn't even want those. But
Okay, so you didn't even want an immunity agreement.
What is happening?
It's not a very good copy. It's very difficult to read.
those are exactly like what I've got.
Okay, so I'd like to mark that then as an exhibit. And that's your federal immunity agreement, is that right?
Yes,
Why was
And you
the
agree with me
judge
it's very difficult
talking to
read
him?
the Copy I was given.
yes. Need a magnifier.
And then next I'm going to pass up to you. Thank you. I'm going to pass up another item to you. This is a state immunity agreement.
Yep, same thing.
Okay. And it's not been executed, but I'm assuming you've executed an immunity agreement in this case. Is that right? I'm sorry. That's legal talk. You signed your immunity agreement, didn't you?
No,
So you didn't sign a state immunity agreement?
no,
You were offered one. Is that right?
I was given one.
And you recognize that paper as the one you were given?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to mark that as.
What are the?
So when
what,
you lived in.
whoa, 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 whoa,
I'd like to
whoa.
mark that as.
Oh, hang on.
You recognize that paper as.
Y'all, I got to see this little exchange in eyes with the prosecution in real time here. We're gonna slow this bad boy down here so that we can
The one
see
you were
it.
given.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to mark that as.
Watch him. Right there. Right there. Right, sir.
So when you lived in
What?
the Parsons area in Decatur County, you lived at 1551 Yellow Springs Road, didn't you?
Yes,
And that portion of Yellow Springs Road actually faces the interstate, doesn't it?
yes, runs parallel with it.
Okay. And it runs parallel with the interstate on the south side of the interstate, doesn't it?
Do y'all see why I had to put them at a faster speed? They talk so slow. It's like they're slowed down.
Mhm.
Okay. And you're aware that Holly Bobo's personal items were found on either side of your home on the road? On Yellow
Yes,
Springs Road?
yes, I was very aware of that.
Okay. One was found to the west of your home, one was found to the east of your home, weren't they?
Yes,
Oh.
And then your house, your road kind of, first it runs east-west, and then Yellow Springs Road actually takes a curve and kind of runs north-south at some point.
yes,
And down there, south side is where Shane Austin's trailer was back in 2011.
yes,
And you were fairly good friends with Shane Austin, Zach Adams, and Jason Autry at one time, weren't you?
Jason, not so much. Zach, I got kind of close to. Shane, so
They all three came over to your house at various times.
yes,
And so you initially gave a statement in this case in July 21st of 2011 to Officer Ricky Inman, didn't you?
yes,
And at that time, you expressed your frustration because you had heard that Zach Adams was using you as an alibi.
yes,
But you did not hear that from Zach Adams. That's what Ricky Inman had told you.
yes, he did.
And you then specifically said that you were not with Zach, Shane, or Jason on the day Holly disappeared, didn't you?
Yes,
You told him, as a matter of fact, that the fight that occurred happened a few days after Holly disappeared.
that was because I had my days mixed up because I had my wife in the hospital the next night, all night. So
At some point, you had actually told Ricky Inman your wife was in the hospital the day that Holly disappeared.
that's right, I had it mixed up.
And that turned out to not be accurate either.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, you personally do not have an alibi but for your wife as to the time that Holly was taken from her house, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Your wife is your alibi, right?
Mr. Dottie and Miss Dottie, I was at their house at 8 o'clock in the morning, working.
And that's what you're testifying to today, right?
Yes,
But they both passed away. They're deceased.
Mr. Doug, he's still alive. Miss Dottie passed.
Oh.
In
Oh.
December of 2011, you implicated Michael Alexander as being a part of the burial of Holly Bobo's body, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Victor. Oh, see, that's what
You had a
happens.
methamphetamine user after Holly disappeared, weren't you?
After she disappeared, probably for about 2 months, and that's when I started weaning off.
At some point, you even sold your tractor and bush hog for money to buy meth.
No, I sold a tilling machine that I never used for my tractor, and that's when I knew I had to get away from the stuff.
Well, you told investigators that you sold your tractor in Bush Hog, didn't you?
No, I said I was to the point where I was selling farm equipment, and that's when I knew I needed to get off of it,
So the investigators wrote that down. They just got the facts wrong.
I guess.
You used your home
Oh,
telephone number for the majority of your drug dealing, didn't you?
Yes,
And you were selling morphine to various people in the community, weren't you?
yes,
Your home telephone number was 731-847-7978, wasn't it?
yes,
And that's a landline.
yes,
And even though you're testifying you weren't that close to Jason Autry called you on your home phone number before Holly disappeared, didn't he?
yes. That doesn't mean I was close to him, though.
And he called you on your home phone number after Holly disappeared, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And Zach was calling you on that home phone number both before and after Holly disappeared, wasn't he?
Not much after Holly disappeared.
But if there were calls from Zach, let's strike that question.
maybe Zach thought you did it
No,
and
I
he
asked
wanted
you
to
about
stay
this white
away.
truck. When you gave a statement to Valerie Trout, you testified on it direct about the white truck that had disappeared.
Yes,
You gave that statement March the 5th, 2014.
yes, yes,
And that was after Zach had been arrested on these charges, wasn't it?
yes,
And you knew at that point they had already searched Zach's house and Zach's grandfather's house.
yes,
Matter of fact, it had been on the news that they brought in backhoes and were doing all kinds of searches there.
yes. They searched my property too. So
And when you gave that statement, you said that Zach had hid his grandfather's truck, his grandfather's white Nissan. Is that right?
yes,
But you specifically never mentioned that he had hid it at your house.
yeah. He had there just trying to hide it from his grandfather. He told us, and
You didn't mention to Valerie Trout that the truck was at your house, did you?
she didn't ask.
Well, she was there to get as much information from you.
I'm gonna make a speculation about what he
He
thinks.
can ask a question, he's been instructed to answer it. Don't make statements, just ask questions.
Well, at the time you were talking to Valerie Trout, you were wanting to be as helpful as possible. Is that right?
Still am.
And you had a fairly long interview with her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you were at that time trying to provide her with as much information as possible.
As we started a month after it happened.
Now, you're aware in this case that there's a reward,
Money doesn't matter to me.
but you are aware that there's a reward.
I
My
won't
question-
take it.
My question is not whether you.
Yes, I know there's a reward. It's not about money.
Oh, this is not going well for you, Victor. This is not going well. Oh, you're.
And where you lived on Yellow Springs Road is less than 2 miles from where they found Holly Bobo's body, isn't it?
Yes,
Wow.
At some point, you sold Jamie Darnell the house on Yellow Springs Road, and you did not own it, did you?
I had a acting legal contract on the house
Okay, you took money from Jamie Darnell for the house.
and sold it to him on a contract.
But it turns out that Jamie Darnell did not end up owning the house, did he?
No, because he stayed on methamphetamine and lost it.
You didn't give him his money back, did you?
No,
But you were buying it from somebody else at the time.
Pete Peterson.
What?
Now, at some point, you tried to rape Jamie Darnell's wife, Danielle Beckham, didn't you?
Absolutely not true.
You were driving a black pickup truck in April 2011, weren't you?
I had a black Ford old beater.
Pickup.
Oh my goodness, y'all. I gotta pause. I can't even take all the notes fast enough. Okay. Holly was found less than 2 miles from his house. He has a black Ford that we heard about earlier in the testimony from people that didn't have an axe to grind or an agenda. Are y'all following this? Victor's looking way better right now to me. Wow. Okay.
Pickup.
At another point in time when you were giving an interview, you claimed to have purchased a 22 from Shane Austin that was used to kill Holly Bobo, didn't you?
I told them that I knew where the 22 was if that was the caliber rifle that killed Holly Bobo.
As a matter of fact, before you came up with this 32 that we're here on today, you suggested several other guns that you thought might have been involved in the murder of Holly Bobo.
Yes, I did.
And that some of that was before her body had been discovered, wasn't it?
Yes,
And before it was known that she'd been shot.
yes,
And you also said that you knew where a shotgun was that might have been used in the murder of Holly
still
Bobo.
do.
Now,
That's
you've given multiple
really
statements
weird.
in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Matter of fact, when we go back to where the gun was found, you initially said that Jason Autry sold you a 38 or a 357.
I wasn't sure really back then until I saw it. So
Okay, so once you saw the gun that they brought to you
The-
and said, this is the gun,
the handle's what keyed me in,
That-
the grips.
that's how you knew that
I knew
this was
right
the
away.
gun. Okay, so, but initially, when they came to you in February of this year, you said that it was a 357 or 38, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I thought it could be.
Well, you were pretty clear it was one of those two kinds of guns, weren't you?
I wasn't sure.
And you specifically said it was an American-made gun, didn't you?
Don't think so.
So you at some point spoke to my investigator in this case, didn't you? Amber Tree?
Yes.
And you even spoke with me and my investigator by telephone at some point, didn't you?
Yes.
And at that point, you said that the gun was American-made when you spoke to us by the phone, didn't you?
I thought it was.
So that's a yes. You did at some point say it was an American-made gun
I could have. So
because you thought it was an American-made gun. Isn't that right?
sold in America. Most of them I think are made in America, but not.
But you just now said you thought it was an American-made
Yes, I
gun.
did.
And then Brent Booth came to talk to you. Well, first of all, they flew you down here sometime in February to try to find the gun that you had disposed of. Is that right?
I didn't dispose of it.
Your wife disposed of it.
Yes.
Okay. And they actually brought you down to Joe Holiday Road to look for it.
Yes.
And you were there with your wife when she's trying to show them where the gun was.
Yes.
And initially she said that she had buried it on the side of the road on Joe Holiday Road.
Right by the creek.
Okay. And you were there when they dug up Joe Holiday Road, weren't you?
I was there when the metal detected and took poking rods and went down, but not as the initial backhoe digging. They did that another date.
Okay. And they weren't able to find it, the gun.
No.
Okay. And then you continued to think about where it might possibly be, didn't you?
My wife and I. It had been a little bit of time since she got rid of it, so. And everything there changed.
Well, everything there changed?
By the road, everything.
Oh, well, it's still the Joe Holiday Road, right?
Yes, but it was about 6 feet wider and about 2 feet lower and paved. It was gravel, so it's totally different.
Okay, so, but it still comes out and deadheads in T-bones into Bible Hill.
Bible Hill.
Okay. And there's still a creek next to it, as there was back in 2011, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you spoke with law enforcement, then they were unable to find it, the gun.
Unable to.
And then at some point, Brent Booth went back to talk to you in May of 2017, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And were you aware that that conversation was recorded?
Yes.
And you met him in the parking lot of the sporting goods store,
Yes.
and you actually got in his car, your wife got in the car, and you were talking to him.
Yes.
And so at that point, and this is Special Agent Brent Booth with the TBI, isn't it?
Yes.
And at that point, he proceeded to tell you what.
I'm going to object to what Brent Booth proceeded to tell you.
Okay, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just.
She literally just said, at that time, Brent Booth proceeded to tell you.
All right, then make your question, be aware of your objection, please.
Facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial.
It's, Your Honor, that's exactly what you just sustained the objection on.
I didn't say what the facts were. I didn't quote him.
Go ahead, man. Let's pick this up, okay?
He told you facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial, didn't he?
Not the facts. He didn't tell me what he was going to say.
Up.
He most certainly did tell you what he was going to say.
Oh, clue me in.
So,
Sir, you don't want to be a smart aleck on the witness stand. Juries don't like that. We don't like people that talk like that. Yeah, don't do it.
he told you, well, first of all, he told you that Zach had taken his truck and parked it, that Jason Autry was going to testify that Zach had taken his truck and parked it in your garage. Didn't he tell you that?
Yes, he did, but we already knew that.
Okay. And at that time, you said no, that the truck wasn't there, that his truck was absolutely not in your garage, didn't you?
Yes, but I had to put two and two together because he had two different trucks at my property, hiding both of them.
You said, I know he didn't hide that damn thing in my pole barn, didn't you?
I probably said that when I thought that he had the body of Holly Bobo in the back of that truck. That's the first thing that went through my mind.
But you initially told Brent Booth that no, the truck was not at your house, in your shop.
Yes, I did tell him that until we started figuring things out.
You said,
What is going on with this guy?
you said it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't at our house, bud. Man, no way, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And then he started to ask you, could he have done that, and you just not know it?
That's basically about what happened. It was through my wife.
And you said, no, I know it's not going to matter, didn't you?
I guess I did.
Whoa.
And you talked about the fact that Zach Adams had borrowed a brown truck from you,
Yes.
so that he could go to Decaturville.
Yes, that's where the mistake's been made.
And you said that's the only time he had left his truck at your house was when he borrowed your brown truck.
Yes.
And but that was not the day that Holly Bobo disappeared, was it?
No.
Okay. And
It
then you said,
doesn't
I
matter.
know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn. Now he might have parked it outside, beside my pole barn and let it be there for a minute, didn't you?
Yes, I did, and that's where I was mistaken. After my wife and I talked, we figured out it was in the pole barn, but not a very long time.
And then Brent Booth tells you again, well, according to Jason,
I thought she said, I'm not going to read facts about what Brent Booth told him. If she has a question about whether he made a statement, that's the way she's supposed to ask. She's not supposed to just read it. I'd love to read.
Objection sustained.
I'm not entering it for the truth, Your Honor.
Please don't argue.
Oh,
You can ask him questions as to whether he made that statement.
After you denied it,
sir, that is actually what a defense attorney does. They argue for their client. I don't know. Maybe you're new to law, but that's kind of how it works. Maybe you didn't get the memo. You're so busy giving law lessons to the jury. He has told her to pick up the pace, which I think she's asking these questions. Like, granted, we're at 1.5, but it's not like she's not asking consistent questions. Don't argue, sir. That is my job. Whew.
the first time, Brent Booth went ahead and reaffirmed with you information about what Jason Autry was going to testify to, didn't he?
This is after my wife and I sit down and talked. We had to put our heads together. It was a few years back,
Right, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this very same day. This is May the 18th, 2017, when he came up to visit you.
Yes.
And then once again, you go through this, and then you begin to change your memory, don't you?
Judge, I'm sorry. She's testifying and telling him that he's changing his memory. You've told her 3 times, if there's a question, to ask it.
That's a question.
That's a comment.
You changed your memory, didn't you?
Okay, ask the question.
You began to change your memory, didn't you?
After my wife and I talked, some things came back around, and she mentioned some things that reminded me of things that happened.
Yeah, but by the time you finished talking to Brent Booth that day, you had recovered that memory, hadn't you?
That was before that. We just told him that.
Okay, so what you're saying now is you had already recovered the memory that Zach had put his truck in your shop, but you started out slow with Brent Booth and just were telling him, no, he hadn't put the truck there.
I wasn't sure at first, like I said, until my wife and I talked. And that's when we figured out, yes, it was there. And my daughter confirmed it. So
Why is Bad Jennifer trying to protect
So I'm
this
not
witness so
understanding.
much?
When did you and your wife talk? Before or after Brent Booth came to talk to you on May the 18th?
we talked
2019?
before, after, we talked last night. We talked on the way to the court this morning.
But when did you and your wife talk about the fact that that white Nissan truck was parked in your shop?
Before Brent came up.
Before Brent, and
Yeah.
was it that time before Brent came up that you had then realized that yes, in fact, the white Nissan was parked there?
Yes, but I just didn't remember him saying they had to move some tires out. I had a big shop. I didn't think there was any reason. But then my wife clued me in and said, yes, they moved tires. And then I remembered I had some tires off of a van that I had scrapped the van. I kept the wheels and tires laying in the way.
Okay, so initially when you said no way, there's no way that truck was in my pole barn.
This is even
First of all,
different
when you say pole barn,
testimony.
you're referring to the shop, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So initially when you said no way, there's no way that truck was in my pole barn, you were simply referring to the fact that the tires had not been moved?
No, I was referring to the fact that it was in my pole barn, but I didn't remember them moving no tires. So that's what it threw me off. The fact that he has black truck there for probably 2 weeks hidden. And I mixed those two up. So that's why I said he had one outside, but he did have his white truck on the inside.
What is
So
going
just to be clear
on
here? When you're saying this, you say,
I'm lost too, good Jennifer.
when you say, and I know he didn't hide the goddamn thing in my pole barn.
I don't use GD, so I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, it says, I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn. When you said that, that is your way of conveying the truck had been in your pole barn, but you did not know that he had moved the tires.
You're trying to cross me up here.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said, and I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn?
I was pretty sure they didn't until we talked. My wife and I and our 17-year-old daughter.
So when you said that statement there on May the 19th, you still haven't remembered yet that the white Nissan truck was in fact in your
No,
pole
we
barn.
had talked and remembered. That's why I told him.
Then why did you say, if you had remembered it was there, why did you say, and I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn?
I think it was kind of because I was nervous of them trying to involve me.
Okay, but at this time, he had already brought you your immunity papers, isn't that right?
Yes, and I did observe Shane Austin's immunity get taken from him too. So
So they had given you immunity papers and I guess he brought letters with him when he came to visit you in February of 2017, didn't he?
yes,
Letters.
yes.
And so So at this point, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to be clear. At this point, you knew the truck had been in your barn, but you were nervous to say that to Brent Booth.
Yeah, kind of. After things that from Holly were thrown out in my driveway, yeah, kind of. Anybody would be.
And you recognize as having a rape conviction that you were a suspect in that Holly.
Well, I knew right away when you have this kind of conviction, you're always aware of your surroundings and your times and where you've been.
Ho, 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 ho. Hold on. Oh, hold on. It just clicked in my head who this is. Oh. Sir, you were convicted of grape? What? And all the items were found within 2 miles of your house? And the gun that everybody claims was used to shoot her was found because you gave it to your wife and your wife hid it. And you kind of sort of have an alibi for that day, but the lady that you were with has passed away. And you were dealing drugs, and you have the right kind of vehicle. What on earth is happening with this guy? Why in the world was he not looked at harder? Am I the only one thinking and looking at him and going, you're looking pretty good? Sex offender in the area, had all this. He was telling them that Holly Bobo had been shot in the head before anybody even had her remains to know that. Honest to Pete, what is going on?
Okay. And then you go on to have a further conversation. Mr. Booth communicates to you that, and I'm not presenting this.
Cross-examination is great, but you got to ask questions. She's literally reading and saying what Mr. Booth said so-and-so and not asking a question. It's not.
Form the question.
It's a question, Your Honor. If I make a statement and say, isn't that true? That's a question.
You
That's a
can ask
leading.
if he said something.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what she's
and
trying
first
to
I
do
want
before
to
the linebacker
communicate
interrupted
something that
her.
Brent Booth said, but it's not asserted for the truth of the matter because we're actually going to be able to show that what Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore is not true. So I want to communicate now something that Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore, but not for the truth of it because it's not actually a factual statement.
Look at the judge. He's lost.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to rule on it.
Mr.
He's an idiot.
Brent Booth told you that Dick Adams had even said that the truck was hidden at your house.
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. If there's a recording of it and that's what's in the recording, then it would be accurate.
Yeah, I still don't remember that though.
Okay. And then you said, now what truck are you talking about, didn't you?
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 trucks on that property.
And Brent Booth told you the little old white Nissan Frontier, didn't he?
Yes.
But was it a 4x4? That's what I really need to know.
And then you said, see, and isn't this right that you said this? See, they're telling you something that ain't right there because that white truck wasn't stored at my house. I'd tell you if it was.
Yeah,
And
I
then
would.
it
I had to have
was.
my memory jogged by my daughter and my wife.
Okay, so at that
And
point,
then it was.
Are you making that statement because at that point your memory was the truck had not been there, or because you were afraid to tell the truth?
My memory thought that the truck wasn't there and I was a little nervous, but you got to remember that was 6 years ago. Lots happened since then. And it took a little bit of my daughter, especially my 17-year-old daughter, reminded me, yes, it was there, Dad.
She was 11.
So
And then at this point,
She
you
was
agreed,
freaking
didn't you?
11 at the
Well, did you
time.
agree that the truck had been hidden in Decaturville, the white Nissan?
that's what I
in
thought.
Decaturville?
That's what I thought.
Okay, you thought that the truck had been hidden in Decaturville, didn't you?
Wasn't sure. I figured that's where it was at.
Okay.
What are we doing?
And so
going,
Booth goes on
Jennifer.
to tell you that what'll be testified to was that they had to move 4 rims to get the truck into your pole barn. Didn't he say that to you?
Yes, he did.
So he's the one that first suggested that they had to move the rims to get the truck in, didn't he?
Yes.
That's not a memory that you came up with first, is it?
No, my wife had it.
No, that's not a memory your wife.
Don't argue with the witness.
Okay.
What? Oh my gosh, I am so angry. Don't
And
with the
it's at this point
witness.
that you
Don't argue
say,
with me.
don't
Just,
you?
just
Uh,
shut
my
up,
God,
Jennifer.
He might have now, Brent, damn it, referring to whether or not Zach Adams had hidden a truck in your.
Yes, I did say that.
So at this point, the memory is beginning to come back to you. Is that right?
Yes, got to consider I blocked a lot of stuff out.
And you blocked it out because you were using so much meth. It's hard.
No, I blocked it out because they tried to snatch my daughter too.
Your Honor, I object to that. That's not responsive.
Just answer the question. He was making an explanation.
Can you
Remember our bench conference earlier?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go.
I'm asking for a curative instruction that the court.
She asked the question. She doesn't like his answer about why he blocked it out. The question was, and you tried to block it out for this reason or that. And he
Let's
said,
move on.
What is going on right
Without curative
now?
instruction, I want to address this. Now, that's not something that you reported to law enforcement at the time that they tried to grab your daughter, did you?
Yes,
You made a call and reported that to law enforcement
Yes.
at the time.
yes.
Who tried to take his daughter? And she was 11. I don't see
And so
11-year-old
once you
and
begin to recover
20-year-old
your memory, then
close.
you say, "Oh, it's the black truck that was hidden in your garage," don't you?
But no, I didn't say the black truck was in my garage. The black truck was sitting by my shop, back by the trees, so nobody could see it for about 2 weeks.
But you at some point say, "Oh, it's the black truck."
I
that
thought
was
it might have been the black truck that they were talking about, but it wasn't.
I'm getting anxiety from these people in this courtroom. I'm literally getting anxiety from it. This is like when I have had to try to deal with a certain family member.
Brent Booth tries to get you to be more specific,
I'm sorry, is that a question?
doesn't he? Brent Booth tries to get you to be more specific about the car. He was wanting more details about the truck being at your house, wasn't he?
No, he wanted the truth.
Sir?
At some point, then you say, "That son of a bitch, yeah. If that's me, what I say, yeah, they had that truck there, and the wheels they had to take off or move." Didn't you say that at some point?
Yes, I did.
And then confirming what you say, Brent Booth confirms that it's the white truck that would have been there, and you say, "No, that was the black truck," didn't you?
That's because I was mistaken.
Okay, because at that point you have the memory now that it's the black truck that's in the driveway.
The black truck was in my yard for a couple of weeks. That's why it was solid in my head.
And so then you say, "Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. The black truck was at my house. The white truck, I don't ever remember being parked at my house, Brent. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside by my house, but the white truck, I don't remember. So it might, you said that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So at some point now you've admitted that a truck's there, but you're saying it's the black truck that's there, and you deny that the white truck was parked at your
At
house.
that time, I didn't think that I remember.
I
didn't
don't think
remember
the
black
white
truck being-
Nissan was ever there.
And then you say, "Well, it might have been, man."
Yeah.
I don't think it was
Then you're
there.
beginning to. So at this point, you changed what you were saying, don't you?
No, I didn't change it. I knew that I needed to get my memory jogged with my wife.
So at some point, it becomes that your memory is of what other people are telling you, not of which truck was actually, or if the truck was actually at your house.
Correct.
Not by what people are telling me, but
Brent Booth,
people saying stuff
wife,
that jogs my memory and brings
his
it back.
daughter.
So people are saying things, and that's what's jogging your memory. Is that
My
right?
wife and my 17-year-old child.
And Brent Booth is also jogging your memory.
No.
No, that's not what you
Not at
said
all.
earlier.
And when you're
in your
initially asked
testimony.
if they came over and bought morphine from you on the day Holly disappeared, your initial reaction was, "No, that did not happen."
No.
Your initial reaction on the 17th of May when Brent Booth is asking you was that, "No, that didn't happen."
No, they came to see if I had a joint so they could get down off the meth was what they were doing.
Okay. So they weren't there to buy morphine from
No.
you.
We just testified earlier that they were there to buy pills. Am I tripping? I feel so gaslit right now, y'all.
And when you're talking to Brent Booth about somebody trying to take your daughter, you actually say it's one of the Piercy brothers, didn't you?
Yes, my wife looked on the paperwork, saw his pictures, and identified him.
That's complete collateral.
Well, I think that that's important because today he's saying it's Mr. Adams.
He did not. He said, "They."
They're
I
associates.
was listening. He said, "Dave, let's cut this off."
Okay.
He did not say that they were.
Now,
Y'all, this is the testiest I have seen or heard this jackwagon of a judge in this entire trial. Why are they so picky and upset about how Victor Dinsmore testifies? Why is this such a hot button for them? They are I mean, I'm triggered, definitely. Absolutely triggered. But why are they triggered? This is bizarre behavior in a courtroom. This does not appear to me to have any sort of lack of bias or anything. Like, what are we doing? He just told her we need to cut it off. We need to cut it off? Is that him telling her to stop asking questions? Is that what this is about now? Because if it is, oh, I certainly hope that Judge Bradbury can go back and read transcripts. It'd be best if he could see the testimony, but that would be a lot to do, as you all are seeing right now. But boy, oh boy, I'd sure like for him to see this mess play out.
I also talked to Brent Booth about the gun that you disposed of that you got from Jason Autry, didn't you?
That I had my wife dispose of. I got it from Shane.
Okay. Your wife disposed of it because you suggested that she dispose of it, didn't she?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at first, you told Brent Booth also that it was a 357 or a 38, didn't you?
Yep. I wasn't really sure what it was.
And even though it's your wife that was disposed of it, you were spending a lot of time telling Brent Booth about where it was, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, instead of Sandra Dinsmore, your wife, saying it, you were the one that was telling Brent Booth.
Yes, she's my wife. I knew what she did with it.
Okay. And at that point, you even say that and Brent Booth also came back and talked to you the next day too, didn't he? May the 19th, 2017.
He's been by a few times.
But he came to talk to you in Indianapolis, and he came 2 days in a row in May of this year, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He came back the next day just to make sure that he had, that he specifically came back so that he wasn't the one putting words in your mouth, didn't he?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And when you were talking to him, you told him that you had an old 32 that you had thrown in the lake at your cousin's house, didn't you?
It wouldn't shoot, and the cylinder kept falling out, so I threw it away.
Okay, so
That's why there was a mix-up with the guns.
okay, so as a coincidence, you had a 32 in the past.
The 2 years before.
Okay, 2 years before Holly disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't like the gun, so you decided to get rid of it,
It was junk.
and so you decided to throw it in your cousin's pond.
Yes, I wouldn't sell it to anybody.
And what was your cousin's name?
Leida and Raymond Bowen.
And they have a kind of a cow pond or little.
Yes, a halfway dried up Tennessee pond.
Okay, and that's where you put the 32 pistol, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you were talking to Brent Booth about where the pistol went in the creek there on Joe Holiday Road, you specifically said that now that's not the 32 that I put in my cousin's pond, didn't you?
I said, I don't know if that's the 32 that I threw in the pond or what it is, but my wife got rid of it. So
No, you said now there was another gun, a 32 that I put in the pond, didn't you?
yes, I just said that.
Now during the time that you knew Zach Adams, he had been to jail for various different reasons, hadn't he?
Yes.
And even after Holly Bobo disappeared, Zach Adams had been in and out of jail at different times, hadn't he?
Yes.
No further questions.
Now, Mr. Dinsmore, are you aware that 38s and 357s are, for the most part, revolvers?
Yes.
And are frequently, or could be frequently mistaken for the size?
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation about what frequently happens.
Could
You
one,
can ask the question.
could one be mistaken?
Very, very easily.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this gun that I'm holding up, previously marked as Exhibit 180, is the same gun that you traded pills for Shane Austin?
$60 worth of morphine pills.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this is the
Not-
same gun
not
that you
at all.
gave to your wife?
Not at all.
Any doubt in your mind that this is the same gun that you told her to get rid of?
No, because she bitched about carrying a purse because it was too big.
Y'all, Jason Autry testified it was $50 a pill. This jackwagon testified that he sold a gun for 6 pills, which I thought would have meant $300, which definitely would make sense to me. $300 for a gun. Now he's saying he was selling the pills for $10 a piece? Sir, you're an idiot. $10? I just want to make sure. I know that's what I heard from his testimony.
Now, did you pick up on the fact during the cross-examination that Ms. Thompson is perhaps trying to make it sound like you are responsible for the rape of Holly Bobo?
Absolutely. I felt that from the beginning.
So, and she even asked you about items thrown very, very close to your house.
Yes, that's what got my attention because I was convicted of that from 1985. And you're very aware of things like that. And it pissed me off, to be honest with you. And My beepers were up. My antennas were up after that.
Despite the fact that you have a conviction for rape, despite the fact that you lived off of Yellow Springs Road where some of Holly's things were thrown, on the morning that Holly disappeared, were you not greeted by Dottie, who's now deceased, her husband, at their house and allowed into their property?
Yes, I was. And by 9 o'clock, the cleaning lady showed up.
And the
and was there.
cleaning lady, though,
Debbie.
she's not deceased, is she?
No.
And you talked to her
Yes, I did.
for on and off for several hours that
All,
morning.
all morning. All morning. I talked.
She's
to
a caller, isn't she?
her. Yes. Yes.
And she was there and knows exactly where you were.
Yes.
Now,
No one even,
also-
there is no evidence of
Wisconsin
rape.
Mint were trying to perhaps make it out that you were the rapist to.
Why are we
maybe
talking
give
about
information
this?
Because there's a reward. Heard those questions?
Yes.
Right. So, to follow up on that, and I'm sorry to ask about something difficult. Was your son murdered?
Yes.
How old was he? Your Honor, I'm judging those-
Collateral.
Your Honor, it goes directly to why he sat there and said, I wouldn't take a reward. I know this about him. I didn't bring it up, but his voice that.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't do this for the money. I know how Mr. and Mrs. Bobo felt.
Oh my gosh, this is so prejudicial.
Your son was murdered.
And I wanted to help any way I could.
Okay, we thought Karen Reed needed to be taught in law schools.
I'm okay.
This one.
A lot of questions about the white truck. I know it's been 6 years.
Oh,
When TBI came to you less
Wow.
than 3 years after it happened, okay? In March of 2014. Did you make the statement? Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that Zach told you the truck was hid because of an arrest Zach had been involved with where Park Police caught him with meth and Zach tried to run over them in that truck?
Yes.
Is that the reason he gave you for hiding the white Nissan in your truck, excuse me, in your shop post-abduction?
Yes.
Now, you have been confused clearly about different times that he's hidden trucks at your house.
Mhm.
Did that happen multiple times?
The white truck varied just a couple days.
One time.
One time. I never saw that truck after that.
My question, post-abduction, meaning after. Holly was abducted.
After.
And despite what you may have told the defendant's investigator, despite the confusion that you voiced to Brent Booth, that closer in time, was your memory better?
Yes.
Was the white truck in your shop post-abduction?
Yes, it was. Very short time though.
we
You have
traveled
personal
into
knowledge about
another red
Zach's
rum case.
Familiarity with the woods around that area.
He knew his way around the woods like the back of his hand.
Did you make the statement in 2014 that he had a complete command of all the surrounding woods?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes. He knew every nook, cranny, and corner.
Do you recall being at a party in, with your wife at Gina Carrington's,
Yes.
an outside party?
Yes.
Do you remember Zach appearing at that party
Out of the woods
and surprising everybody
and just snuck up on everybody
from the woods?
from the woods.
What number, Your Honor? The gun. Oh, and the immunity. You told the jury you didn't ask for the immunity, correct?
No, I did not.
Didn't sign the immunity,
No.
just were presented with letters of immunity.
Doing my helping at any risk. I told you guys that.
You did.
Oh, I can't hardly look at this woman. It's good I get to have to see her back.
Limitations had run.
No, I did. That was no concern of mine.
There've been. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Further problem?
Yes.
Mr. Dinsmore, I know this is a sensitive subject for you, but your son died several years before Holly died, didn't he?
2007, December 23rd.
And it was initially ruled as suicide by law enforcement, isn't it?
Yes.
And so they're not pursuing any type of investigation in the matter.
No, they're not going to because of my past.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask you, you have a past
Whoa.
conviction for rape, and it's not a statutory.
I got to stop there. So he is trying to say that his son was red rummed, but really his son took his own life? Is that what I just got out of that? I mean, if that's true, good Jennifer, go girl. And he's saying because of his past, his son's death wasn't investigated? Oh. Okie dokie, Mr. Dinsmore. You know everything. You and Jason. Now I know why you and Jason couldn't get along, because you're too much alike. You are both thinking that you are the smartest people.
Rape, it's a regular
Got
rape
it.
charge, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
And you do not register as a sex offender, do you?
Don't have to.
And when you come to the state of Tennessee, even though the state of Tennessee requires people with rape convictions to register as a sex offender, you did not register.
Nope.
Okay. And they've not pursued any type of federal or state charges against you for your failure to register, have they?
No.
And then when you travel,
Wow.
you didn't have to, or you did not, you failed to go register with the county where you're staying, the sheriff's department, telling them that you had crossed state lines
Don't
as a
have to.
sex offender.
My stuff's a quarter of a century old.
I
You've
don't know
not
if that matters or
specifically been
not.
removed from the sex offender registry, though, have you?
Yes, I have.
It was not adjudicated.
Indianapolis.
I pulled those records. There's no record of adjudication. There's no record of adjudication in Indianapolis, Indiana.
That's funny, because if you pull the Indiana Sheriff's Association sex registry up, it'll tell you I don't have to register anymore. It's too old.
No further questions.
When you were flown down here, who were you with all day long?
Police.
TBI. Another place. Are you aware that TBI is who keeps the sex offender registry for the state?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I checked the sex laws before I moved to Tennessee.
And that's all.
Done.
Yes, sir.
I like that she got under bad Jennifer a little
You are
bit.
released if you are not to discuss your testimony with me.
That made me happy.
Or anything.
Thanks, good Jennifer. She's got a little bit of spunk still, just a little bit.
Morning recess at this time. We're, I can break up with this one again. We'll start back in 15 minutes probably.
What was going on, told him to head that way.
I don't know what's going
Terry
on.
and I conversed over the cell phone en route to Decatur County.
Decatur County into where?
Decatur County is Lexington's neighbor to the east. It's about,
Where were you going? Where were you going in Decatur County?
I was going to 681 Swan Johnson Road in the Darden community. It's a small.
I don't know who this is because they didn't let us get in there, but we've got Whispering Rocks as the attorney that's going to question this individual. Holy smokes. I did not have that one being as spicy as it was. Yeah, I still think Victor Dinsmore is a very, very feasible alternative suspect at this time. Thank you, Trial and Error, because they didn't tell us. They blocked it all out. And I was hoping that it might come to me after hearing him testify and of some of the things that he said from the hearings. So thank you, Trial and Error.
Small community just west of Parsons, east of Lexington. It's about 25 minutes from my house, maybe 20 minutes from Lexington on 412 East.
Was it a community you were familiar with?
It is.
Did you know people who live there?
I do, and I have. I've got friends and family there. My father-in-law, ex-father-in-law, and mother-in-law go to church there in Corinth in the Darden community with the Bobo family.
Did you know the Bobos at all at that point then?
No, I didn't.
You ever been to Swan Johnson before?
If I had, I didn't remember it.
So you're en route to Swan Johnson. Tell us about when you get there.
I arrived there at approximately 9:15. Agent Dykus was the vehicle right in front of me. We arrived, there was a large number of people. We estimated 100 to 200 maybe lined the roads.
You ever seen something like this before?
No,
What kind of
not
people?
in our community, not in that community.
Who are all these people?
Friends, neighbors, family.
Were there people searching already?
When I drove up, I saw the Decatur County Sheriff's Office personnel there, Ricky Inman, Sheriff White was in the front yard. Henderson County's TAC unit, Captain Jeff Middleton, his unit was up on the hill on the edge of the woods with a dog. They looked to me, what do we do? And I motioned, directed them, go. They went into the woods where it was reported that she was taken. Terry Dykus went up to the house, behind the house, to secure the crime scene with assistance of Decatur County Sheriff's Office personnel. Karen came down the hill with Ricky Inland, and I talked to her, got Holly's information. The Fusion Center, which is our intelligence division in Nashville that handles getting out Amber Alerts, getting out missing and endangered person alerts. They coordinate all of that. I had them on the phone. We were coordinating getting Holly's photo information out. We were ascertaining what she knew, the facts and what happened. Clint, her brother, was there. I began coordinating and getting critical assets that we needed in place.
Critical assets for us to do what? Like, why'd you send those men, those SWAT team guys into those woods?
With the information we had, was treating this case as, or what we had as a search and rescue mission.
That's what sending those men in the woods?
Yeah.
Amber Alert?
Find Holly. That was our number one mission at that point.
Is this man not able to keep it
Did
together
you
while he's
personally,
testifying?
Search the area of the house?
Is that what's happening?
Yes, I did. Once we have what we call a mobile office, which is a large motorhome that we bring in that is equipped and staffed with information processing capabilities. I had that on the way. Our SAC, Special Agent in Charge, John Mayer, got the Memphis Regional Lab and their personnel en route to work the crime scene. I learned that while I was there, Decatur County Sheriff's Office, in cooperation with their 911 center, had pinged her phone. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. So we knew a direction.
What was the direction?
North.
North from the house on Swan Johnson.
Yes, north toward I-40.
Toward I-40.
Benton County. If you're familiar with Decatur County, I-40 runs through the northern edge. It encompasses a general mile markers of 120 to about the 130 or the Tennessee River. We had a general direction of travel of her phone.
They're not familiar.
In the minutes that follow, after you have the general direction of north, you start to get other pings with more information.
Yes.
What's that?
We learned of a ping that had happened at 9:25 a.m. south of I-40, about maybe halfway, not quite, a few miles from her house. Coming back, phone looked like it was coming back south.
I think you skipped ahead to our last cell phone thing, so let's back up for a second, okay?
Yes.
So let's listen to you described the early pings about the phone heading north.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
From those pings and the couple that followed, they give you any information as to where north we're talking about?
No. Very general.
I guess that's why I was asking. We'll have a cell phone expert testify later, so I'm not asking you to be an expert. Okay?
I'm not by any means. I have general knowledge.
Does a cell phone ping tell you that the phone is right here
No.
to give you a large radius instead?
Yes.
After those first pings that have her going north, you said to the interstate.
Yes.
Are there other pings in that area over the course of time?
Yes.
And in what community or what area are those cell phone pings in?
Yellow Springs.
Now, Yellow Springs. Were you familiar with the Yellow Springs community before this?
No.
Were you familiar with Holiday, Tennessee, right there next to Yellow Springs at the time?
Yes.
Did these things show that the phone lingered in the Yellow Springs community?
Yes.
On the basis of that information, did y'all do anything? Did y'all send people to do anything?
We did. Tennessee Highway Patrol had been notified and they had moved people that way. We sent Decatur County personnel north into that area. We sent the Highway Patrol north into that area.
I'd like to know where Terry Britt lives.
What we typically do, get assets where we need them, human assets, people, looking, searching.
You sent people with guns in the woods behind the house,
Yes.
right? And seeing friends, family, volunteers, they're at the crime scene that morning,
Yes.
right? You knew her cell phone traveled north.
Yes.
You knew it lingered in Yellow Springs.
We did.
And so you alerted THP and everybody else, let's
Go to that area.
Despite all that, nobody found her.
That's correct.
She was gone.
Yeah.
You were there at that house, Swan Johnson.
Yeah. Yes.
Her phone's moving. and then linger in Yellow Springs?
I didn't know. We never assumed anything. I didn't know if that was just her phone or her with the phone. I didn't know. You have to take that into account.
This is 20-year-old girl, though.
Yeah.
The crime scene at the house, you were there when agents, including yourself, searched it, right?
I was.
Inside the house, outside the house.
Lab personnel did that. Forensic scientists. That's what they do for us. Specialized in searching, and they have all the necessary equipment to collect, preserve, maintain, and test evidence for us. They come to the scene, and we turn the scene over, the secure scene, to them to process. That took a number of hours. As I recall, it was completed probably around 2:30 a.m. on the 14th.
Despite all that, searching the house, turning it over to the crime scene personnel, analysis, and stuff like that, would you agree with me that as you stood there at Swan Johnson that morning, even after all that,
Yes,
that this crime scene wasn't telling you who did this thing?
no, sir, it wasn't. We searched the house completely, and even went under the house.
There's blood in the garage. Was there blood in the garage?
Yes, sir.
That's Holly's blood.
We later learned, yes.
So standing there at that crime scene, there's nothing there telling you who did it.
No, sir.
And so you started searching,
Yes, sir.
started investigating.
We did. We continued to run this as a search and rescue operation for a long time.
People call in with tips or stuff.
Yeah, we did.
What would happen when people called in with tips?
We sent investigators. We had FBI, U.S. Marshal, THP. We had a number of agencies there. We sent people out to talk to these folks. Whoever called in, whatever it was, we sent people.
I know that you like being part of the team,
Yes,
but you didn't just send people, did you? Didn't you go?
that's what I am. I'm hands up. That's what I do.
Did you
Sir,
call people and send them stuff?
Yeah,
Send them tips?
I did.
I don't mean to not be sensitive,
It's
but it's
also-
your job. I need you to
When
be
did you finally
professional,
stop
sir.
Searching for.
When we, I guess, September 7th, 2014.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
And you were there, you'll tell us about that later.
Yes.
Okay. Between when you pulled up on Swan Johnson, the day that her body was found, how much searching, how much talking, how much investigating did you do?
I don't remember. I didn't sleep for days.
Did you get out in the woods?
Yeah, I did.
Did you search in wells,
I did.
search in barns?
Everywhere. Wherever.
I want to recall your attention to one of these calls you got, okay?
Yes.
By Mr. Gerald Stevens.
Yes.
Had he found something?
Yeah, Gerald called. I didn't know Gerald prior to this day. Found a pair of pink panties laying in the middle of Yellow Springs Road.
That's suspicious, would you say?
It was.
Was he smart to call?
He was.
What'd you do when you got there?
Drove straight there. Parked in the middle of Yellow Springs Road. He was parked on the side near there.
Did you look at what you found?
Sir,
Did you look at what you found?
I did.
Did you call other people to get there?
I did.
What did Gerald do while you were standing there on the phone?
Gerald, he's a farmer in the area. He walked. I'm just south of Yellow Springs Church. He walked south or north toward the church, just walking down the road. I had the trunk of the car open, getting evidence bags, camera. And I observed Gerald walk toward the church. And he stopped and reached down, picked up a piece of paper. And then,
Bring that piece of paper towards you.
well, he yelled for me.
What was significant about this piece of paper?
It had Holly's name.
It was hot stuff.
It was.
In Yellow Springs,
Yes, sir.
where her phone lingered,
Yes, sir.
on actual Yellow Springs Road,
Yes, sir.
right near that church.
Correct.
When you were standing there,
I was.
do you know how close you were standing to Shane Austin's house when you were there in 2011 with Mr. Stevens and those papers?
I had no idea. I didn't know Shane Austin and hadn't heard that name at that time. This was Friday,
It was 2 days
2
after.
days later, about 2 o'clock.
So within 2 days of this thing, you're saying on Yellow Springs Road next to this church, how many steps from Shane Austin's driveway?
Where I was standing, probably 75 feet.
And you didn't even know who it was.
No, sir.
The evidence is collected.
Yes, sir.
And you start chasing tips in weeks ago.
We began looking, other law enforcement agencies, personnel arrived.
Not just there at Yellow Springs, but are you still chasing leads and tips?
We're
everywhere
chasing
else?
leads. Of course, yes, others are doing that.
That early stage of the investigation, and I'm not talking about right then on Friday when you were standing in Yellow Springs,
Yes, sir.
but between that day and those next 2 weeks, all right, early part of this investigation. Did the name Shane Austin ever come up?
Yes, sir.
Did the name Zach Adams ever come up?
Yes, sir.
Did the name Jason Autry ever come up?
Yes, sir.
Did the name Terry Britt ever come up? Just asking.
Came up.
Other things came up too.
Jason Autry,
What was
Victor
your priority?
Dinsmore.
What was your priority in those 2, 3, 4 weeks?
We pursued the leads, I guess, more aggressively of the reports that we had that she was alive.
So when tips come in, for instance, that Holly's been seen so-and-so place. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had to triage the information that was coming in.
The tips come in that Holly's being held in a barn or wherever.
Yes, sir.
All sorts of tips.
Barn, warehouses, basements.
And why did you prioritize those versus other leads, like the name Shane Austin, Zach Adams?
That she was still alive. Those information we had then was very vague that they had something to do with it. But the others were where she was being held, tied up in a warehouse, chained to a wall in a basement, put down in a well.
Did you
She
go
was
to all
alive.
those places? Did you go to all those
I
places?
went to all of those places. I went to most of them.
And when you went, were you hoping to find her?
That's what it was all about, was to find her alive and bring her home.
But you never found even a trace?
No.
Was there a decision made at some point to speak to, or at least let's look at, all sex offenders in the area?
For that county and all surrounding counties.
She's beautiful, Holly.
Yes, sir.
So that was not a bad idea.
No, sir.
Agents go and interview various sex offenders.
All of them.
I'm starting to
We've heard
think
that.
that didn't even happen.
Is Terry Britt one of these sex offenders?
Yes, sir.
Did the investigation at any point really drill down in to Mr. Britt?
Yes, sir.
Oh, do
We
tell.
focused on Mr. Britt.
I want to know
We took
everything.
Terry Britt's life apart. We looked at him hard. Terry
I don't
Britt
think
lived
so.
In that area. He was a sex offender. We were working off of the phone information, the proximity of where things were.
Phone information, you mean those pings up north
Those pings.
in the Yellow Springs area?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Britt lived approximately where in relation to the Yellow Springs area?
Just south, about 4 miles south of Yellow Springs Church.
And what'd you do to take apart his life?
Surveillance, physical surveillance. We did, we wiretapped his phones.
That means y'all listen to phones and he doesn't know.
Yes, sir.
Just because he doesn't say
We marked that
anything
house.
about it doesn't mean he didn't do it.
He did.
That means he and his wife are in a house and y'all are listening
That's correct.
and they don't even know it.
That's correct.
Is that something we do every day?
No, sir.
Is that something we've ever done in the state of Tennessee?
No, sir.
Y'all ever search his house?
We executed search warrants on his house, property, vehicles, outbuildings. Yes, sir.
Y'all tear that place apart?
Yes, sir.
Ever interview the people around them?
Yes, sir.
So after all that,
We didn't find anything related to Holly.
The dramatic
As well as Hollis.
effect of all of this
Nothing?
is
Nothing.
so over the top for me.
Nothing at all. Terry Dykes.
I don't know what just happened.
We
That wasn't
didn't-
me.
Read those reports thorough.
what reports?
the reports that our agents, the interviews we were doing, the information that was coming in, especially pertaining to Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and Shane Austin. As the old saying goes, the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. We were feeding all of this information in, and we didn't realize what was there.
The opening was ridiculous.
Was there also something that y'all simply didn't do?
Their alibis or their stories were not checked out.
Not checked out?
No.
You mean the people they said they were with weren't talked to?
They weren't interviewed early on. No.
Why not?
I don't know. Overwhelmed. Too much coming in too fast. We're not that, you get right down to it, we're not that big an agency. We don't have,
Don't tell me that
People-
O'Bailey's.
we're not huge. Very few of us.
I'm gonna have to medicate myself
Not
before
making
we do
excuses,
that.
It's just what we are.
Was it a mistake?
Yes, it was a mistake.
Was it a bad mistake?
Yes, sir.
Is it when 3 years later you figure out how bad it was?
That's right.
Other items of Holly's property will be found in various places in the communities. Is that right?
It was. We found.
Trial and Error podcast. I have not dug into that yet. I don't know if they play anything in this or not. I am wondering if you're referring to possibly Terry Dykes testifying about Terry Britt. And once we finish our replay, we're going to dig into some of the additional testimony in that from the hearings, since we will have a better reference. I didn't want to just kind of inundate everybody until we had a better idea. But yeah, Terry Britt, I need to know where he lived so I can look on the map myself.
Other pieces of her paper from school of Yellow Springs Road in Shane Austin, grandmother's front yard, dollar bill and receipt, other anatomy and physiology papers pertaining to nursing.
If I could. If I could, Agent Booth, you're familiar with this poster board or something that I'm holding?
Yes,
You've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
With this age, you would explain to the jury about like where stuff is found in those weeks,
Yes.
months afterwards.
Yes.
I got this marked as exhibit. We'll substitute a smaller. A perfect size.
It's, what do you think?
We're gonna step down, Judge. Closer. All right, Agent Booth, let's start with that first paper that Gerald Stevens found just 2 days after this happened. The first one y'all found right there next to Shane's.
That's going to be the one closest to Yellow Springs Church.
Let me, because we're blocking something. Is this better if I would do it like this? Even further?
Got her part now.
Okay, well, I'll let you come back to me.
I bet you got your jury.
Okay. Let's see.
Boo. We liked where you
This-
were.
this is one,
Boo.
Here we go. I think this is pretty good with it. Obviously, I'm great at this.
Boo.
You're going to explain this, so if we can't read it, you know, up close.
Boo.
Agent Booth. That first piece of paper that Mr. Stevens found right there by Shane's.
Right here.
And do we see that on this map right here?
Where the line is drawn here.
All right, so we got a star right here, and that's Yellow Springs.
Right. And you got a star on the map, Yellow Springs Road here.
And that's the one right next to Shane's.
Yes.
You were telling us about stuff in front of the grandmother's house. Shane's
That's here.
grandmother's.
Pink receipt and a dollar bill. Up here, it's about
A dollar bill.
maybe a mile.
Thank you,
Oh,
Trial and
oh,
Error.
Between Shane's house and grandmother's. Sir,
What receipt?
pink, it's a pink receipt for her, I believe it's for her books, from a bookstore. She's a nursing student.
Shane and his grandmother lived real close.
Real close.
This is the grandmother's house with the barn across the street.
Yes, sir.
What's this piece of evidence here?
These are other matters. Let's see. The next one found in the paper with Holly Bobo's name on it. That was another one. found up here on Yellow Spring Road further on down. You can see the road parallels I-40.
And then another that says anatomy.
Anatomy and physiology. It didn't have her name on it, but it was consistent with what we had found and consistent with what I do as part of what they. My daughter's a nurse. I've seen these papers before. That's the nurse, obviously a nursing student. And I took it. It's hers. It was right up here close to the intersection where Yellow Springs and comes into Bible Hill. It's right near a bridge that crosses over I-40. The bridge crosses over. And I'll let you ask that question. Near where a body was found. I took it as a paper trail. It wasn't a paper trail.
There were other items found too, though. A phone and SIM cards, all right?
Yeah, down here. Some days later, I think it was May 3rd. Her cell phone. Well, let's see, her cell phone was found Mother's Day.
Oh.
This one was Mother's Day.
I believe it was Mother's Day. I wasn't a part of that recovery, but I read that report somewhere.
I think it may have been Easter.
And that was near down in on 641.
Oh, y'all. I'm looking at the map here of where Mr. Terry Britt lived. And we remember Gooch Road in Horny Head Creek Road. Yeah. They're not too far from old Mr. Britt's place of residence. Oh yeah, I have way more questions now, seeing where Mr. Britt's residence is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with this riveting testimony of them pinning a red rum on an innocent man.
North of Parsons, Eaton Corporation had a building there. Holly's dad worked next door at McKenzie Tree Service.
Okay, put it on pause and show you. I shall. How about that? Give me just a minute, and I will get us hooked up here. It is much closer than I thought. So let me try to get to the right spot. So this right here is Terry Britt's home. Now I need to get it big enough so that I can see actually, no, I need to go smaller because I have to find, there's 641. So this is Terry Britt. And if I zoom in over here off of 641, I'm looking for Swan Johnson. Give me a minute. I had it. And now, of course, I've got y'all looking and I'm going to have a hard time. Maybe it was more north. Give me a minute. Yeah, there's Yellow Springs. I think it is up in this area here. I went the wrong way. There's Pew. We've heard about Pew Road. Adams Lane. That is where, and there's Hohammer. We heard all about those roads. Well, doggone it. Let me see if I can find this better on this other map. I'm trying to find where Five Forks is. It's hard to see. Bible Hill, Five Forks. Let's try to do this. I'm going to. I was going the right way. Okay. So Terry Britt. And if I go down here, here's Five Forks. Five Forks is where Holly Bobo, the road that they live on, butts up to. So I'm just trying to get to, there's Bible Hill. Dadgummit, Janet. There it is. Swan Johnson Road. Okay. Holly Bobo her home was in this area right here. I hope you can see my cursor. And I'm going to swoop this down so we can see it's in this area right here still. I'm going to slide us over. And 3.5 miles apart is what there it is what Trial and Error is saying between the Brits and the Bobo home. But the issue is that there's almost nothing in between them. But what I am more interested in is where Terry Britt's house is. A lot of this evidence is all in this area here, not very far from Terry Britt's house. That's an issue. All righty. Are we all clearer now? I'm going to pop us back over. We're almost done for today because I am going to stop it at the end of part 1 for day 5. And then we'll head back tomorrow night and do more. So let me get us back to where we were.
Phone's laying right there in front, right near the road.
And there's a SIM card found.
Over on Old Camden Road. Old Camden Road is a secondary road that comes out just east of the town center of Parsons. If you're on 412 going to Tennessee River, that road would intersect just east of town. Runs north and south, generally speaking.
Now we've seen a cluster over stuff in Yellow Springs.
Yes, sir.
We've heard about the cell phone hanging, lingering in Yellow Springs.
Yes, sir.
Just north of Terry Britt's
Other
house.
property, other places, like down south off the side of 641, right?
Yes, sir.
So you agree with me that even though we found our things, these papers, ones you recognize, this case will be solved, not by long shot.
No, sir.
What you say?
Dramatic. It wasn't solved, not by a long shot, even after you found all this stuff. Dun, dun. Yes, Mr. Britt was a very bad guy who could have done the thing. Yeah.
Wells, barn, basements, garages, every place we could.
Yes, sir.
We have found her stuff, a lot of it in Yellow Springs, but cell phone, SIM card, further south.
I don't know
Yes.
where the cell
We
phone was
drilled into Terry
found.
Britt's life, right?
Yes, sir.
And we hadn't solved this thing yet.
Correct.
He's summarizing what's already been testified to, so it's not technically legal.
What just
I'm
happened?
not asking you, okay? I'm not asking you what anybody told you. Okay? I don't want any statement
Summarizing.
that this person told you. Okay? But was there a day that you remember
I'm
when this
losing it.
investigation changed?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
It come in the form of a phone call.
From
Sitting at my
Jason
desk in
Archie.
Jackson. Friday afternoon, 25th January. Phone rang.
You want to say what year?
2014. That phone call,
I got your trial and error.
Refocus things.
it refocused this investigation.
After that phone call, were there people that you were interested in talking to?
Yes, sir.
Who were those people?
Focus of that investigation changed to Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin, and Dylan Adams.
Now, rewind. We've heard those names before.
Yes, sir.
In the early days of the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
The same names that Agent Dyke has told you had been checked out, right?
Correct.
They all live in and near Yellow Springs.
Yes, sir.
So does Terry Britt.
So what do you do?
We began pouring through that case file,
Going back in the past.
took it apart, all of it from day one, pulled out information that we had and didn't realize we had.
been 3 years since Agent Dykes told you that their whereabouts had been checked out.
Yes,
And what was the first thing you discovered when you started looking into these guys again?
that their stories were false.
Had their stories ever even been checked out?
No, they were not in our files if they ever were.
Don't we all want to hear from Agent Dykus in the post-conviction
people that said
relief
they were
hearings now?
Yes,
We're going to do it.
And nope.
excuse me.
And nope.
No, they hadn't been talked to. Nobody had ever been to them.
So after that, did you go out, talk to Mr. Adams's associates?
We do.
He's
So
just
Did
summarizing.
you go out and talk to Mr. Adams' associates?
Yes, we did.
Jennifer, it's okay.
You go out and talk to Mr. Dylan Adams' associates?
We did.
Go talk to Mr. Shane Austin's associates?
We did.
And Mr. Jason Rogers?
We did.
I got you trial and error. Thank you, because I don't think I
You
knew
heard
smart enough to write it down.
on the first day of this trial about Mr. Dylan Adams and a man named Dennis Benjamin.
Yes,
Dennis Benjamin,
After you went out and
the
talked
savior.
to Mr. Adams' associates, to Mr. Austin's associates, to Mr. Autry's associates, was information provided from Mr. Dylan Adams? Yes or no?
yes,
At some point, Zach Adams was arrested. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Years and years after this. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'll search his house, right?
we did.
Tore it up.
We did.
I've seen wood floor, which
Literally.
y'all took apart.
Yes,
Did you find any trace of Holly Bobo there?
no,
I remember reading that in the news at the time it happened,
How many
that they
years
didn't
after-
find
after
anything.
was it?
this happened in April 13th of 2011, and this was February, March of 2014.
And at that time,
3 years.
at that time, in February of March of 2014, y'all were taking apart Mr. Adams' house and searching.
Yes,
Did y'all have any idea you should have been checking in Shane's grandmother's barn?
no, we didn't know that at the time.
What?
Tell me about the day that y'all found it. Tell me about the day that y'all found it.
I got a call from Keith Bird.
Oh, Mr.
He's the sheriff in
Hagerman.
Cape County. There'd been a call that came in to the 911 center in Benton County, transferred to Decatur. There had been human remains found near the 120 cell tower located right on the side of the interstate in his county. He was responding. It was a Sunday about 11 o'clock, Sunday, September 7th. I responded, met him there, along with that territorial agent, Brad Holt. And I notified, of course, chain of command in our division. And
Where was your attention called to? What place?
behind the cell tower, it's, I believe it's addressed 1000 County Corner Road, which
Is
is,
it along I-40?
yes, it's on the north side of I-40,
About how many miles from Shane Austin's house?
maybe 3.
About how many miles from Zach Adams' house?
County road wise, maybe 5.
What was
5
this place
miles.
Like, this cell phone tower?
Cell tower located right on the side of the interstate.
Probably passed it a million times before, hadn't you?
Have. It's dense wooded, dense back in behind it, around it. Nothing around it other than woods.
Those woods, you're a hunter, aren't you?
I am.
People use those woods for hunting.
Yes.
Had you ever been hunting up over there?
No, sir.
What'd you find when you got there?
Found a cranium, upper part of the skull, and the mandible, jawbone.
When you saw the skull and the mandible, did you know it was her yet?
Why are we doing this? We already went through all of this with the forensics
I do.
lady.
Scientifically, no.
Why are we doing this again? What
You part,
Had to be.
were you part of the search of the surrounding area?
Yes.
Did you become quickly aware that the wallet?
Thank you, Sherry.
Yes.
Keys.
Yes.
Oh my
driver's license,
goodness.
Yes.
I
Promise ring.
feel like I'm watching an episode of Law and Order or Blue Bloods or
Angela, sorry.
something. Did you find this?
It was her.
And did you find this?
Her.
Yeah. I know we're bad at this.
That's okay.
Another one of these poster boards occasionally.
I'll try to do better.
I think we're going to be breaking here really, really doggone quick. So
Yes.
What are these don't just like general, what are we looking at?
You're looking at area along I-40.
that's true, Kelly. Law and Order does have better
Left.
acting.
County Corner Road next.
That's enough now. We're gonna look at minor distance. Next one. Hey, sit down. Sit down.
Then after that, we'll go over.
Like I said, I think that we're getting close. Trial and Error podcast. I will get in contact with you so we can do a collab with the information you have about Mr. Terry Britt, because what I'm thinking I'm going to do, since we'll be leading up to another post-conviction relief hearing toward the end of this month, I will likely take a little bit of time for the holidays when it gets very close to Christmas. But leading up to that, we're going to be doing this all this week and into probably next weekend. And then I want to do a night where we do deep dive into some of the other testimony that we didn't dive into in the post-conviction relief hearings. And I would love to then do a Terry Britt night. And yes, Bad Jen could have won an Oscar for her performance in closing. Oh, in closing. Oh, I haven't. I mean, I think, y'all, I got a theater background. I can't stand when people try to be all dramatic and there's no reason for it. And we were watching that here. I got to give it to you. Just a little bit of it at the actual speed. So you get complete, total, full effect.
Yeah. It was her.
I'm going to back this up.
Yes.
Promise ring from Drew.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
And you know it was her?
Yeah. Knew it was her. Her.
Yeah.
We got to go back a little bit further for you guys to get an absolute full effect for just how draggy, dramatic, and slow that
part of the
is.
skull, a cranium, upper part of the skull, and the mandible, jawbone.
When you saw the skull and the mandible, did you know it was her yet?
I knew scientifically, no.
Do you see how long?
Had to be.
Were you part of the search of the surrounding area?
Yes.
Did you become quickly aware that her wallet had been found?
Yes.
Keys,
Yes.
driver's license,
Yes.
promise ring from Drew.
Yes.
Do you all see why I said we got to go faster? I can't listen to that. I don't even know how I lived in Tennessee for 18 years with that kind of slow pace like that. I want to slit my wrists. Yeah. That was real speed, Melissa. That was normal. I had us at, other than Jason Autry, because we wanted to get the full effect of him, I had us at 1.5 speed all day today. So, but Jason Autry was a big part of today. So there's that to consider. And hello, Mama Rico 3. Happy to have you on replay. You have probably no idea that I am saying this now, but you'll see it when you get toward the end of the replay. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. So I've given you a little teaser what we'll do after we have this trial in the books. So next, not this week, coming up, Katie and Dana, once the last round of hearing dates wrap this month. Awesome. Awesome. That sounds good. Good. I'll make sure that I make a note so I can reach out to you. Or you can send me a message. Either way, we'll connect. So what I'm planning on doing Monday, so tomorrow night, we'll go from 6 to 9. Tuesday night, 6 to 9. This is all Central Time, y'all. Wednesday night, 6 to 9. Thursday night, 6 to 9. Friday night is Mr. Demeanor's work Christmas party. So I will not be live streaming on Friday night, but we will be back on Saturday morning. I think we'll be able to finish the rest of whatever is left on this trial on Saturday, however long that takes us to do. Well, I shouldn't say however long. I have an event that I need to go to. I'm going to the symphony Saturday night for a holiday concert. So I need to have time to get dolled up a little bit and get there too. So we'll go until as late as I can on Saturday if we can. And then if it's necessary to finish whatever isn't done, we'll do that Sunday morning. And then I'm going to have to watch football because my Detroit Lions will be back playing on Sunday. Because they just won Thursday night. Woo, woo. Yeah, they solved the crime. Yeah, it's all solved. Okay, so that's what's coming up. Make sure that you do all the YouTube-y things, the liking, the subscribing, the sharing, the commenting, all the fun stuff. Get your notifications turned on so you'll know when I'm going to be doing the next section of the trial or when I'm live streaming the next section of the trial, because you don't want to miss that. You're all invested now. We're halfway through this trial at this point. So tomorrow evening, my plan, if I check my list, is to get through the rest of day 5, all of day 6, which is short. They had a short day on day 6, and the first part 1 of day 7 is what the plan is for tomorrow night. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. We've been here almost 10 hours today, but hey, you got to do what you got to do when you want to know about the trial stuff. So please make sure to tune in tomorrow and the rest of the week. And you know what I always say? It doesn't cost a penny to be kind. So find someone to do something nice for today if you haven't already. And remember,